he might be a blind man, but I remember when he was quoting the scriptures. I was like, even the what? I think the Arabs. Bible 13. America doesn't know anything. This is what the census is not some sort of a scientific category. Well, you don't get to go against. You know what, Norm? You pick and choose what definitions you want to use. That's correct. Right? You'll take the new definition of anti-Semitic, but not the new definition of white. Hello? Do you take the new definition?
Okay, man, Finlay. Let me invite some people to your room.
Right? Open up the dictionary. Let's read it together. White is anyone that has origins in Europe, the Middle East. The Middle East. Our origins are not. I'm white. Ashkenazi Jews' origins are in Europe. There are many different kinds. You think so, but you're mistaken. No, you're entitled to be wrong. You have a right. There are Jews from Spain. They have origins in Spain. They're talking about where you originate from, not your ancestors from 1,000 years ago. What the fuck are we talking about? You're right. So you know what? The whole race thing is wrong. Let's stop using it. Correct. You guys are not white, but you're not black. All right? We're not black. We're Semites. Yeah, and Arabs are Semites too. That's true. Semite is a language. So what are we talking about? Exactly. So people who speak Arab is an ethnic group either. Arab isn't a race. That's correct. It's a language. Anyone that speaks Aramaic, Arabic, Amharic, and Hebrew is a Semite. Yeah. They're not a Semite. They speak a Semitic language. Bye, guys. Have a good day. What's a Persian? Persian are different than Arab. Don't be Arab. I am white, and we do not claim the Arab. Shut up, you weird crap. You shut up, motherfucker. Shut up, motherfucker. She's a pita. She's a pita. She's a beautiful white woman, okay? Yeah, I'm white, and I do not claim the Arab as white. Yeah, please don't. Put your phone number in the chat if you're beautiful. 6675309. You got kicked. Abby, we don't pick and choose. We pick and choose. One day I'm this, one day I'm that's just going out. For blacks, I'm definitely a white. Do you like my title, comedian?
Yeah, I mean, you know, inner gossip, I guess.
Look at your type. You used to pay your $100. I don't know about that. She lost the bets, so. Oh, took bet. So they were betting like 1 or 2 years ago that Donald Trump will or will not win the presidency. Biden said Donald Trump will win, and she said no, any other person will get the presidency. So obviously, that was a hard one to call. Well, she lost and she admits to it, but now she's running away from paying it, even though she did admit that she would pay. But yeah, she's running away, and that's not nice because she always promotes responsibility. Well, then we should. Yeah, but you know what the thing is? She's hot, and when you're hot, you can do whatever you want. That's right. Okay. Well, have you seen Diogenes? He's even hotter than her. No, he's not. Well, I don't fancy the lads. But if he is, I'm happy for him. He is very hot. No. Okay, I'm glad you're getting something out of it. That's lovely. Thank you. Here, let's play Rabbit if they took. Shut up! I will kick you from my room. I will kick you from my room. Yeah. Okay. How come people never talk about power? Go ahead. No, Abuela, Ryan. He literally has Arabs that look like Mario, so I don't take any of his opinion regarding. Mario's better looking than Rabbit. Sorry. No, I don't think so. People never talk about the power differential when it comes to people being hot. But being hot is a tremendous superpower, I think. It is a tremendous superpower, and I don't think she's that hot, but. You're speechless? I think you are in the Matrix. Yeah, no, we are. I'm in a mountain. I'm sorry. Oh, wow. What are you doing there?
time, I just went to an amazing art show. I've got like all these. Yeah. This was really great. There was a whole set of pieces by this woman who's Korean, but they were exiled to Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I think they were like ethnically cleansed by the former Soviet Union. And she's telling her story. And she's got like graphic novels and big paintings and documentary film. It's just really talented. That's just one example. There's a lot of good stuff.
What is her name? I will look it up.
Okay, I gotta get it right. Suna. Hang on, I just took a picture. Yeah, hang on, I'll tell you. I'll get it right. Wait. Okay. Let's see here. Oh my God, the work is okay. No, I took a lot of pictures. I have it. Tuna. Thughugay. What?
Yeah, you.
Really good.
T-A-S.
That spells tuna.
Just write it in the text.
Tuna. Hit me up later because I don't want to go so public with it anyway.
Alright, let's do that. Let's do that later. I kicked him. No, I'm joking, I didn't. Anyway. Oof. That one literally, like, what? I'm not used to going from, like, very calm to very hostile.
Tell black people the Jews are white and like.
Not white, you said.
Yeah, that's what I recall.
Huh?
What do you ever call?
She
was speaking on the You know what I mean?
No, you're being annoying. Don't disrespect Asians anymore. I will fucking kill you.
Okay.
I'm joking. Metaphorically, of course. I'll go Bellevue on your ass.
What's a Bellevue?
Bellevue is like a mental hospital every clubhouse person ends up in, apparently.
Oh, it's where Google went to?
Yeah.
Wait, who else?
I'm sure there are some other people that ended up there.
What's your favorite book?
Okay, I'm not having this accent here. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not into these, whatever that was. I'm not like an Arab. Yeah, so you don't have Twitter, right?
The what?
You don't have a Twitter?
I have, but like I don't like. I sometimes go into like see like some events that's happening live, something like something breaking news or something. But it's quite unusual. I have to nuke it again to kind of filter because it's very fast. Gets filled by the Pali propaganda, which is completely annoying and.
I used to have them, but like you mostly get it when you engage or click on it or stay like a little bit.
No, I can't help myself. I know that my self-control is all as well.
People telling me that I'm talented and beautiful and the best person who has ever been on this planet.
On Twitter?
On Instagram.
Oh, are you uploading like feed pics and stuff?
He's just lying. There's nothing like that happening over there.
Yes, there is. I'll show you. Look at the videos that I like. Shit.
Okay, well, for me, I had that in the beginning, especially after 7th of October. It was so much, and I literally muted or blocked anyone who did that. So the Jews and the Palestinians and anything related to any alliance.
I tried to kind of block and mention some Palestine and shit like that, but it doesn't even work.
You cannot block.
No, No, I can listen. It's too fucking too much.
Yeah, that's true.
Like you block one and then like 10 other pops up and you start blocking them. Like it doesn't learn like it learns a preference, but in a very perverted way.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, if I start blocking like Palestinian accounts, it doesn't get the hint that they don't want to fucking give.
Yeah, it is. I think it's like an algorithm. Like I see a little bit of pattern because I do it with like other things as well that I really don't want to see, and then sometimes it will give you it again and again. So you really have to block or mute a lot of accounts until it like realizes, okay, you want something, and you need to like stuff that you actually want to see or repost or reply to. Then you will see more of that profile. But if you're really gonna engage in stuff like Palestinian person posting something on, even a non-Palestinian posting about pro-Palestine, and you comment on it for like argument reason, you will see more of that. That's why I try not to, because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see these people. It's just not my thing. So yeah, I'm trying to, and also I follow almost no one. So I'm done. I don't want to fuck up my timeline.
When I will have time, I'll try to set up my account.
Yeah, it is difficult. I would say like
mostly about macroeconomics and AI stuff and programming and literature maybe like. And I have to like be very strict, not to engage with politics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I had like a burner account which I don't have anymore because I don't know the password. But I try to think like where I only want fashion related stuff. So I only like certain stuff, and it only shows me that in like I didn't even mute or block a lot of things.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can adjust your algorithm. Yes, sometimes you do see something political, but try to ignore it. And this is the best way.
And another thing is maybe like it's region related, so like in Israel probably will, because it often suggests like Israeli politics to me. I don't know why. Like
You got it.
Yeah, no, I'm saying anyway, like I'll probably just eventually I'll set up.
Yeah.
You know what's frustrating? My Grok is not working on my computer for some reason.
Oh really? That Grok? Weird. I don't really like it. Why is everyone is like, oh wow, it's good, but
it is quite good. It's a good
no,
model.
it's not. Like I don't know what is worse. ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Grok. But I tried Grok. Grok usually gets like its information from I guess from the tweets.
Not only it can do searches, it can do thinking, it can do deep search, like deep research.
I don't know. I tried like the same question with 3 different models, and I mean, ChatGPT and Perplexity is not really different, right? It's good.
And, it depends what model Perplexity is using under the hood.
The normal one for now. I haven't paid yet.
No, but I don't know what they're using. So they're using Perplexity. They don't have their own model. They're using either ChatGPT or they're using R1 or they're using Claude. But each model has its strengths and weaknesses. Oh, by the way, you've been asking me about like deep research and stuff like that, right?
Oh yeah, can you tell me?
So what do you know?
Nothing. I remember last time when we were speaking, you were like, let me see. Sorry, I was doing something in the background.
Are you paying for ChatGPT?
No, right now I'm not paying for anything. I want to subscribe to something, but I'm not sure which one. So
first of all, get into Gemini and try their deep research feature because they give you like
you said something like Google first.
Yeah, Google Gemini, they give you five for free. And if you have like multiple accounts, you probably can do like 5 deep researches. Like each query takes you like 1 use, right?
Okay, let me write it. Let me get a pen. Black one. Oh, shit. So you say Google Gemini.
It's Google Gemini, but they have like a deep, I don't know what it's called, deep research or something.
Mm.
It's like a specific toggle that you have to press, and then you like tell it what you want it to do research on, and then it will like go online and start looking for. It will first like make a plan of the research, and then it will go and look for sources.
Okay. And otherwise?
Chrome has that feature as well, but you can.
Oh my God!
It's
You don't
yours.
want to do it. You don't want to do it at all. Ellie, don't waste your breath.
No.
What are you talking about, Brian?
I'm kidding.
Uh,
Telling you all these things to use it for something that you want to do, right?
Well, do you know that I want to use it for,
so listen, and another thing that you should use is Google AI Studio.
AI Studio?
Yeah.
Hey, Abby.
Mm.
Suck my dick, bitch.
Yeah, go back to Mississippi, bitch.
I ain't from Mississippi.
Bye.
In the Google AI Studio, they have like the latest offerings from Google for free.
So you said 5 deep research? Said 5 times deep research.
Yeah. I think from each Google account that you have, if you have multiple, you can like do
Oh, okay.
platform each.
How much do you have to pay for it?
0. The deep research from Google now is free.
Oh, okay, it's free.
But you can,
What about the ones where you get only 5 of them?
yeah, but you get only 5 of them from each account.
And what do you get from it, from the deep research?
So the good thing about deep research is it crawls the internet and looks for sources and then gives you like a long output. Like for a regular query, it gives you like usually like 1-2 pages, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the deep research, it can do like 30 of them.
Yeah, but you're talking now about Gemini or about AI, OpenAI ChatGPT?
Yeah. So I'm talking now about ChatGPT, you have to pay for it.
I saw that you can try it free. I think also up to. Let me see.
I think maybe in the free version they are giving now that feature, but it uses a worse model. So the one that you pay for, it does the deep research using the O3 model.
Yeah.
And the free one, I think they give you several queries, but you can use it as well. But it will use the O4 mini.
Okay, I see. So ChatGPT pay for a better model.
Yeah, in ChatGPT you get a worse model for free and a better model you have to pay.
Free is the worst model.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, and then the deep research from Google is free. You can do it 5 times with each account.
Yeah, but it in general it's worse quality. I think that the Google one right now is the best.
Okay.
Not the Google. The ChatGPT one is the best.
Okay, the ChatGPT one is the best.
Yeah,
the one that you pay.
Yeah.
Okay, paid. Best model. Okay.
And there is also one other thing that I really love is that they have the O3 model now in the paid tier of ChatGPT, and you can tell to go look something on the internet, like to find sources or to do like some some research or something. So it's not the deep research, but it's just like the underlying model. You can ask it to do things, and it's very agentic. So it can, for example, go online and look for many sources, come back, adjust the strategy, look for more things. It can do that for like 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And then the output is kind of, it combines everything that it looks at. It gives you like a decent answer. It's very useful.
I feel like the models have gone worse or something with time, the free ones at least. I'm not really happy with the AI stuff right now. I don't know if they do it on purpose, so you go and pay.
There is like trade-offs that are happening basically because the models on one hand becoming smaller, they know less intrinsic things. So for example, if you think about it, let's say you ask a model, for example, something obscure like you take some Napoleon battle on some date and you ask it like who was the general, for example, in that battle. So GPT-4 had over 2 trillion parameters. So somewhere in those trillion parameters, it was encoded the knowledge about that obscure event. If you ask now a model a similar question, for example, chances are that it will just hallucinate. It will not know. Because the model is much smaller. On the other hand, ChatGPT-4 has not been agentic. It did not know how to execute actions. So it has not been able to be used the way that models now can be used. Now you tell a model like, make a plan, then execute some functions, go on the internet, then analyze the data, then combine it to something, then edit the file and put it all into a file. It is very good at following directions and it's smart. So it can do that, and if it uses good sources, the outcome is much better. Also, it's much better at programming. The programming stuff getting much better.
So basically, long story short, when you have to recommend me one thing, you say pay for ChatGPT and use that, right?
I'm still, for now I'm
okay. Well, I will do that.
Maybe instead of, I never paid for Perplexity, so I don't know if Perplexity...
honestly, I wasn't really that dissatisfied with it, but at the same time, it's sometimes when it goes wrong for no reason, it just always gives me wrong answers, and I know it's wrong because I train it like don't give me these answers, and it still gives me those answers. So I'm not really happy with Perplexity that much. When it makes a mistake and you have to make a whole new thread, and you already gave him quite a lot of input, so I'm not really happy with that.
Also, you have to be very careful how you use the model. So if you give me a specific example of a task that you wanted to do, I'll tell you the best way to do it.
All right. Well, I will start soon with picking up on that stuff, but I need to read some stuff before I start with that. So now I'll just go focus only on that.
Just reach out. We'll go on a call, and I'll just help you.
All right, that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, we can talk about something else.
Yeah, and you can even give me a thing to run on the deep research of ChatGPT, so you can see what output it gives. Satisfactory.
That's cool. Thank you. But how many times can you run when you pay for it then?
So the normal, the cheap tier, the $20 tier gives you, I think, 15 or 20 queries a month.
Wow, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's okay. And then it downgrades you to the cheaper model, the 04. And they slowly raise the quotas. So they started with 10, I think. Then they they slowly roll it up.
So they make it quote unquote cheaper.
Yeah. The stack is getting cheaper. Yesterday, the DeepSeek group, they released R1.5. So they have upgraded the DeepSeek one. And it's on par with the latest OpenAI model, the 03.
Yeah.
which basically means that OpenAI don't have an incentive over a open source model that is cheaper to run. So yeah, they are always scrambling to lower prices, give like more features. They have to make it appealing to pay the 20, 30 over $100, $200.
Yeah, I know that. What's his name? Luke. No. Lou. Had that.
Lou.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I even forgot his name.
Why does motherfucker say Luke?
Yeah, Luke
Skywalker.
Yeah. Other than that, have you been on Clubhouse a little bit? Like what's going on? What's going on with Clubhouse?
I come to Clubhouse, but it's boring usually. I go to I don't know. Like there are no decent conversations usually. I go to Russian rooms, like Russian speaking rooms, sometimes. Sometimes they're decent. Spoken to some Palestinians.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of you when like a month ago, like the Russia thing.
What was the Russia thing?
Oh no, I think I was still on Clubhouse. No, I was thinking, I wonder what you're thinking of I don't think you change your opinions on Russia.
Oh, no.
I don't think so, you will.
No, there's nothing to change, like the fucking...
Well, no, I was thinking of you because there was a debate, but I forgot what it was about. I think, I wish I remember, honestly. I was like, no, there's no way. Maybe it was with Rattler, which is, okay, his name's Angelo. I think they were saying that the Jews were maybe pro-Russian more, or so there's no way, no.
Jews where? Pro-Russian?
No,
It is.
I forgot what the debate was, so everything I say is going to be like, I'm not sure, so maybe it's better if I don't talk on it, but when we got to talk, maybe you can talk with him, but he's like a nice person, so you will not have any issues with him, but yeah, also, so what was the debate that I had with him? That I was saying like, okay, maybe you should get like an Ashkenazi perspective on a person from Israel who lives in Israel, and then, but I forgot what the debate was about.
It's fun to call Ashkenazi perspective, not Ashkenazi to speak German.
Huh? Can you speak Yiddish, by the way?
Yiddish, no.
Why not?
In my family, I think only my great-grandmother knew Yiddish, and the parents of my great-grandfather and grandmother, basically 2 generations, have not been speaking Yiddish.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wonder who still speaks Yiddish, aside from like those who live in Belgium.
Oh, in Israel, the Haredi community, the Hasidic community, yeah, they speak Yiddish, of course. Yeah, it's if you go places like Mea Shearim, you will hear Yiddish on the street.
Okay. I didn't really expect that, honestly.
And other than them, no one. In Israel, at least.
I see Clubhouse is a little bit more depth now.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because I left.
Maybe. Who knows? And by the way, did you scroll down the hall?
No.
You know, you can now endlessly scroll and see like rooms.
Oh yeah, that I knew before I left. Yeah.
Yeah.
A new thing, yeah.
There is nothing interesting there.
Yeah, it's mostly like foreign groups, no? thought I should be more open-minded and try to maybe try it out. And then actually there was like some stuff going on, and then I started to make like new friends, and it's not that bad. Yes, but like I said, there are some anti-Semitic people in there, but yeah, I'm staying away from those. Usually don't talk in those spaces, but the ones that are like normal, I enjoy a lot.
So you basically switched Clubhouse to Twitter.
Yeah, but the good thing about Twitter is like it's way different because when you're a host, you cannot just leave the room. When you leave the room, you get the thing that immediately your room ends, and that's like annoying. Then yeah, it can make them more addicted, or it can make the thing less lasting. Also, like, yeah, I don't know many people there, but like I'm getting to know people, which is nice. But at the same time, like these people are not as fun as you guys, I must say.
What I wonder about Twitter is, do they have like, because here you have like an ecosystem of people that they know each other from like different rooms, like you can map like I don't know, like El Normal comes to this room, but he also comes like, well, for example, the Jewish rooms. In the Jewish rooms you have people, so like it's like a whole town, you know, and you have like it's actually like, I get why it's called a clubhouse. So do you have the same vibe with Twitter, or it's like isolated?
People know each other already from a few years, like because I'm new, like people are like, oh, who is she, blah blah blah, and then they give me a lot of hard time also. But it depends on which rooms you go. Like I know some people from Clubhouse already, so I was quite lucky with that. But at the same time, also can work against you. Do you remember Andrew Meyer?
Say again what you repeat. Some Arsene went by without music.
Oh, I'm saying like I know some people from Clubhouse, and it just could work on your benefit, also go against those people. But yeah, it's a Kabbalist Jew. He was very popular on here. Not many people liked him that much, but at the same time, some people did, and depends on. Like, to be honest, I don't really have an issue with him, but yeah, he's like a quite interesting person. Not many Jews really liked him on here because he was promoting the Zohar to read for anyone, and people didn't really like, the Jews didn't really appreciate it because to read the Zohar you need to know 40 years of what's it called, the Torah, right? You need to be. Yeah, you don't care probably, but
it's not even that I don't care. The thing is, if you are Orthodox, you will not be reading. You will like probably not be reading the Zohar. It's like not very common.
He's not Orthodox, but he's.
No. Let me. I'll make my point. I think you get what I'm saying. If you are secular, like most people, like if you ask like the average Israeli, they fucking don't know what the Zohar even is. It's like they don't know the rules about it, like nothing. It's like not even interesting. The only people who kind of semi-obsessed with it is like American Jews, like people who are like they're like not Orthodox and they're not like Israeli. Yeah. So they kind of know about it, and they have like, and it's like superstition for them. I think it's dumb though. Like,
yeah, no, but back in the days, like I'm talking about 2020, like then 2021, 22, beginning of 2022. Oof, we had so many fights with Jews on Clubhouse versus Andrew Meyer, and Andrew Meyer was promoting the Zohar, and then the Jews were like, no, don't do it. And then he sent the Zohar to some people who bought his book, because he's a writer, about an incident he had in a university when he asked a politician a controversial question. So, yeah, that was the whole thing. And to me, it's like, I was curious, like, because they were saying if you're going to read the Zohar and you don't know anything about the Torah, you're going to go insane, and then they gave me some sort, and I was like, but what
They
is
thought it's superstition bullshit.
I know, but what is it about the Zohar that will make you go insane?
Nothing. Basically, from my understanding, the Zohar is like the Jewish, how do you call it? Like esoteric writings, basically. So, and you have like esoteric teachings in all religions. Like in Islam, even you have the I don't know if it's the Sikhs or the some factions of Islam that are like they're not like all Sharia and jihad and whatever. They like spiritual and they have like consciousness and like all sorts of like levels of godliness and I don't know like metaphors for God and shit like that. Christianity, I think, also has it.
Yeah.
Some of it is even like in plain New Testament. I think like Revelation or something is like a very esoteric.
Yeah.
So basically, because it's esoteric, at some point they start writing like legends about, like for example, the golem from Prague.
Yeah.
So basically, like it's like the Jewish Frankenstein monster.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
So he was made using like again legend obviously, right? But he was made like using tools of Kabbalah, or something like that.
So you would not read the Kabbalah, or you would because you're interested, or you're like, but that is.
It's not about waste of time or not. I'm just totally not interested in Jewish esoteric teachings.
Also not like zodiac signs.
So, wait, repeat your question?
The astrology?
No, I'm not. Listen, for me, it all starts and finishes with like Hindu-Buddhistic teachings. And zero is esoteric. Like as soon as they start talking about like reincarnation, blah blah blah, I'm like I fall asleep. I don't care about that shit. Like I'm like non-duality speaks to me, but I think esoteric teachings are like basically just for dumb people. That means that people who need like miracles and supernatural powers. It's basically like Marvel for religious people.
Okay.
It's more satanic.
Do you believe in Satan?
What do you mean?
There's close.
Somebody said it's a satanic book, but I said, do you believe in Satan?
It's opposing.
Zohar, it's a gateway book to the Talmud, and the Talmud is a gateway book to the Kabbalah, and they have rituals in them, Kabbalistic rituals, then there's some bets Aramaic in it.
How about you bring some sources?
How about if you have like GPT or some shit going on?
Yeah. Do that and read from GPT.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Yeah, Eli, I agree with you that I think it is like Marvel comic books for religious people, but I don't even think a lot of religious people like those types of Marvel comic books. Not a lot of them spend time reading it, but Zohar is a fun book. It should give you some like tingles in your tuchus.
Hearing about the Zohar from Edmund, for example, is a good idea because the guy is fucking knowledgeable on the topic.
Here you go, it says Talmud limitations from the Talmudic authority to ancient Jewish law practices that conflict with Babylonian Talmud. Mystical substitution for traditional Judaism does not have mystical interpretations of commandments such as miracles. linguistic and historical, make Borshow, Blog, I don't know what that is.
And I have to come back in the room.
So here's your source.
Yeah, so basically nothing from what you said.
That's exactly what I just said to you.
See, one thing that recently the opposite from ChatGPT and then I understand what I said.
What did I say? I said that it's a gateway to Talmuds. That's what it says. It says Rabbi Simon Bar Yoshua, second century, but most modern scholars include Gershom Shechalov, Rabbi Moshe Dion from 13th century Spain. I don't know what to do. This reverse psychology.
Wow. Damn. 1 second.
And look, just to let you know, I'm not like anti-Semitic or some shit, but I just agree that we should discuss things for what they are, not just try to cover shit up.
What?
He's saying he's not anti-Semitic, but he wants to discuss things for what they are.
To discuss things where they are, you have to be knowledgeable of all those things. Not fucking make shit on the spot.
You don't need to be knowledgeable of what they
Oh,
are.
okay. This is where we differ. To discuss things, you have to be knowledgeable.
I don't have to be an expert, for example, in anything. I just need a small understanding of something, and then I could just ask AI, find the passage, any book, and it will bring it up, put it in rows, and tell me what it is. It will tell you the page, you said it, when it's from what book. So your argument is not invalid anymore.
Okay, check. Don't ask ChatGPT about where things written on what page. Okay, even better. Okay.
So when Rock says it was like book anymore,
Usually if you ask them where something is written in the book, the answer will be complete confabulation. Just for your knowledge. No need to pay me for the same. No? Try me.
okay, look, you want to talk about Talmuds?
Oh,
Let's write Talmud 10 worst things in Talmuds.
No. Like, something that I feel like, yeah, there are some things written that are maybe not good, but like in the end of the day, I don't think any one of us really care about the Talmud.
Okay, but in the Zohar, there's Talmudistic rituals in the Zohar as well.
Well, I don't know much about the Zohar in order to say yes or no.
But I don't know either, because I wrote in the AI, I'm showing you where it is, what it says.
I will look at that page. 9 out of 10 it will be complete confabulation.
No, it's, why would it, what are you talking about?
Because the way that Hamiltonians are trained, they have no way to remember where is something written.
Well,
General change, when you try to press it on a page, it has no idea.
no, that's
Okay,
false.
Okay, argue with me.
Okay, that's false because I've got Super Grok 3. It has deep search and it's got a functional thing, so it downloads a whole and it will find the template and everything and it will put it down and it will tell me what it's referring to. Yeah, it will find me the connection points from other things as well.
If you do not upload it to document, it will have no idea where it is at.
It downloads it itself. It downloads it.
I'm here. I don't know what are you going to show me that I don't know. But wait, but from 90% will not download any files from it.
I think you're just.
If it has an access to like an HTML version, maybe. PDFs, it will not download it on parse.
You're just saying stuff out of your ass.
I don't know what that is. Why are you by a profession?
What's that got to do with anything?
Hello, moderators.
I'll say why.
Moderators.
It's still not going on this defense and
No, it's not the fact. Just who are you by your profession?
What's that got to do with what?
I will explain when you answer my question. I will tell you what it has to do.
No. What does that?
Okay, then fuck you. Okay, this conversation is over.
You're just being very please.
Okay. No, very unreasonable. I ask a simple question and you refuse to answer.
I state something, Zohar, you deny it, and then you ask what my occupation is. It makes no sense.
No, we'll be talking about Grok and how Grok is behaving and how it parses data. I ask you, what's your occupation?
I removed him from the room. He's a waste of time.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to read the Zohar. Oh, we got Zeus here. Very exciting. So it's like fat people talking about losing weight or talking about going to the gym, but never actually going to the gym. They just talk about the gym. No, I just worked out and I have a copy of the Zohar with me. And guess what? The room title is called Reading the Zohar. So let's stay on topic.
Oh, why did you change it?
I mean, what's the difference? We could talk to a piece of shit like that all day long, or we could listen to a beautiful man read a beautiful book.
Okay, go ahead. Do you want it? Let's have everyone who's a mod. Do you want him to read the Zohar a little bit or not?
Just 2 pages of Zohar. What do you have to lose? More of your time here?
Am I not getting the same?
No, it's a book, and it's got metaphors in it. What, you think books make you go crazy because it says a bunch
That's
of?
what the Jews say on this app. That's what the Jews said on this app.
Don't be stupid, child.
Edmund read the Zohar. Now, it's up to your own conclusions.
That's funny.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, this is called The Secret of Sabbath. So this is a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. The secret of Sabbath. She is Sabbath, united in the secret of one, to draw down upon her the secret of one. The prayer for the entrance of Sabbath, the holy throne of glory, is united in the secret of one, prepared for the high, holy King to rest upon her. When Sabbath enters, she is alone, separated from the other side, all judgments removed from her. Basking in the oneness of holy light, she is crowned over and over to face the Holy King. All powers of wrath and masters of judgment flee from her. There is no power in all the worlds aside from her. Her face shines with a light from beyond. She is crowned below by the holy people, and all of them are crowned with new souls. Then the beginning of prayer to bless her with joy and beaming faces. Berechu et Yahweh ha-mevorach. Bless et Yahweh, the blessed one, et Yahweh, blessing her first. That's called the secret of Sabbath. So there's a feminine aspect to the Holy One. And what do you think your average fundamental Islamic jihadist Muslim has to say about the divinity of femininity? Yeah, I believe in what I just read, meaning that when you unite, no, you don't understand. you're not listening. It's gender. I mean, when a man unites with a woman, that's the Sabbath. It's not that God is a woman. It's that when man unites with a woman on Shabbos, it creates a presence. And if it's not joyful, I mean, this is the problem, Abby, in your own life. Like when you unite with a man, that is when the presence of the Holy One appears. So if you want to be with joy, you've got to get with a man. If a man wants to be with joy, he's got to get with a woman. That's what it's saying.
Oh, okay. I will try.
Yeah, Sabbath is
It is 7.
It's a fornication day.
yeah, it is. It is. Friday night is Venus and Saturday is Saturn. So what do you think happens when you fuck a woman on a Friday and you wake up with her on a Saturday? You're like, oh shit, I just fell asleep with the devil.
I'm crying.
See,
Yeah,
that's
there's so much knowledge in the Zohar.
it is. There's a lot of psychology in there. It's about self. It's about God. It's about man. It's about woman. But that's why talking to losers like that other guy with that stupid English accent will waste your time for a long time. It's like, just give me the meat and potatoes and let me taste the brisket. And then you're like, it's kind of dry.
So wait, was it an English accent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was like some, something good.
No, to be honest, like, I never heard him being anti-Semitic, but I think he's been hanging out with the wrong people here.
No, isn't that guy Jewish?
He's just a dumbass.
Yeah.
What?
Whatever he said, it was dumb. Yeah, I agree. How can I disagree with that?
I don't have to be political to talk about shit. I can just pick things out of my ass and then ask ChatGPT about it.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be the new generation. It's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I made the artwork. Well, it's offered to you. I will call it. There are 3 bunnies. I will call it the 3 Ellies. Okay.
The 3 L's.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do my best, but it's like a concept. It is virtual. It's acrylic on oil pastels. I don't really like it that much, but whatever.
And
I will add one more color.
you decide to name it using my likeness, and you don't even like it. I want to make
The thing is, like, it's
I
not
want
that
to make a
I like.
masterpiece, sell it for like $1 million, and then I'll bear the name of it.
The thing is, like, I just made a concept, so it wasn't really meant to keep it like a masterpiece, But I'm happy with the concept of it, When I start a real painting, I will do better. Well, give me one more color, and then I'll add to it, and then call it Ellie.
What
Give me a color.
Maroon.
Okay.
By the way, I have no idea what color is maroon. I just know that maroon is a color.
Maroon is like
Blue something?
yeah, like purplish, purple blue. I have to find it. Purple blue.
Paint with a colored paint the number 5.
Okay, I have found maroon.
Yeah, don't paint the.
It doesn't go well with it. It doesn't go well with the drawing, but whatever. Oh shit.
But just make me feel like draw number 5.
Why?
I'll tell you when. Can you undo it?
Oh my gosh. Huh?
Can you undo
Yes,
it?
I can.
Okay, so just draw the number 5.
Okay, I'll do it on top of it.
Did it?
Hold on. Let me get rid of this because I don't like the reds.
It's on the side of the fucking canvas. Just
Hold on.
draw the letter 5.
I can do it on top. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The virtual one. Okay,
Tell me
number
when
5
you're
real big?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. With the maroon. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 5 is drawn.
It's maroon 5.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know.
And he's dumb.
It is as funny as it is dumb.
It is so bad. I was thinking there must be some Zohar thing that you're gonna teach me, but
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I could have known that, but I'm tired, you know?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You know, the unknown listener with the fuck you, I agree. Yes,
What's
fuck you. An unknown listener has a fuck you emoji. I agree with it.
Okay, wait, what's that?
Okay, I added some maroon to the painting. Hi, it's not bad. Okay, I will send you a copy. It's gonna cost you $5. No joking. Like I said, it's just a concept. It's not meant to be nice. It's just an idea, and I just really quickly I made this in. How much time are we spending here? APEC, exporting. Let me send it to myself. Let me see if it's gonna work. Happy. There you go. Sent. If I get a message, it's working. Yes. Aw, not bad. Hold on, let me send it to you.
Basically, the whole time we've been talking, I've been sleeping on me.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah.
How do you hear?
My legs are fucking
Okay, don't expect something crazy. Just for practice reasons, how to color and stuff. Oh, did I do something?
Oh, damn, man. I have 4% battery.
Okay, well, I don't know how long I'm gonna stay.
I'm going home. I'm going home. Screw you guys.
This is recorded.
Screw you guys, huh?
So I sent it to you. Come check it later.
When it talks, you know, when it comes to like fair tax, like progressive taxes.
1 second. Let's see if my image recognition can figure out. But you don't have to tell me that.
I don't know why.
Cow on a green background.
How?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, I learned the hard way not once or twice. Sometimes, or the fifth time, the seventh time. So, you know this whole fool me one thing, blah blah blah.
John, it's funny how the snakes are sitting here talking about how dangerous the sunlight is. Like, what did they expect?
Well, I'm just saying,
fool me once, fool me twice, blah, blah, blah. I've been fooled like 7 times, so I definitely bet all the money like. But for this guy to come in here and act like he doesn't do anything wrong, like that is cool, man.
You're giving him too much attention. That's what he wants.
He came
I know,
first
that's
and
what
was a Muslim too.
Very, very. But that's the thing. I think on the hand treatment, not completely, but I think the hand treatment is fitting.
Also, apologists on the
How are you doing with that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's
Well, the entire department, they had to
like,
do-
I think I brought this up in one of the previous room, may have not been in this room, but it's like the clubhouse Calvinists are like, so God created everything, and then I'm like, okay, so God is an ontology of ontologies. How does that make sense? You know, so because I just, for me, I have trouble with the logic behind that, but I think it's interesting. Have you gotten any of the Calvinists in here? How has that worked out?
They never. It's really hard for me to engage with Calvinists. I've even tried to go in their rooms, and they'll kick me and stuff without even saying anything yet.
Yeah, no, they stay in their own little safe space. They allow me to go in there. I just go in there and say, "Hey, how's the Calvinist today?" They never speak to me or anything. And I say, "Okay, bye."
Why is it difficult to even talk to atheists sometimes, or even to talk to people in this room sometimes?
There's this guy Adrian Dittman though. He has these fascinating rooms. I don't know if you've heard of him. He has a YouTube channel. Are you familiar with him? He has a bunch of names. He does like this clown house stuff. He likes to roast people a lot. Sometimes.
Oh, the comedy?
Watts. Yeah, he'll play a bunch of Alan Watts. It's all his comedy.
I read
That guy's
books.
interesting.
Alan Watts is pretty cool, though. Yeah, you gotta hand it to Adrian on that one.
I mean, you could look at him as being a mess.
All the AIs left with the recreation AI of Alan Watts and just went off to their own AI universe. It was brilliant.
Well, I think there's a lot of vanity and pride in a lot of these people on this app, and they, like you said, they want to be in their safe space and not be disturbed. But it's pathetic. And if you don't read books or listen to alternative materials to at least get an analog or the metaphor of what you're denying or what you're saying exists, or, you know, to me, it's all just word communication. And everybody is essentially falling prey to spam, propaganda politics most of the time. And, you know, you have to essentially diagnose and accurately describe the situation, which is, it's pretty much spam and dopamine.
Is all communication hypnosis?
No, I'd say it's almost always political and generally projective.
Are you Jewish?
My father's Jewish, my mother's gorgeous. I'm a cashew. What are you?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the point is, I mean, I'm not what my parents are. I am a man and I like books. If you don't like books and you don't read scripture, it's to your detriment. It's programming. Pick up a program and run it through your software, enhance your hardware. It's optimization, personal development. If you improve yourself, you improve the world.
Do you recommend books, bro? What's your top 3 recommendations for literature I should pursue?
I would read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe. I would read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations or Epictetus's Enchiridion or Golden Sayings, and then I would read the Sayings of Confucius. Those would be 3 good basic philosophical books to pursue. The Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, The Way of Zhuangzi. I mean, these deal with psychology. The Tanya, it's a Jewish esoteric book by the Alter Rebbe or Menachem Schneerson. It's Chabad's secret little manifesto book they don't tell you about.
Tanya Voss.
Tanya, Tanya. You could read the Bible. The Book of Psalms is essentially a very good program to run through your brain. If you've never read Psalms or Ecclesiastes, these are basic books you should read. And if you are in denial of God, you might like the programming because, to tell you the truth, everyone needs to enhance their software, upgrade their app.
Well, I had some programming. Like I
did early stuff with westernized Bible stuff, and then I also did like Emmett Fox. I read some of his shit. There's a lot of programming out there, man. I've read.
It's essentially Gnosticism. This is like Neoplatonic philosophy, meaning that I think if you do Gnostic work, meaning you chant sacred texts and maybe have a glass of wine on a Friday night, it could be therapeutic for your psychology. It could be better than spamming people with your bullshit politics on this app 24/7. You know, just my opinion.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So, what do you think I should change the room title to?
Please don't spam me with your spam. Thank you very little. Like, I don't want to hear your spam.
The title should be "The Word of the Lord Doesn't Return Void" or something.
Doesn't what?
That's too long. Never mind. But the Word of God is perfect or some shit. I don't know.
Change it to Biscuit came to me in a dream and he declared that he was God. Then I dipped the biscuit in the honey and I ate it.
There you go. Oh, I didn't even think of that, dude. That's funny.
Jesus is not the Messiah is a good title.
I mean, Caleb, you know, the concept of Tikkun Olam, it's not necessarily cliche, but do you think improving yourself is the fastest way to improve the world?
I don't know if it's the fastest, I think it's the best one. And it's required, right? Like if you're doing stuff that's not for you and only for others, that's not gonna work out.
You know, I was just at the grocery store. I gave $1 to some woman, probably from Venezuela, with her baby sitting outside the grocery store. And I like the concept of just giving $1 to somebody, even though I can't even afford it. I still feel like I can't afford $1 to one poor woman sitting in the sun with a baby who doesn't speak English. Like, to me, that's when I look at Menachem Scherson giving out dollars. I'm like, I understand that system. Like, I think that works. And so what I'm trying to say is try to read a book, everybody. This app is just spam.
We can have a book club discussion too. And we could go through like philosophy papers, all kinds of cool stuff. That sounds like a good idea.
Should come on DVD.
What was that?
Does it come on DVD? Can I stream it?
I guess you could. I mean, there's a lot of podcasts out there, so stream it on YouTube.
I thought all the DVDs are like microplastics in the ocean.
It's a little bit like your love life.
It should have been Dragons versus Dungeons, right?
If that's what you need to think to make you feel better, you know, but believe me, I'm not saving myself for you. Sorry.
So I don't see any pluses in here. I have been having fun with the anonymous functionality, but I made the mistake yesterday of clicking on a jihadist terrorist's profile. Then he viewed my profile and rapidly shared my profile in the chat so everyone in the room could block me. So now I have to get a new burner and not add any friends or ever look at a profile, but now I can continue to stream the jihadist terrorist supporters on this app into YouTube.
Wait, you went in as anonymous, and because you clicked on someone's profile, it shows who looked at them?
There you go. I outed myself.
Do they have to be paying to see that?
Yes, he was a plus.
But I
yourself with your voice, right? Like
no, it's anonymous. You can't chat. You can't talk. You're in the audience. Listen.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that would work really well for you.
But see, it's only fun if you stick the stick in the beehive and grind it around and cause chaos, and then withdraw and watch from a safe distance.
I think it's funny how he's like gamed it out. He's like, okay, I need a new burner, but on the new burner setup, I can't look at someone's profile because the fucking app like tells on me. It's like, you gotta fucking game it out.
The real challenge is the process of becoming able to watch from a safe distance silence.
So like that person who's in the audience right now, and you know, like who could it be? It could be Adrian, right?
Yeah, I do that too. I mean, I'll go into a room, then stick the stick in, wiggle it around, and then use my Anon account, you know, as the backup to catch the audio after I've caused the chaos.
You know, from multiple angles, being in more than one place at a time. Yeah, it's a powerful strategy.
And you know, there was a town hall about the Anon, and they were saying that they believe that this is a philosophical approach to essentially resolving a lot of the conflict in this app. And I'm laughing because I'm like, I don't know if they know who I am. I doubt it. But you know, the fact that they know that there are essentially terrorists supporting propagandists on this app, this Anon, in a way, does really take the vinegar out of their stew, I suppose. Like, by having somebody in the Anon, they're aware that there is someone random that they can't identify listening to what they would consider sensitive speech, because they know that in the Trump administration or in the present political climate, they could be labeled as hate speech and terroristic threats. So they do know now they have to be careful with what they're saying. And, you know, basically it's like shining light into darkness, or a detergent into a pile of, you know, dirty clothing. So I think it's an awesome way to essentially continue to perpetuate this app and really resolve a lot of the conflict here. I'm optimistic about the Anonymous. I think it solves the communication spam equation in a way, because some people are so ashamed at their behavior and what they say here, especially when there's an anonymous person putting them on YouTube. It course corrects them, and they're like, and then it just makes them. Hey, you see what I'm saying? It solves the. It's a solve.
Yeah, it's fucking interesting.
So are we just going back to the old days of the internet then? By having anonymous accounts? Like, that was literally the point back in the day.
Well, see, X Spaces is, you know, they're not going to kick you if you go into this, you know, some type of terrorist supporting anti-Semitic hate speech rooms. Like, there's too many people in the room. They don't really screen the way they do. This is a much smaller communication universe.
Also, X is not really interested in I mean, do they have the manpower to do that kind of administration work?
No, I think this app too. I mean, I reported somebody for calling me a faggot kike on here earlier. I doubt that they will give that person a party hat, you know, and make him create a new account. I mean, they just don't care about, you know, bigoted hate speech. And X also doesn't care. You can report.
Like that's the thing that a lot of these companies are learning, right? That like bigoted hate speech actually sells, right? Like Twitter/X is predominantly a hate speech platform now.
Yeah, it's insane. Like big rooms with insane toxic hate speech, glorifying Adolf Hitler, translating his speeches into English, like real, actual, active LARPing Nazis. It's intense. I've never, you know, seen Jewish hate propaganda like this in my life. I mean, it's actually very concerning, in my opinion.
You mean anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, anti-Semitic, Jewish hate propaganda, which essentially is almost at the threshold of calling for, constant death threats. Like it's that significantly toxic because it specifically isolates one minority on a major platform. Like it's infecting people's minds. I was just at the park. I heard two girls chatting and like you hear crazy. The park is like the real world, but this is like this very exclusive club, Clown House and Social Audio. It's like there's not a lot of people doing it. Many people just are unaware of the fact that people have these pretty intense anonymous conversations, or they do identify themselves. But the park would be the example of like people gathering together to have a conversation in the public square where a random person can be listening in, and then they don't feel comfortable if they're within ears distance.
Is this anti-Semitism use? Is it coming from a particular group or from like just the noise? Like you're just passing some girls in the park or some people talking, and it's just, anyone could be some anti-Semite.
I don't know. You have to listen to what they're saying. I mean, the girls at the park today, I heard them saying some like ridiculous things, but I couldn't follow what they were saying. But they could have been virtue signaling for all I know. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The point is, social audio is the mass communication distribution.
Yeah. Okay. So there's this propaganda that you call it, where
the point is, Jews are the only group on the internet that get consistently destroyed and attacked. Like you don't hear people talking about Hindus all day long or Muslims all day long, but with Jews, you do hear it all day long. All the other ethnic groups that receive bigoted hate speech, it's like a small minority.
Muslims get talked about.
No, I know they do. But what I'm saying, compared to Jews, it's off the radar. It's like 80% no Jews, no news, and 20% a mix of, all the other groups.
What I'm confused about is the right wing in North America. Like, do they hate Jews or do they love them or what? Like, what? Do you know, Adrian? Like, how we're anti-Semitic?
I don't know the demographic breakdown. Because it's so mixed. You might have some Hispanic guy whose lineage is from Spain, but he's from Mexico, and he's like a white Nazi supremacist, but he's not white. It's like you see hate speech crosses all borders now. Like it's like basically Proud Boys type, racism. But I mean, I don't even know if Proud Boys is a good example. I'm just saying it's like an internet.
You're getting it from the left now too with the Palestine.
Right, that's what I was trying to. That was the joke, but you more spoiled the joke, and that's what I mean, right? Like the anti-Semitism sort is coming from maybe what's it? Like Adrian just said, you've got you can't look at someone by their flags or even things they say they believe and be like, oh, well, they definitely believe and do those things that they're saying. They really
She's got no spirit.
Put their money where their mouths are.
It's like a triple vax, quadruple.
It's a lot of noise. It's a lot of propaganda.
Sucked out soul. It's hard to believe that this is God's perfect world, though, isn't it?
Impossible, actually.
I mean, that's why I go back to the belief that if you improve yourself, you improve the world. Like Caleb says, that's not the fastest way to do it, but maybe the best way. Is that what you said, Caleb? But my premise or my hypothesis is that the only way to truly improve yourself is mind and body. So that means books and the gym or exercise.
Don't forget healthy eating. That's important. A good chunk of people.
So that would be three things, I mean, diet, exercise, and books. Otherwise, there's no other real way to improve the world unless those are the fundamental ways. Yeah, but therapy's in the books. No, I agree. I'm not talking about reading bullshit. I'm talking about reading sacred texts, reading about stuff that deals with psychology.
Yeah, but I mean, also a therapist is trained to help you through those psychological issues, where sometimes metaphor might not.
Well, what I'm saying is a therapist can't do for you what a book can, because a book is software that you're running through your hardware to optimize yourself. You can have a lot of conversations and do talk therapy, but until you run the script, the program through your software, your hardware is not going to change. That's a theory.
Well, no, the therapist is like error correcting code.
Yeah, because if you just rely on the books, you're running it.
No, there's a bias though in the therapist. I agree. There's a bias with the books too.
Program of your already maladapted behaviors.
Well, there's so many books.
You're running the program through potentially corrupt software, right? So that doesn't help. That's why people need the error correcting code that therapy provides.
I get it, but therapy is a word which basically becomes like a cliche. I'm saying if you go to BetterHelp and you see those YouTube commercials versus picking up the Torah or Marcus Aurelius' meditation or the Tao Te Ching, that BetterHelp consultant who is an LGBTQ, superstar and is trans isn't going to give you the same kind of therapy that a book on God can. That is my opinion. It's my hypothesis. I'm sticking to it.
It's fun, it's nice, it's pleasant, but it's I don't know. This counts from life experience, but like read books, but also go do and make things and do things.
Right, you need to be a creator.
Right.
If you
translate what you know into animus, like actually be. That means like leave your house and shit.
I'm just saying, if there is God and God is creator, if you mirror the creator, you're an artist. And that is a therapeutic approach to dealing with the challenges of life. But I will also add, if the United States government ever issued a minimum basic income, it would help facilitate the therapeutic process for so many more people so much more quickly. Now, that may be socialistic or communistic in essence, but I'm just saying that the Federal Reserve and Congress are essentially just communication organizations. So if you're going to work 50 years to pay for DEI climate change consulting in Kenya with some type of education corporation, you as an American have to stand up to clown world and fight back with swords and books. That's my opinion. I mean, everybody here thinks debt is forgivable, right? I hope you guys aren't like never forgive debt type people.
That's how
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, basically, there's only two types of people: those who forgive that debt and those who never forgive debt.
Yeah, they need to forgive student loan debt, at least some of it, because like proportionally the amount people are spending, and then we've had like 4 decades now of it basically being as much of a requirement for being employed as going to high school was back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So it's just, yeah, it's crazy.
But see, in God's perfect world, there is the Jubilee, which is a debt forgiveness, plan. It's not a repayment plan; it's debt forgiveness.
Can I say Leprechaun's perfect world? That'd be okay.
yes, phonologically it would be different, but otherwise because there's no difference between. I mean, you have a lot of syllables you have to fucking deal with leprechaun, whereas God is like a real simple guttural, like ape-coded noise that you make with the back of the throat, the hard palate, and then like a really nice aggressive where you punch the back of your teeth with your tongue and you go God, long O. It feels good to say God, but you could say leprechaun and literally accomplish the exact same thing. So yes, you could. Oh my leprechaun, dude. Oh my fucking leprechaun. I can't believe this shit.
See, the thing about God is Yiddish, it says Alles is God, all is God, but that includes spam. But the point is, if you go to a buffet, you're not going to eat everything at the buffet like people do here in Clown House. You're going to eat just like the primary pieces of the best quality of food and leave it at that. You're not going to overindulge and eat too much. So I'm just saying all communication is spam, and therefore God is also spam. But God is also a comedian. And that's a comedy routine when you go on stage. That's actually just like a hypnosis for like 5 minutes to an hour, whatever your routine is. So make it the highest quality spam that you can make it, and you will essentially achieve more than others who can't achieve a high level of spam. And music is proof in the pudding. The greater the music, the higher the quality, the hypnosis, the better the spam, the bigger the financial success if you monetize it, to your best of abilities.
What do you say?
In God's perfect world, you have the ability to change your identity. And I don't just mean men dressing up as women on TikTok with beards and makeup. I mean real change of identity. Do you think there's anything in that, Cora?
Sure, I'm not telling you to be
You are.
I just kind of envied that scene where Case went to meet Lady 3 Jane for the first time, and they were like kind of in this environment where people were like going into sort of like booths and changing their skin and hair color just like from a menu. That's kind of cool.
But that's not always.
Okay, that means you.
And when I say changing their skin and hair color, like I want to have iridescent pale blue skin and violet hair sort of shit.
Like on fire.
Exactly.
Everyone's like an anime person.
Man, we should already have that with like augmented reality. We should be able to just like wear avatar clothes and other people see it.
VR chat.
VR chat.
I saw some people doing an interview. Like, how long have you been in VR for a single session? Some of the responses were insane. Just like, I once did VR like 18 hours straight, and like 27 hours. Everyone just casually like, yeah, I just get plugged into VR chat and I don't come out.
That's wild, but also not unexpected.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, good job.
yeah, like I just really like, women to be like, like natural IRL beautiful. Like I don't really care what their avatar looks like. Vice versa. What was the question again? I'm sorry. Basically, creating a court for a criminal court specifically for people who don't have citizenship.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of the system already has that, except I'm mistaken.
I get raptured instead and have like a glorified heaven body. So I cuddle with Jesus and shit in heaven. Sit here, chair or whatever. So I don't want to think about the digitized psyche or what the consciousness of a human really is, because I need that shit to work for my death, my fear of death. You son of a bitch, you fucking tempting me with your worldly sciences. I'm gonna go pray now. I'm gonna fucking pray.
Do you guys know this person named Hannah? She said she was booted from, sent me a message, said she was booted from this room.
What? She was booted from this room?
It's me that Nargis and Daniel Nero and a few other people, even you, Honey Badger, are in cahoots to try to stifle her from telling the truth. And
who's this person?
Hannah.
H-A-N-N-A-H?
Yeah.
She said that I'm trying to what? Stifle her?
Nargis and Daniel Nero mostly. Then she said, and I was just booted out of Honey's room. So he's in on it. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Yeah, we can bring her out of her room. I tell her that all the time. I think there is a common denominator, so Daniel must have something with her.
Yeah, she said she used to be really good friends with Nargis, and then she started seeing the true person. She was telling me all this personal shit that I have no idea what the fuck it's about. But
yeah, I just let her know that I'm not kicking her. I like her. I don't know.
I mean, where would she come up with this shit? I don't get this.
Well, there is some truth to that. She probably thinks that, like, I don't know, there has to be someone who's kicking her, because there is a common denominator, and that's why I'm acknowledging exactly what I am. I think Daniel's probably kicking her for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why she messaged me.
So did you give her like your best Tommy Lee Jones and The Fugitive? Like, I don't care.
I just remained unknowing. I said, yeah, I don't know anything about this stuff. So I had a hard time believing it, but I don't know. This is like real life to so many fucking people, and it's like turning a television on for me. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting a lot of weird messages lately.
Yeah, but that's the power of communication. Whether it's a simulated communication or the real world communication, the brain responds in the same way regardless. So I think that's a really interesting aspect about communication, where it could be all lies and total fake, and you're just completely deceived your whole life. I don't know, you see what I'm saying? Like the brain just absorbs and takes in whatever is thrown at it.
Yeah, I do. I see what you're saying, and that's true to some extent. We have to be able to filter out the bullshit. By the time we get a certain age, we should be a little more, know how to do that, right?
Well, it becomes information overload and spam, but you can fight back by also doing spam and trying to stuff the system with communication. And look at AOC; she's the perfect example of somebody who, and a lot of these Congress people, senators, they're all just content creators now. That's all they really do. I mean, even all the bills and drafting all that stuff, it's fully automated, and all the lobbyists generate it all anyway. So we're living in like the age of information technology, but it really is just the information like propaganda spam age. It's like there's no such thing as productivity anymore. There's just like communication, one-upping spam in this metaverse. Zuckerberg is at one of the key nodes. I mean, the guy's worth, $400 billion, $500 billion. Like, if you find yourself in one of those nodes as being the source and exchange of mass communication hypnosis, I mean, you're extremely rich. So it is like this communication information technology spam industrial complex.
I kind of consider it to be like what I would call a hypermarket. So there's like this over-competing actors trying to exchange and bargain for services and overexploit resources.
Well, like look around the world and you'll see, in villages, like billions and billions of people that are not engaged in this off-world digitally connected spam industrial complex. But once they get the taste of it, all these billions of people that aren't even on the internet yet. I mean, eventually the whole world will eventually become this like giant pyramid of social media spam to, achieve organizational power. And we're like the perfect example of it. It's really that any English speaking country is doing it, but all these other countries, I don't know if they're doing it the same way we're doing it, but I think the way that we're doing it, eventually the whole world will be doing communication the way that we as American propagandists do it, or spammers do it.
Do you think it's like some nihilist pit hole or something along those lines, would you say?
No, I think that there's always, the needle in the haystack, and this app proves it, that you could be like one optimistic, positive person filled with a room of pessimists and atheists, and all it takes is one candle to, one light to start the fire, to, restore liberty in the womb of time.
So, like you say, there is no productivity. I guess it varies based on like whether you're just sharing information recklessly or just for the hell of it, or if you're producing something that could be of ecological. It could be ecologically. It helps our environment sort of ordeal, right? So we're not just overexploiting resources, and that's harming our environment
environment and other life around us besides humans.
I don't know.
Like if we could figure out ways to use technology to better interact with other life around us and economize how we terraform our environment and a lot of other things. Like, would that not be productive?
I mean, the productivity of the information economy is completely different from the productivity of like the industrial age economy. So the problem is the information messaging itself is of so low quality that if all you did was listen to AOC, I mean, you're still stuck in the same place where you started. There's no personal improvement there. So the problem with improving the world is the communication quality isn't improving, and that whole TikTok, conspiracy about brain rotting the American population. I mean, it can be turned around instantaneously. The government can control the information to prison pipeline of spam in this environment that we live in. I mean, but we're not going to because they're such big businesses. But anyways, I'm just saying that.
Hey, you ever heard of Business Insider, Kat? Or Adrian, for that matter? Yeah, I have. Okay. I think what you said kind of reminded me of Business Insider. They do talk about the economization of eco boosts, like cleanup efforts, things that make life wellness better, right? More food, more fresh water, live longer, more sustainability. We still turning that into money. How can you economize that? Business Insider's pretty good at that. Yeah, another problem is that since we're alive, we have to consume other things that are alive, and that has different ethical spins to it, depending on whether like you're vegan or pescatarian, for instance. Like based on your mindset and what you think is ethical to consume. Like, is it possible to make things we can consume that could be healthy that aren't necessarily alive? That's an interesting question that many scientists are not asking. Is that sustainable and more viable than just eating things that are alive? Or like anything that's biologically derived, like is there a way to make digestible material that is healthier than what's naturally available to us and mass produced and stuff? That's my tangent.
I mean, how do you view communication being the fundamental first step in any type of significant change? So, analyzing the communication or upgrading the intelligence of the communication is fundamental in changing whatever situation this is. Meaning, I think the situation is already actually quite perfect. Now, a lot of people can't see that, but it is the equilibrium or the lattice of our simulation or situation or communication paradigm is so perfect. It's almost you'll miss it. You just can't. It's like impossible to detect. But there's this political economy component to communication, which is essentially will to power. So it takes a tremendous amount of communication intelligence to create the courage in someone to actually try to achieve, political change by will to power or taking action. So I'm just saying, studying communication or reading books, not stupid books like, for children. I'm talking about a wide variety of authors. I mean, that's the best way to improve yourself. I mean, I'm not saying rocket science. Obviously, everybody knows going to a library is extremely beneficial. But I'm just saying that on this app, our compression really matters because it's such a waste of time here. So if it matters here, it should matter in the real world. I mean, you should just be talking all the time. You don't talk all the time in the real world. Hopefully you listen. And then during that silence, especially on work calls, every time I've ever shut the fuck up and you just listen, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm an idiot. I actually shouldn't even be talking. You know, I'm not the subject matter expert on this. Like, let everybody else just get it out and just be the observer, like our friend Benji the Observer.
This is why they're defunding the libraries.
Are they? They really should. Libraries are awesome. I love libraries.
I thought they were pulling federal dollars from libraries.
I mean, all the money they do on book acquisition, all these stupid new woke books they put out, it's such trash. It's such, such a waste of time for so many people. It's like watching e-entertainment or something, or some type of junk TV in a book.
If you don't consume this, it's wasted.
I mean, that's not what people read. Like, the books that sell are young adult fiction because children are in school, and they're bored, and they cooperate and organize together, and they can be easily swayed because they're children. So, like, it's always young adult. Hunger Games, Divergent, Harry Potter. Those are the people that still read. Everything else is just, like, supported by the children that are being given, like, dystopian fiction. Usually multi-part. Has anyone read the popular children's book series Rainbow Six?
I gave up children's books about 6 decades ago.
I remember Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six largely as a series of video games.
I remember Tom Clancy myself.
And Splinter Cell was a lot of fun back in the day, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure why that hasn't been adapted to television yet. Something Clancy's licensing is really difficult or whatever. Yeah, there's probably an answer. Someone fighting over rates in some way.
So wait, is God's perfect world just silence? Silence now?
Well, I mean, like, there seems to be some kind of but yeah, most of existence isn't very noisy, I think.
So you could essentially say that politics is noise vibration.
Well, politics is a small subset of the noises that humans make. That's just one particular corner of existence. It's important to us, but like, does Mars or Pluto or Jupiter care all that much? Jupiter's much bigger by mass. Maybe our solar system exists primarily for Jupiter, and we're just like a weird, annoying, sentient byproduct.
They say that Moses named Jupiter after the Jewish people.
And by they say that, you're referring to yourself in the third person, gender non-specific they?
Like Big Lebowski, he says the journalistic we, I don't know, makes that it's a joke.
Right, like before, back in the day when the ancients were just looking at like lights in the sky, they could be like, okay, fine, there's lights up there. That's cool. Seems like a signal. Let's study the signal. Cool. But at this point, like with our knowledge of physics, saying Jupiter is just like, X size, significantly larger than we are. And just in terms of like the care put into all of the design and creation, quantity-wise, more care was put into Jupiter.
than all of humanity on all of Earth. Multiple Earths. Even more so by the sun.
So in God's perfect world, is there conflict?
Yeah, I think so.
Which God?
Gods.
I think that God designed man to have a diversity of opinion.
I think man designed God to have a diversity of opinion.
Boom.
But doesn't then it just become a game of, shutting up, because that would be the best way to one up the political spectrum in a way. I mean, or automating and scaling the power, to win power. I mean, this app is
What do you want power for?
Survival, enhancement. I mean, it's a game. It's like refusing to play the video game. I mean, a slot machine is not a video game. You're literally just spending 20% on every bet. Now, if you play an interactive game, which is kind of what life is, just like this app, there's this linguistic one-upmanship that's taking place, and it's to your detriment if you don't study it or become aware of it. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I don't mean about why do I want power. Well, linguistic communication strategy requires you to shut the fuck up, to meditate, to be silent, to just listen, and to stop thinking, to stop speaking, or to stop participating. It takes willpower or knowledge of that awareness, I suppose. That's all I'm saying.
Silence is boring.
I know, but look at it from the perspective of somebody trying to monetize or capitalize recordings, the recording industry, for example, the music industry, the movie industry. It requires people to shut the fuck up and create content. So content and contentment, I'm just trying to communicate. I am complete. And it's exhausting, by the way, to engage with people on this app that just, communicate, and just talk over you while you talk over them, and you create a bang room. I think it's detrimental and physically exhausting. It sucks your life force out of your being.
I think it's just compulsive entertainment.
Yeah, entertainment. That's the way I see it too.
Right, meaning if you're imagining any kind of an encounter with two people on Clubhouse, or multiple where it's like noisy. If it's multiple and it's noisy, you don't hear anything. If it's two people, they're yelling, they're interrupting, they're all heated, they're barely thinking through what they're saying, fine. The majority of the people are listening, paying attention, because it's entertaining. Right? So I feel like you're empathizing a little too much with the active participants, the people actively listening, talking, and you're not thinking through all the people eating popcorn, listening.
No, it's true. It's performance. It's performative theater. I'm just saying, being a performative theater artist and coming on here and engaging in, extreme communication, which is very loud and noisy, it's physically exhausting to do it, for many hours at a time. The opportunity cost is not being monetized on my behalf, but I still like doing it. But I do recognize that it's draining, but again, it's theatrical performance.
Well, because I think that I'm not saying that you need to be silent per se, but you should downshift into being a bit passive. You can let Clubhouse happen around you. You'll then understand your attachment to it a bit better, and then be able to step away more, I think.
Like I've said, it's like road rage. I mean, we're off in our little hermetically sealed space, and we're doing and saying things we probably wouldn't do in person, right?
I feel like I'd say most of what I say on Clubhouse in person.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people don't,
No, I know.
Somebody's
There's definitely people that make use of that distinction in the act. They don't maintain the decorum they would.
Right, exactly. The road rage incident. guy in your Volkswagen and flipping off the guy in the Cadillac, right?
But it's a safe space for a road rage.
It's funny that you comment that way because there was one time that I remember, and I don't want to say names because I don't want to criticize someone too much, but someone was running a room, very soft, even-keeled, friendly guy. I think he got into an accident, while he's running the room. And he loses it. He's sitting there, he's still talking in the room. I showed up after the accident or something. I didn't hear the accident or what he was like before thing. But when it did, he was just fuming at everyone and everything. People that were still talking, trying to give advice. He had none of it. And it was just night and day because this is the nicest guy. Very holds decorum all the time. But he went through a traumatic incident. Give the guy some space, I get that. But no, you're right. There are people that abuse the delineation between Clubhouse and being in person to just be sometimes horrible wretches. To say and illustrate disgusting terms, awful ideas. To some degree, it's a curse to the app. To some degree, it's the interest of the thing. Some ideas can be discussed because of this separation. But I still feel like decorum should be called for.
Yeah, I do agree.
Isn't the train wreck kind of entertaining though?
It is, and that's the lure, isn't it? But yet we still need to have some, a level of decency, I guess, or like watching the train wreck. We don't go, God, look at those guts.
While it's crashing.
But it is what lures us on. We all know that.
I prefer that when the conversations are not about the drama of the Clubhouse characters.
I prefer when these people don't drone on and on about these woo-woo topics that just, come on, man.
What's a more grounded topic that isn't woo-woo? Okay, here's a topic I was thinking through a little bit. It seems to me like there are three black holes in human conception understanding. Things that draw our attention, we try to understand them perfectly, we fail, and they're just an eternal mystery. Okay, so the three things are human intelligence as distinct from the animals. That's one thing. I know people might argue on that one. Two is the difference between living things and non-living things. And then three is the difference between existing things and non-existing things. Those three are because I was thinking through everyone talking about the psychophysical harmony as an argument for the existence of God. And one of the critiques was why are we talking about consciousness? Why should consciousness have anything to do with whether or not the world was created by a single non-physical entity, right? And it strikes me that there are these three kind of black holes pockets of can we come up with a good explanation? And consciousness is one of them. Human intelligence, what exactly is that? And the distinction between the living and the non-living. Which is why I think God comes up on those topics, those three. Existence, non-existence, living, non-living, and intelligent, non-intelligent.
That's just what I was talking about.
Hey guys, I'm pretty sad today.
What you got, man? What's the problem? We're here to heal.
Just in the morning, I got to know my parents were cousins.
I didn't understand what you said.
Said he's the product of incest.
In the morning, I was just hearing a conversation. My parents were having a coffee, and this slowly said, "Do you know we were cousins?"
brothers were cousins. Oh God.
Well, what are you worried about? Just like the lower IQ number, you know, or are you just a comedy routine? Because I get the feeling you're just pulling our leg, Dr. Muslim.
No, I'm not pulling your leg. Basically, I was born in a Muslim family. Seriously, I never thought my parents would be cousins. So
How has your life changed since you found this out?
basically, after learning that fact, for sure, I'm moving out soon.
Okay, so you got plan to grow up. That's a good thing.
Oh yeah. Johnny, do you have something to say?
Well, Ash, I was going to say, we're all cousins. Maybe to the 1 billionth of the 7th billionth. Right? So I wouldn't worry about it.
Is there anybody a Muslim so I can have a real talk? You can understand my pain.
Okay, well.
No, but I can role play. I'm kidding. You don't want any advice from me.
So Daniel, Nira, I'm wondering maybe we could do like a book club or a poetry reading room. What do you think, Daniel? I love it when you read.
He might not be there.
Yeah, he's been on break ever since I've been here, so
Oh, he's sleeping.
Is he talking to an Illuminati agent?
Cora, what are you doing this Friday night? You going out with the girls? Staying home reading a book? What's on your schedule, Dr. Cora? I had some people in my other room telling me that they hate you,
I can
Cora.
tell you my schedule, what I do this year.
What do you mean? Just started.
Basically, I was at the Harvard Brand, and in one hand I had beer, White Club, 5% alcohol, and in my other hand I had Quran. And basically, one of my friends decided a secret for me because my both hands were occupied. So basically, when I just became forward, I just
Fabulous. Fabulous. Let's do tonight. Fabulous. Let's do tonight. 8 at Crossed.
yeah, she's probably busy too.
oh yeah, maybe yeah. I don't think so.
Are you still harping on Issa? You think she's gonna pay her debts?
No. I was like, who is this John?
Look, those are my two mini me's right there.
Let me see.
Jonathan and Andrew. Yeah, those are my little mini Jewish cousins, John and Andrew. They look just like me. I'm the larger, more handsome, intelligent version.
No, you're because you're the whiter one.
Oh, they're cute.
Yeah, they're gay midgets.
Wait, how tall are they?
4'11". They're twins. They're like icons in Chicago. They organize all the beautiful women in Chicago. I call them, they're technically Jewish pimps.
They're Jewish?
Yeah, they're both hardcore Zionist Jewish pimps that organize women in drug distribution.
And then call me a faggot kite. That's funny.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
No, I mean, that you show that. That's funny.
No, I
Wow,
recorded
look at
it.
you. You look so young and skinny.
Nothing's changed.
No, you don't look young anymore.
Oh, you're projecting, fatty.
Come on.
Hey, John, so, Ryan Boswell, next to me, he currently is taking his psychedelics. So do you think that's changing, like, his neuronal patterns in his brain?
No, if you don't mix it with books, I don't think it actually changes anything. I think you just like actually brain rotting yourself. The only way to create new patterns is by infusing new wiggles into your brain through these things called words. So if you want to do like a hypnosis session, I mean, I could record you reading a book, for 10 to 30 minutes. I think that would be the best work you could do for yourself if you're
Wait,
going to use
before I forget you to ask after this. So I looked at your election thing that you put on your Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
and it says personal Instagram. Is that the Instagram you put all of us there, or is it another Instagram that's only you?
No, I've mixed all my campaign stuff with all my Clown House stuff. Everything is rebranded Republican.
That won't help. Like, I want you to win. Like, don't do that.
It's all spam, if the voters don't recognize that it's all spam, well, then they're going to choose the loser who's going to further impoverish them. So.
Like, the voters are going to see you're in Clubhouse and you're talking to us about nothing, and they're not going to vote for you.
Yeah, I know. It's a possibility, but...
Why are you doing that then?
I think John is a wizard.
Also, John, that's your new, transcendental sort of enlightenment, all communication is spam now. Instead of all communication is hypnosis, all communication is just...
Yeah, he's using the spam a lot now, I noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Abby. See, Abby, I have, a dual purpose here. I'm not just running for office. I'm trying to enlighten people with the fact that, they're unenlightened and getting scammed. And so, even if I don't win, part of this is like perpetual regime change. I mean, getting other random people to run for Congress to unseat, unethical people is it's a big part of the communication strategy. I'm trying to do spam army. And so as like a spam general, I don't actually engage in the battles. I may not win the war, but, I'm sending out legions of spammers to essentially destroy and disrupt and regime change perpetually.
Yeah.
Total automation of spam, complete at scale.
What do I want to say?
See, ideas live on forever.
You did spam me. Damn it.
When was the last time you broke a sweat, Abby?
And last night.
What were you doing?
Biking.
Oh, you were biking outside. You're one of those people who's got to work out outside.
Yes, and I told you. And you're like,
it's like not using
this
technology.
doesn't allow me to go to the gym.
Oh my.
I'm joking.
Goodness.
I'm joking.
Yeah, it's better.
Before this gets like real. No, I have.
Ryan, come on. You're not getting skin. You're not having dermatology problems because you're working outside. You're working some guy's fucking rod or something.
Next to people that don't wipe off the machines and put their dirty ass on everything.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I barely eat anything. So. Like,
Oh, my friend is here. My friend is here. We're about to do the pre-Shabbos prayers.
Oh, really? Oh.
Welcome, my friend. Did you enjoy our fucking roast of Cynic this morning, my friend? I thought it was rather funny. You were very funny, I thought.
It was a big waste of time, in conclusion. In retrospect, in hindsight, I wish that I had not engaged at all.
I agree, but because we're recording it's at least it's like we created something. See, this is interesting about art creation is a lot of times the mistakes end up becoming the genius gold, where you're like these unanticipated mistakes end up actually becoming something interesting because it was a mistake and it's part of the exploratory process.
Zach, what was the funniest part of that? Because I just thought that whole thing was just fucking maddening.
For me, the funniest part when I was listening in is when Cynic was saying, "You're gonna commit suicide one day," and then everyone was like, "Is that projection?"
That was a good one.
Yeah. I mean that when you hear somebody say like, is that not just like a pure projection statement? But anyways, I don't know. I mean, it's Friday night. The feeling is right, and I feel like the Shekhinah's coming tonight.
Why are you not my friend?
No, my crisis actor is here. Danny, can you say that Darren LaHood vaccinated you and your baby and killed your child with a Pfizer Moderna injection?
No. Wait, you're right. I did get Pfizer. How did you know that I did that when I was pregnant? Where am I?
Hello?
We can tell. Oh, wow. Is it really hell? We can tell the way you're talking. It's like we were talking to Pfizer. Yeah, I did have the Pfizer. Me and my son. So what happened to my son? When he grows up, probably he will sound like you. This is the real Abby. So do you have a new catalog of all my pictures?
Do you miss your mother?
Yeah, do you miss your mother? I saw you today. Do you miss your mother or do you miss your father more? I saw her today, but
And
I don't know.
What's up with like me abusing my parents and that's why I'm in a mental hospital? Are you projecting?
No, someone told me that you killed your parents. That was the rumor that someone made about you on here. No, it wasn't me. Someone on here said that you killed your parents.
Oh, pussy?
No, I don't know who it was. It was someone random on here that had said that you had killed your parents. Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Shabbat Kabbalah. This is the Andrew Meyer Magic Effect Show. Abby.
I really want to meet Andrew Meyer. Like, that's my dream in life. Did you tell me, like, Zach, you never answered me? Did I upset you?
What?
You said something, and then you never answered. We need Lisa to see this, so.
No, Issa's sleeping. Let her sleep. Oh, no.
I'm gonna bully her until I know that Daniel came in. So. Oh, I got blocked by Turkey. Modded because they are blocking Diogenes, maybe.
Oh my
So I
gosh.
bring you up.
Diogenes is trying to come in the room right now?
Maybe not. Maybe he will.
Oh, you hate Danny. You wanted to
Brush
kick
up. Here, there you go. I know that my friend has him blocked, so.
Oh, God, what a waste of time.
Christian or whether he's just a.
I think he's a troll, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the man should be arrested, thrown in prison.
Not according to their constitution.
Oh, Lord, you got more excuses than a nigga going to jail.
Because you get a lot of credit, and your judges, the judges appointed by your Democratic presidents, get a lot of credit for screwing things up for Donald Trump. So I just thought I would go back and refresh my memory. The Congressional Budget Office, I'm reading, was created by the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. The law was passed by a Democratic-controlled Congress. Both the House and the Senate were under Democratic control. But then it was signed into law. And I'm old enough enough to remember who the president was in 74. A lot of you may not even have been born in 74. The president at that time was Richard Nixon, who signed that bill, who I believe, if memory continues to serve me correctly, was a Republican. So to be dismissive of this analysis because it was a Democratic-controlled Congress that created the Congressional Budget Office, and therefore the veracity of anything the CBO comes up with that may not be seen as positive by a Republican administration must be dismissed is obviously ludicrous. But okay, let's just say the CBO, even though it's not true, I don't believe, is controlled by the Democrats and they're just trying to embarrass Donald Trump. Well, there are others who have analyzed this. You got any other budget model? I like to put them all in a local Andre House. And here comes to the judge. It's fully serious. Tax foundations. The first one, you tell me about this whole why everybody cares so damn much about it. And then you go tell me, who out there that I want to buy it? Brilliant. It's a the confidentiality of my life. Now, ocean is inspiring you. It would increase. You got any other two?
Can y'all please pretend
It's overwhelming. Yesterday, I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. Sometimes we have to remind ourselves of this. When they pass a bill, there are
my tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why
someplace. So when we talk about this bill, and there's been a lot of coverage about this bill, it's always about the money, right? Well, they slipped into this bill something that has nothing to do with the money.
Light is shed upon the righteous and joy on the upright.
In particular, the Supreme Court can do.
Joy.
Because if the court wants to sanction anything that's done by government in the future, according to this bill, the funding for that isn't there. Now, that's a little bit of a complicated way of getting to the bottom line. So there is a great Newsweek article that talks about the hidden provision in the bill that would limit the ability of courts, including the Supreme Court, from enforcing their orders. And it offers, this Newsweek article does, a kind of explanation. It actually quotes from the bill. And when you read it, and especially if you're hearing it orally, it's confusing. But let me jump past the actual verbiage of this portion of the bill to read one paragraph that Newsweek published in an attempt to explain it to people like me who may have trouble contemplating it. The provision, Newsweek writes, would prohibit courts from enforcing contempt citations for violations of injunctions or temporary restraining orders, the main types of rulings that have been used to rein in President Trump's administration. Unless something that really happens with citizens in government. So there are those who have gone further to opine, and I thank Marshall for posting something that brought this to our attention overnight. in the Critical Thinking Forum chat on Facebook Messenger, which is linked to at the top of the clubhouse room right now for you to participate. Just click on it and join. Which says that this actually leads to a demise of democracy if it is passed, because you lose the checks and balances inherent in the Constitution, to which we have an extensive conversation yesterday. Now, this led me to want to scratch an itch. When I researched this further, found this Newsweek article, and published it to the chat after Marshall's contribution yesterday. And this is not really to the topic at hand, but it's an itch that I just have to publicly scratch here as I did in the chat. And it has to do with criticism of the news media for not doing its job as well as the news media ought to. You know, the Republican Congress, there's an oversight committee right now that's been established to investigate the possible, and I don't know that it's been determined, at least publicly I don't think it has, but everybody has their opinion. Reduction of the mental acuity of the previous president of the United States, and who knew about it, and if it's true, and they're hiding of it from the public. There's a congressional committee right now that is actually called 4 or 5 staffers, and they want Joe Biden to come and testify potentially as well. And if those staffers who supposedly are in a position to know don't agree, and there are negotiations right now, they would issue us subpoenas, haul them up before Congress, and make them spill the beans. What did they know about Mr. Biden's potential mental decline? But in the context of this, and I don't know how far this committee is going to go, and if it goes this far, to me it stinks of McCarthyism. They are talking about looking at, now again, this may just be political hyperbole and it may never reach the committee officially, the quote-unquote cover-up, that's the term that they are using, of the president's decline by the mainstream media. Well, folks, the reason I bring this up is because while I just cited a Newsweek article about this little hidden provision in the big, beautiful bill, in all likelihood, most of you have never heard of this before today. And I hadn't heard about it until Marshall pointed it out in the chat overnight. Which means, and in my searching, my conclusion is validated that this has not gotten a lot of coverage. It's gotten minimal coverage. A provision of the bill that could potentially result in the demise of our democracy as we know it, because it would eliminate the checks and balances, not substantially covered. But nobody's calling that a cover-up. So the itch that I'm scratching is the use of the term cover-up. The mainstream media covered up Joe Biden's mental decline. In fairness, I think the reporters saw exactly what everybody here saw and reached whatever conclusion they reached, which sure there was disagreement among them, as there would be disagreement among us about what was going on with President Biden. Some people are certain that it was a decline in his mental abilities. Some people say it was not. Whatever. That's not the point. The point is, there was no cover-up. There was no monolithic decision by the news agencies to cover this up. There were editorial decisions made. And you got to be careful, by the way, about what you report if you don't really know it, especially when it comes to a person's health issues. So I'm sure that played into all of this. So I think we have to be very careful about calling it a cover-up. But if you want to call that a cover-up, we'll call this a cover-up too. The mainstream media is covering up this provision of the big, beautiful bill that nobody is talking about. But what people are talking about in the bill is the first part of my recitation today, that it goes absolutely against the grain of what they are allegedly doing when Elon Musk is walking across the stage with a chainsaw literally in his hands, holding it over his head. Now, if you want to take it a step further and try to analyze this dichotomy, feel free. That's too much for my little brain to figure out. Why would they do this? Why are they so duplicit? Why are they causing 30,000 people to lose their jobs, programs to be cut, and which may or may not be to the benefit of society? That's arguable on a case-by-case basis, with the express purpose of reducing the deficit while introducing a bill that increases it. I don't get it. All right, glad to see that my little dissertation brought a lot of people onto the stage, maybe some of you to figuratively bitch slap me. And if so, I'm welcome to a re-education from you collectively. I'll start calling people in the order in which I see them. And today that order begins with Scott.
It's a big, beautiful bill, and we love it, Gary. We love the bill. We love Baumgarten. Baumgarten loves the bill. Yeah, I have a couple thoughts in no particular order. First off, I think the sort of alleged hypocrisy between the quote-unquote fiscal responsibility and this deficit, the massive deficit increase that will happen is sort of some of the big and beautiful bill. And it's not only hypocrisy. I think it's what it is you can be anti-government and have no commitment to fiscal responsibility, right? I mean, well, maybe it's just disingenuous or something. Just being disingenuous, perhaps. But I mean, you can hate, which I think a lot of the people in the Republican Party just hate these programs, right? Just hate the government money is going to certain things like food programs and like subsidized medical treat care for poor people. And I'm not trying to demonize them. I'm just saying they think that's what government should not be doing. The government should not be about the business of this, right? That government is not the federal government's role, right? So you can celebrate all of this cutting just in the name of we don't think government should do it, right? And so I think, I think that maybe where the disingenuousness comes in is the idea that it's fiscal responsibility. I mean, that's just how they smuggle stuff through customs. It's the same thing with anti-Semitism, right? That's how they get the goods through customs. You know me, Gary. There's nobody bigger on the stage as defender of Israel or issues, speaks out against anti-Semitism more than I do. Critique it in my own party. But this anti-Semitism stuff at Harvard, that's the way you get the goods through customs, that's the dogs, and then really shut down the institutions you want to shut down. The fiscal responsibility, that's how you put it the window. Oh, we're doing the fiscal responsibility. That stuff is really about shutting down, about curtailing the government, right? About restricting
the role of the federal government. It's in, I'm not saying that Trump is taking all of his marching orders from Project 2025 or anything like that. It's clear, right? I mean, Project 2025 wasn't panned on the right? I mean, it's a window into what mainstream Republicans think right now, right? Not all. I mean, not all Republicans, but a good part of the party. So, I mean, I think that this idea that, hey, we just hate government, and it might not, we might even increase the deficit, but we're still going to cut the stuff we don't like just because we don't think government should do it. I mean, that seems to be what's going on there. Yeah, it is a fact that, look, both parties have had deficit problems, right? But it's also a fact that it's worse among Republicans, right? I mean, not drastic. The Democrats don't increase deficits, but we've only had surpluses among Democratic presidents in the past 2 decades. Namely, Lyndon Clinton. The deficits tended to go down under Democratic presidents, right? The other thing is, Obamacare and the Inflation Reduction Act, probably the worst piece of legislation name-wise ever. A big beautiful bill is at least kind of funny. The Inflation Reduction Act was paid for. It was paid for with tax cuts or tax increases. Now, people might not like tax increases, right? And then you can say, taxes can be this, that, or the other. But the Democrats had the intention of paying for that, as did Obamacare was paid for by tax increases. Now, what happens is, and one of the reasons I think Republicans are worse on the deficit is because they're allergic to raising revenue. But very, very, and also allergic to cutting a lot of the kind of spending that would need to be cut if you're going to be fiscally responsible. So what they do is they cut taxes, refuse to raise them no matter how much is needed for deficit reduction, and then just keep spending. I mean, they spend like drunken sailors. So, I mean, it's very interesting that there's this kind of narrative of the tax and spend liberal, right? The Republicans are the party of fiscal responsibility. That's just not true. I mean, it's just not true, right? I mean, let me just say it one more time. It's just not true. The Republicans don't have that record. And we have this narrative as though Democrats are really bad on this stuff. It's not the case. It's not the case. It's just simply not the case. Now, again, we can come up with all different reasons for that. And some of them might be legitimate, some not legitimate. But the fact is, the Republicans have a worse record on deficits in recent memory since Reagan than Democrats do. Now, my Republican friends will come back and say this, and this will be one of the arguments, that really the deficit is not going to be as bad as projected because these tax cuts will generate revenue. And you look at conservative economists, they'll make the case that in the Reagan era, the tax cuts doubled the revenue coming into the federal government from like $500 billion to $1 trillion or something, 50%. Sure, but the deficit's still went up because the spending didn't stop, right? So whether or not that's true in all cases that these tax cuts will be offset to some degree because they spike the economy and the economy is more productive, and then that productivity gets taxed, and then that increases the money in the coffers coming into the federal government. Maybe, I mean, we could debate that, but that will be the argument that that's what's going on. So, I mean, one other thing, two other things. First off, I mean, I'm not against all tax cuts. I think tax cuts can be really good strategic things. Especially, I mean, the time to cut taxes, right, is when the economy needs it, when the economy is slow. Here, it seems to be the opposite. We're cutting taxes, going to drive up the deficit, which is going to be not stimulative and probably contribute to a recessionary effect. So it's sort of like it's actually using tax cuts to do the opposite of the usual desired effect. Lastly, I just think this is stupid politics. I think Trump should listen to the Steve Bannon types, the populists that got him there. Trump said a lot of things. I remember when he was running in 2016, he said, I'm not going to cut Social Security, I'm going to save And again, not a very Republican thing to say. I mean, Trump ran as a different kind of Republican, right? That he was not anti-entitlement, that he was not this Reagan supply side guy. He should take that mantle back up. He should listen to Steve Bannon and the populists in his own party. I mean, Bannon has talked about taxing the shit out of rich people and doing stuff for the working class, right? That's real populism. But this bill is just a return to the kind of supply side conservatism that the party had rejected, right? People, the voters had rejected in Trump, and saying that no, we want a different kind of, we don't want the establishment Reagan supply side. So I think the embrace of this thing is just, I think it's going to be not a great bill. And it's also bad politics because it's the biggest transfer of wealth, I think, in legislative history from poor people to rich people. You're taking people's food stamps and Medicaid, and with that money, channeling that to tax cuts for the 1%. This is just, it's bad, I think, morally, but it's also just stupid politics. 21 people under $50,000 for the first time. Republicans generally don't win that group, right? So what do you do? I mean, stick with the one that brought you. You're going to screw the people that helped get you into office. So on so many levels, I think this is just bad. It's a bad bill, I think. I don't think it's big. I don't think it's big, but I don't think it's beautiful, Garrett. But I think it's just stupid politics. So, but, what do I know? Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Marshall.
You gotta come back to him doing something.
Okay. We'll now go through.
Marshall's my guy. Marshall's planning. He's on Amazon spending his tax cuts. His Republican tax cuts. He's already got them spent.
I see. John.
John, my man.
Wow, Dominic.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, I can wait. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not happy. This is just like another omnibus bill. All these bills are multi-trillion-dollar bills, and they should do it line item by line item so the president can void it out. And we have to start being practical, pragmatic, fiscally conservative people in this country. If we don't, we're all immoral, and I accept personal responsibility for it. So that's the way I view it. Thank you, Gary.
John, you don't have to accept personal responsibility. I don't think that it's within your control or mine or anybody's what they do in Washington, really. We can influence it, but we can't control it. But I appreciate your frustration, which probably led you to that pronouncement. Dominic.
Hey, Gary. Shabbat shalom. I don't know what to say. I hate to follow Scott because he was so eloquent and theatrical. Podcast pro. Flattery will get you everywhere, Dominic. I just, it's so weird that the politics is so tight. We're looking at majorities of 1 vote, 2 votes, 3 votes. If we were to flip this over and give the Democrats a 3-vote majority in the Congress, I wonder what the politics would be like. Would we have another impeachment? Would there be, an entirely different type of dynamic?
Well, certainly there would not be an investigation into the alleged cover-up of the alleged mental decline of the previous president of the United States.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, absolutely not. So I don't know, Gary. I'm confused about the whole omnibus thing. I just wish we were going back to
when Reagan was president, who was Speaker of the House then? Dick O'Neill. Yeah, it was a little bit, let's go have a beer and do a budget. And, people were actually, there was a sense that we were together as a nation and that we weren't literally trying to kill each other, Very difficult for me. I don't know what to do about it. Maybe I'm just depressed because it's Friday. I don't know what to think. I'm humble today. I'm gonna leave it at that, Gary. Thanks.
Thank you, Dominic Marshall. Are you back?
No, I'm still trying to figure this out. Sorry.
Okay, we want to hear from you, so please come back when you can. Steve?
Yeah. This stuff, the left-wing media covering up stuff, or whatever source of media you got. The fact is that we've become stratified in media, just like the country's become stratified. If you look at how MSNBC is going to present the story versus how Fox News is going to present it, they're all going to have their little angle on it, and they're going to have their agendas. To pretend otherwise is just asinine to the core. These are not people with clean hands. They're not people that don't have motives, that don't have political implications left and right. I do believe that most of these people had a pretty good idea. I mean, the average person could look and see what was going down here. And if you really wanted to know and you had any inclination to find out, and you was in a news division with access to resources that most of these media outlets had, they could have looked at it, they could have found out, they could have reported on it. The fact is that after he bombed on that debate, I was watching a panel for CNN, and they just went back crazy. The knots were out, the jig was up, they knew it, and they was ready to cut their guy's throat to the bill. Like Dominic was saying, that there's small majorities there. There's trade-offs that's going on. Anytime you don't have a majority where it's like herding cats trying to get through what you want. Scott's right though. Under Reagan, they cut taxes, revenues went up. The problem wasn't revenue. The concept that lower taxes won't generate better revenue. The concept was that politicians had access to more money and they spent it. So if you got something and it works, that doesn't mean the concept is wrong. That means the people that got a hold of the money have done something nefarious with it. But of course, Trump's Satan. Everything he does is nefarious. He's gone against you. So, these conversations become very, very difficult. It's like you shot a horse and you took your club out and you're beating the horse to death. Well, the horse is dead, we know it. So, grab your club, beat on, congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Steve, and we'll now go to Meryl.
I've got a couple thoughts regarding what Steve just said and what you've talked about. Steve just said that if the press really had dug deep, they could found out. I assume he means they could found out that there was a secret and that Joe Biden was mentally deficient. That's what I'm understanding him to say. With regard to Joe Biden, and I'm not cutting him any slack. I've been on the show and said I didn't want him to run. I said it right in the very beginning, and I love him, but I didn't want him to run. Joe Biden's problems that we saw that were very evident was the physical weakness. We saw how he had trouble walking. That's a man who really needed to be using a walker or a wheelchair. We didn't know anything beyond the debate. You can't talk about beyond the debate because most of the people here never listened to any other speech he gave. Never. They didn't watch him in France. They didn't They didn't pay attention, and they've admitted that sometimes.
He had to be minded back in France by two staffers at two separate times.
I understand what you're saying, Marshall, but let's go into this, Marshall. You know the Goldwater rule, right?
Yes, I'm aware of the Goldwater rule.
Okay, and what is the Goldwater rule? You always challenge.
That we should not assign actual diagnoses to the president. I'm not sure how that's relevant because the giant group of psychologists decided to break the Goldwater rule and say that Trump was like narcissistic or crazy or some psychological disorder.
Correct. But to go to what Gary was talking about, that's where the media has a problem. They don't know how far they can write about things because they don't have the actual diagnoses. They don't have anything other than that he has the prostate cancer. And I'm not going to say that there isn't something wrong. We watched it, but not to the effect. We don't talk about Trump. He's not in the headlines. He's not. His deficiency with his person. Not in the press. That's not.
So if you understand the situation, that there's nothing to hide and everything is open, so okay, you know, it's a big deal, so you know about it. But I know that he is a modern, that's all. These people who can contact with people who die and like this. Otherwise, he couldn't get all this information he knows about.
So you are entertaining that he's a sorcerer.
Well, that means I'm important. It says that I exist. It says that there are people who want to waste a lot of time and maybe also money about knowing details about. For what? What is
Hey, you have this in Israel? Do you have sorcerers?
I don't know. If it's true, it sounds to me a little bit crazy. But the government will put company to check information where my grandmother comes from. I don't know. Seems to me that
all information is available as a price with the right access.
So somebody told me that you can arrive to this information. I don't believe it, but maybe it's true. But even if it's true, so what?
Well, Cynic is in some type of a terrorist tracking database.
So what? But why do you care?
I don't care really. I really don't care.
He's got no problem, Cynic. He drives a bus. He lives on a kibbutz. His life is, pretty basic and calm. I mean, it's you, Dr. Cynic. You're the future of schmucks. I mean, if you unfuck yourself now, maybe there'll be a chance that your future life is unfucked.
John Kitover. Shalom, John Kitover. Love you.
Ribbonu Shalom, good Shabbos, Dr. Amos.
The comedy. Okay, comedy with a new name. Okay. Comedy come with a new title. Okay, I hope that maybe you have also a new mind. A new brain inside your head also.
Well, even if I didn't have a new brain and I had brain rot, it would still be more intelligent than Cynic's brain. That guy is total brain rot.
What do you think, Amos?
I think that I want now some Jewish some Kanis to come, like Shimi Beaton. You know Shimi Beaton? I want people like Shimi Beaton now. I have enough Palestinians. Now I need the Kanis. And then we sit together, Kanis and Palestinians.
Someone blow the shofar. Let's bring in some IDF Kahanists in here, some real Zionist patriots who can fight these anti-Zionist propagandists.
You want somebody to blow the shofar, do you?
Let's hear your best blow.
coexistence room, John? What's your goal?
Well, I'm a little bored, got a little downtime before my next project, and I just find these rooms to be fun, but I think until you define coexistence, you'll never have coexistence. And I never hear anybody here actually defining the term with existence. Get with existence. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah. Why don't you define it?
I think co is with, and then existence is to exist. So get with the flow of things is what it's saying. Which means obey the law. Stop being a murderous, terrorist, propaganda supporter. Stop supporting and promoting terrorism. That's what Cynic does. That's what a lot of these pro-free Palestine people do here on this app. They just propagandize.
What kind of response would you expect from what you just said? Come on, John, you're an intelligent guy. What kind of response, what kind of coexistence response would you expect? So you're not saying anything hostile, John. You're not saying anything at all.
No, I can hear you. I mean, I just told you my spiel. I don't understand. What are you asking for, Dr.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you have to say, isn't it? That's all he has to say.
It's my shtick. I mean, everybody here's got a shtick. You got a shtick. Amos got a shtick. Cynic got a shtick. We all got shticks. Why are you asking me about my shtick? It's different from your shtick. You expect everybody's shtick to be the same?
Yeah, it's all slaps, isn't it, John? Okay, when a room is called something and your intention is to do something else.
White people that I don't know bad meals. I don't get it.
You're a nice guy.
You know how many of you I have as my friends? Why you have so fucking many names? Can you stick to one?
Because you can follow what rooms they're in. It just leads you to other, conversations. It's not like it doesn't have to be weird.
People love your shimmy.
No, they don't. They want to piggyback on me.
Yeah, we just wanna hitch our star to your wagon. That's all.
My gosh.
Sit backwards. Amos, what are you doing for the holiday?
Well, I will holiday support holiday.
What? 5 minutes.
I really have no idea what my family takes me and go. I'm those people, don't say, don't want to do anything. I go there, he goes there, they go there, I go after everybody like with the wind. When the wind is blowing, I'm going with the wind.
I think holidays that we can do barbecue are more fun.
I mean, listen, if you can flow with the wind, you're like a skywalker. It's like being an angel. It's a good place to be, Dr. Amos.
It's true. I always try to be a good place.
So last year in Tel Aviv on Shavuot, there was like these carriages with like young girls wearing wreaths and somebody playing the flute and someone else reading passages from the Megillah that we read on Shavuot. It was beautiful. Took you back to like a biblical time.
Sorry, don't you read the Megillah on Purim?
Megillah Rut. Megillah you're talking about.
Megillah Esther.
Megillah Esther, yeah.
I didn't know we named Ruth the Megillah. Thank you for teaching me something.
Oh, God, thank you for learning.
I mean, Eitan, why can't the world just be like Skokie, Illinois?
You know, I miss Skokie, and I miss my youth there. And I even miss, like,
like when the Nazis wanted to march, everybody turned the whole community upside down. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that. You're too young for that, right?
No, everybody knows that story, and everybody's seen the movie with the guy who played Meyer Lansky. From Godfather 2, the guy that played Meyer Lansky is the guy who did the movie about the march in Skokie.
Wait a minute. Let me check this out. No, there's another movie that the one I'm talking about is called Skokie with Danny Kaye.
Oh, maybe, yeah, okay.
George Sanzan was like the Nazi guy. You know what I'm talking about? He was in one of those police shows, Law and Order or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? But is there like another version of this movie?
I don't know. I've never actually seen it, but I thought I saw a dust jacket with that actor playing, like, I guess whoever the, you know.
Abby knows all about this movie, but I remember when I was like 12 years old, they even interviewed me on television, and it was like the big thing on the dating scene. Where do you stand on this? And calmness and everything, banners in the windows. And it was a big deal, you know, let the Nazis march. And he thought he was going to win either way. If he wins, you know, you remember this one, right? If he gets the march, he gets the march. If he doesn't, he thought he was.
Yeah, well, if it's 2025, they would have just come on Clown House and created a coexistence room or a Free Palestine room with Amir or Edward, and they would have marched on the social audio platforms as they do today by the thousands, the hundreds of thousands.
Skokie, man. I don't think Skokie was more than half Jewish ever, though, but there was a lot of Jewish people there.
I think it's technically the second largest Jewish population outside of Israel. I mean, isn't it even bigger than Brooklyn?
No, you're thinking of, I don't know, Brooklyn or New York or whatever.
Yeah, Brooklyn's got to be the second biggest.
Yeah, but you know what the most famous restaurant there is? All these Israelis go to Pita Inn. Owned by Falach.
I mean, yeah, it's good, but it's not like that amazing. I mean, there are some other, I don't know, you know, it's good. It's good.
Well, I haven't been to Chicago like in 25 years, but there was like a few restaurants. I don't know if you were like frequenting these places, maybe you were eating other stuff, but Rocket Restaurant, Shalom, you know that one.
No.
Anyways, getting to specifically Chicago. Let's go back to something more controversial. Now for something more controversial.
See, people coexist everywhere. It's the lawbreakers that aren't the ones that are not coexisting. I mean, Chicago is a multi-ethnic city-state, and the only problem here is crime, and crime is agnostic. It happens. But the problem is you can't have coexistence if people won't obey the law.
They still have the Maxwell Street Polish.
Yeah.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, some guy just got robbed and murdered the other day outside of that place.
Oh, yeah. It's not funny, but it's just, I'm just laughing because it's so ironic. It's not funny, really. It's the way you put it was kind of funny, though. I mean, is it still the same place or they moved it?
No, it's still the same place.
It's a pretty rotten neighborhood. They used to be called Jewtown. They still call it Jewtown?
No. But there's a lot of vehement anti-Semitic, Jew-hating pieces of shit that sit on the city aldermanic council, and they have no problem espousing, essentially propaganda and death threats against Jews.
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, they wear the keffiyeh. I mean, there are literally jihadists in the city aldermanic council.
Yeah. Well, I left Chicago, so I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, this town sucks.
Sailing over for Michigan, John.
They're everywhere. I go to the park, there's women in burqas. It's unbelievable how many Muslims have infested America, the cities. I mean,
That's what happens when there's 2 billion of them in the world. I'm taking a walk right now in Brooklyn, and so many niqabs, full face covers, everything. It's crazy.
everybody's speaking Arabic. It's unbelievable.
What does those street beats look like?
All these jihadists playing fight.
I recently saw a woman in a niqab watching her husband and son play in the lake while she stood there in 90-degree heat, sweating underneath a black sheet. She couldn't go in the water, so she had to watch her son and father play from the distance. It was very sad. I felt so bad for her. And I could tell she didn't have enough water as she was essentially cooking underneath a black flannel in 90-degree heat. What a sacrifice for Allah. Truly, her faith is divine.
I mean, if that's what you consider a sacrifice, what's more of a sacrifice? A woman shaving her head and wearing a wig at 90 degrees?
No, why can't a woman get into the lake with her husband and son in a bathing suit and enjoy the sun? I mean, why does she have to be so modest?
We have that in Judaism, too, John.
I'm just saying, if you're sweating underneath a wig and you're an Orthodox woman, I mean, it's a cultural thing. I reported you, Cynic.
They're not wearing fucking niqabs in Judaism. I don't know what Judaism you're talking about.
Look at my profile, Cynic. I reported you. You called me a faggot kike about 30 minutes ago. I've reported you. I expect your account to be terminated shortly. You'll get a party hat soon, I'm sure. You'll be back.
Why does almost always leave the room? I don't understand this guy. Why does he make a room and then leave it?
He's tired. He's ready to go to sleep.
Exactly, this room sucks.
You know what makes a room suck? It's the people, really, that make it suck. Because after all, the app is basically nothing. It's the people who suck.
One person at a time here. Okay, let's hear Cynic.
I'm just saying, if you had a higher pitched voice, you would make blast break.
If you had more of a nasal voice, you'd technically be like a leather-skinned drum or something. I don't know.
Glad I don't sound like you.
Yes, you do. You sound just like me all the time. Cynic, have you ever been accused of being Jewish with that nasally, raspy voice you have? I'm sure you have.
Not really. People don't associate Middle Eastern look with Jews.
You've got a Middle Eastern look? What makes you look Middle Eastern?
If it's on lockdown in the street, assuming he looks like in the PJ. People are not going to assume he's Jewish. They're going to assume he's Middle Eastern.
Oh, well, Jews are Middle Eastern, so their assumption would be correct.
They see sandals, they know right away he's not Jewish.
Well, this is California. Everybody wears.
That's because Jews have grooming standards with regards to clipping nails. Cynic probably has toe fungus. They're probably all yellow and dirty at this point, and he's got these cheap plastic sandals that he wears. He only repairs laptops, and he's here 80 hours a week, so he can't actually be pulling down a decent salary. Are we right, Cynic?
Damn, he just cooked you, bro. Woo! Hey, I'm gonna get a fire extinguisher. He lit him on fire.
Seriously.
I expose more ignorance. Are you kidding me? This loser's here 80 hours a week trying to free Palestine.
This guy is entertaining.
Johnny, if you could visit any
Perhaps the kind of person you are here, you're kind of fucking.
He's more entertaining than you ever be, bro. That's the funniest part about it.
You can't say shit, bro.
You're the most boring fucking person on this app.
Loser.
I'm the loser. You're the fucking loser. Like Don just said, you're on this app 8 hours a week. I'm gonna figure out all this. Damn, that sounds like a great life.
chill.
You look like a retard? Well, I'm sorry that you look like a retard.
All right. Guys.
You don't know what I look like, so how would you know if I look like a retard? You can tell by my voice I look like a retard. You hear this, guys? This is ridiculous. This is the education motherfucker right here. The education he got into Gaza when he was there for the second intifada.
Yeah, how old were you during that intifada experience, Cynic? And did you get a quesadilla?
You live in Gaza.
you when you lived in Gaza, Cynic? Please tell us all.
What memories of the intifada do you have, Dr. Cynic?
I don't care about this clown.
Yeah, what memories do you have?
Everybody knows the fucking comedy guy's a clown, so I don't need to go.
Nah. Everyone knows that you're the clown.
Everybody, I just want to let you know. Also, everybody thinks you're a clown too.
Do you think I give a shit what people on Clubhouse think about me?
People know.
For you to even make this comment shows that you really care what people think about you on a fucking app. That's fucking hilarious.
Comedy must have some sort of.
Oh my god, man, that's just so funny, bro.
It's experiential comedy, Cynic.
Crazy, dude.
You're the material. Don't you get it?
I think I give a shit what people on an app think about me. That's funny, bro. That's the funniest thing I might have heard all week, actually.
Listen, Harry, they're not judging you personally. They don't know you.
I don't care if they're judging me or thinking about me. I don't care. All I know is that I live in you guys' head rent free. I live in all y'all's head rent free all the time. That's why you guys know me. And that's why you know John, because that's what we do. We live in your heads rent free.
No. You hop into stages where we are present, and then you guys disrupt because you are trying to cover up for your.
Disrupt what? There was nothing going on. No one was talking in here. What are we disrupting?
Well, you guys are not.
Is there an intellectual conversation going on? I don't think so.
Intimidated. You can't exist. That's the point. You're incapable of intellectual discussion.
Cynic, they cooked you earlier today for like 3 hours in that room. What are you talking about? Daniel cooked you in that room. You had a Game Boy cook you all day long, bro. That was funny, bro. That was actually hilarious.
All right, make a point right now. What did he cook, man?
Well, what do I need? I don't need to make any points. I'm sitting here playing video games, listening to you, bro. It's fucking hilarious.
Point proven.
Well, I guess you just made a point then, right?
I did.
Do you feel better about yourself now?
That's all.
Do you feel better about yourself now? Are you gonna fall asleep tonight, knowing that you proved the point?
I'm all about honesty.
Oh yeah. You're all about honesty. You don't even know history. How are you gonna be honest if you don't know history?
I'm gonna cover it up, man. You're an idiot.
Cover what up? That's not my job to cover anything up.
Yeah, you're covering up your idiot.
You called me a kike faggot today, and you said I should go kill myself and commit suicide. What kind of advice is that, Dr. Cynic?
You are. I just told you.
You hear that, gentlemen? I give you your coexistence. This is Cynic's coexistence. He called me a kike faggot and told me to kill myself. Is that coexistence to you?
It doesn't sound like. What about you, Almost? Do you think that's coexistence? No answer.
And he calls me the clown. It takes a clown to know a clown. It's all projection all the time with this piece of shit.
He's on this phone. His mommy's calling him.
This is coexistence, yes, of course.
Oh yeah? Do you know what the definition of coexistence is, Almost?
What?
I'm asking you.
What's the definition?
I mean, you're the one that made your room name coexistence every day, so I want to know if you know what it actually means.
It can be in a lot of perspective. How to look about coexistence.
Oh no!
That's okay.
No!
The rest of the people, we don't want them to be with day. Me and Lee and Harry and Chucky and Cookie and Coco. Ceylon.
Who's Coco?
Only Jewish people, because we don't want any Palestinian to interrupt us.
That's actually not true at all. We have more than just only Jewish people in our rooms all the time, actually. So it's not true. I don't know who told you that.
Show support or supporting Israel.
What's wrong with supporting Israel? So you shouldn't. You be supporting Israel. You live there. You don't support your own country.
I think that in Clubhouse we should try to make coexistence. Harry, why would you support Israel? 2020.
Why would I not support Israel?
Why would you?
Because I'm from Israel. That's why I support Israel.
You're not from the West?
I'm from both countries. I could be from both places. It's called dual citizenship.
You were taught in school that what they're doing is wrong.
Who's doing is wrong? Hamas?
Israel doing is wrong.
What is Israel doing that's wrong?
We're never taught in school
That is
What is Israel doing that's wrong? Can you? I'm asking. What is Israel doing? Huh?
asking you.
Breaking every
No one
commandment.
ever taught you that the actions of Israel is wrong.
What are the actions of Israel that are wrong?
Breaking every commandment.
I'm not talking to you, Cynic. I'm talking to Auntie.
I can talk to whoever the fuck I want. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's
I am.
Harry,
So cute that Bud Buddy attacked me. Oh, that's so cute.
They're breaking every law.
That's the answer for you. You're gonna let him answer for you, Auntie, or you can answer the question yourself, like a big boy.
bro, he just bitched you, bro. Like, I don't know.
Ditch me what?
No, Cynic just loves to cast dispersions, but he hates to deny. He denies October 7th every chance he gets. Never discusses it.
Harry, I'll ask you
I'm gonna break his ass in half.
You break his ass in half. That sounds gay.
So, Harry, you were never taught in school that, a nation like Israel is, not a good nation and is evil as well.
It's not a good nation and it's evil. Brother, this is a coexistence room. Take your anti-Semitism to the hate speech room.
It's conduct.
So how would you know if it's evil or not?
It's conduct. It's conduct.
Have you ever left
for a line of what we call nation.
What state are you from, Auntie?
Listen, ask me a question. All I asked you was, did you not learn it?
Cynic, you're eating your own tail. You're an Ouroboros. You're like a self-eating snake.
In high school, that's not what we were talking about. I went to school in America, so I don't know where you went to school.
When we taught in America, you were taught that if you want to take somebody's land, you're not to kill them. That's what you taught.
Who's America? Let's
I don't know. Are you taught that in America? Are you taught in America?
You sound like you think that you're smart, but actually, I'll
I'm just asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question.
No, you really are. Go ahead.
All I did was ask you a question.
Let's talk about it.
All I did was ask you a question.
Okay, I'm answering the question. Who took whose land?
Were you taught in America that if you kill
I
somebody
already answered that question. How many times are you gonna talk
What was
about
the
the
answer?
same question?
What was the answer?
Who's took whose land?
I told you we learned about it in school here that Israel is not an aggressing country and is not evil here in America. So I don't know where you heard that information.
Really? They teach you that?
That's not even what I asked you. All I asked you was, in America, are you taught that a nation
English? Are you learned?
Yes. Are you
I'm not gonna talk to somebody.
Did you learn in school in America? Did you learn in school in America that you were allowed to just go around and kill people for their home and land?
Oh, so now this is a different question. That was not what
It's
you
the same question, but you
No,
told
it's not the same question. Every time you change the
wanted to
question,
try to attack
are you gonna keep up with the same question, or are you gonna change the question every
Buddy, are you gonna answer the same question I asked? Or is it problematic?
Oh my god, this guy's literally a retard on Clubhouse. Another retard Clubhouse dumbass.
Okay, so what school taught you to kill people for their home?
Do I kill people? Where do I kill anybody?
Bro, buddy, you're
Where did you go to school to come on Clown House and ask these difficult questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over again?
I'm friendly with you, bitch.
All I asked you was, did you learn that Israel is a good nation in school? Why you catching up?
I told you yes, you learned. Israel is a good nation that doesn't do what you're saying that they do. That's what I've learned.
So they don't
Is that
do
okay for
anything
you?
wrong?
Want me to say it another
Why?
5 times?
No, let's hear you lie again. Do you think they don't do anything wrong?
Oh, let's see like, is that what you're trying to do? That you think that I'm
Let's say it again.
That
I want you to say that you believe Israel does nothing wrong. I want you to say that you believe
actual information all that you presented the whole time, right?
Oh, now you don't know how to speak English? I'm asking you one thing. Say that Israel does nothing wrong.
Okay, you're retarded. I'm not gonna talk to you.
Are you kidding me?
I got this guy.
No.
I don't know what point you're trying to prove. What do you want me to say something that I'm not going to say? What are you going to prove?
Black guy.
Yeah, I'm talking to 2 retards. My God, it's just fucking hilarious.
That's you, bro. You just said you support Israel.
The guy that's never seen what I look like, knows what my color of my skin is by my voice.
He's
That's
literally
funny.
a black guy.
Another guy trying to get me to say something that I don't agree with. That's the funny part.
You have
There's no point at all. My God, I'm a retard dumbass.
Welcome back to another episode of Super Stupid Hypnosis.
Oh my god. Okay, yo, so I want to ask you, Harry, why are you just taking a knee for Amos, begging for recognition? Can you tell us that? You can't even. I almost did Israel. Does Israel do anything wrong? Did Israel what? Does Israel do anything wrong? If Israel do anything wrong, Israel do a lot of things. This guy's a retard.
Look, it's called a conflict, so everyone is going to do something wrong.
I mean, this guy's questions are so open-ended. It's like you're talking to.
You can talk to that guy without me.
Wrong? Did Israel do anything wrong? Like little 5-year-olds ask this question, bro. Ask him more.
Didn't you just say that? Didn't you just say you just? Didn't you just say you just went to school, Michael?
First of all, learn is not a word.
Are you even old enough to be in this apple?
Holy shit, dude! Learn how to speak English.
Show us your ID. Look. Got 18-year-olds think they're sick.
Has Hamas done anything wrong? Can you answer that question?
What are they doing?
They haven't done anything wrong.
I'm not like you. I stand up.
So what are they?
Again, Harry, this is a total waste of time. You'd be much better off preparing for Shabbos.
This guy thinks the terrorist organization doesn't do anything wrong. It's funny.
Okay, so what is the terrorist
Do you
organization?
live in America? First of all, do you live in America or not?
No, what is the terrorist organization?
Do you live in America or not? Do you live in America or not?
This guy's fucking retard.
Was
Israel established by terrorist organizations?
Self-declared.
A country where there's like brutality and like.
All right, now you're making mess over here. Then.
We are not making a mess over here.
So none of your business.
No, we're not making a mess over here.
This is none of your business, bro.
It is our business. American culture is my
So you
business.
adopt other people's problems. That's what you do.
No, American.
Tyrese all over the place. These Republicans are they're out left field. They don't realize how many Americans aren't going to be able to recover from this. And with 50% of all bankruptcies in America tied to medical expenditures and bills, that's only going to go up. So, and the fact that Elon he went around, like I said, he's going to put all these programs in the wood chipper. He went after the IRS. The IRS, this tax was going after the money that is owed this country. And they're talking about massive amount of revenue now not being able to be collected. Sophisticated brain power, subject matter experts being let go to go to war with these corporations and these tax dodgers and these overseas account holders. I mean, there's billions and billions of dollars that these Republicans are protecting at the expense of the little guy. So, we need to wake up. The 2026 midterms cannot come soon enough. And Trump doesn't have to be reelected. He can slash, double speed, do what he wants, and he can go grandstand with the steel companies and we gotta ask ourselves, why does a Japanese company have to own us? Why are we owning the Japanese company? So what's going on there? How do we fix that? So, people don't understand how the sausage gets made in Washington, and most Americans don't have their representatives here. The wealthy do, the lobbyists, they're all over the place. Don't get me started with the court, with the judge, with the evisceration of judgments by our court systems not having to be followed. Trump has taken us back to the original divine right of kings. This is what our founding fathers, as imperfect as that was, they still had the judiciary there to check the oversight and the laws coming down the pike and the minorities that are going to be impacted and whatnot. Otherwise, Washington, we should just get rid of them. Let's not have courts. We'll just have Washington will set the stage as the new king in chief. We'll just have courts to settle, whatever small town matters and whatnot. And so that to me is obviously who was sitting around at the table while that was getting added into the bill, and why did that not obviously jump off the page or get sniffed out? And what are the watchdog groups that are protecting our democracy? That should be like buzzards over the White House now watching this guy. So
I hope the Senate wakes up to a lot of these things. I don't know if they will. The filibuster I heard is there's talk that they're not going to honor that. Procedural mechanism that both sides have enjoyed. So that's another fear factor that I think hopefully to the Democrats' advantage. Let's face it, Gary. The clock's ticking for them in this Project 2025. Get all this enacted before they're not in power anymore. Oh, there's a zealousness there that I think is catching a lot of people off guard, and we're all gonna suffer the consequences. And I'll land there. Thank you.
Here's the problem with governing in the manner in which we are, and both parties have done it, and the proof is in the pudding. There were decrees that were issued by Joe Biden. For example, protecting certain waterways that were considered national monuments against commercial fishery. Not arguing whether it was a good decree or a bad decree. I'm using it as an example. And then by decree, you get the next president who says, well, we're opening it up to commercial fishing. We're hampering the ability of that enterprise in our country to flourish. The previous president was anti-business, pro-business, so we're opening it up. The conservationists are right, but people who voted for Donald Trump and who believe that the Democrats are anti-business love it. And we love our president until we don't, whoever that president may be. Then we tire of our president, and then we often vote for someone from the other party. Eventually, maybe not in the next 4 years, maybe not in the next 8 years, but eventually there will be a Democrat in the White House, and then that Democrat, by that president by decree, will then likely say, we're going to save those fish. Those commercial fishermen have to leave. We have no concrete policy. Same goes for, of course, our foreign policy. What is our foreign policy right now? It's not the foreign policy of the previous administrations. It's a marked change to that foreign policy. You can agree, theoretically, with every decision that this president has made, and still be concerned about the precedent that is being set by him and his predecessors. Because, as Marshall pointed out earlier this week, Congress has abrogated its responsibilities. And, by the way, in some cases, Congress has not abrogated its responsibilities. They just disagree collectively with the policies of this president, but it matters not. Tariffs are a prime example. That's the purview of the Congress, but perhaps heretofore not. Anson, Howard, and Ben, although we will give Marshall one last opportunity, and then we'll wrap it up for the weekend.
While the room was going on, I went back to Treasury data on deficits, and I noted that over Bush's 4 years, he accumulated about a $2.3 trillion overall deficit. Remember, he started off with a surplus of $200 billion. The Obama administration accumulated about $7.6 trillion in overall deficit. That was 8 years. Trump accumulated a deficit in 4 years of about $5.5 trillion, and Biden over 4 years accumulated a deficit of a little over $8 trillion. If nothing is done, if the big beautiful bill is not passed, then the trajectory of deficit spending will continue on the upward, and we will be looking at $10 to $12 trillion at least over the next 4 years, not 8 years. $10 to $12 trillion unless something is done. And the first attempt to do something is to reduce that rate of increase such that the total accumulation is only about 3 point whatever trillion. So 3 from 12, we are, with using this bill, you can be argued that we are reducing the growth in the deficit by some $9 trillion if this bill is passed. And if the bill is not passed, then we're looking at double-digit deficits over the next 4 years. Neither party knows how to fix this. The country does not know how to fix this, and the country will go down just like the Roman Empire, just like the British Empire, just like the Dutch Empire, and just like several dynasties in China went down, because it is human nature to spend more than you make until you run out of money to spend, including in wheelbarrow sizes for a loaf of bread. We've seen other nations going through this. We're going through it now, and we do not have the political will or the political understanding of how to get our economic house in order. In order to do that, we'd have to do things like increase the retirement age to 85 instead of currently at 65. Increase the Medicare eligibility age to somewhere 70, 75. I mean, those are the kinds of things that are going to have to be done if we're going to regain our economic stamina. And if we don't regain our economic stamina, then we become much less than we've ever been in the lifetimes of any of us. Thank you.
Hanson, I'm trying to understand, because you threw some numbers at us. So at the beginning, I read through the synopses of 3 estimates of the Big Beautiful Bill,
right?
Which basically say that they would, if you take the 3 together, and it comes to an estimated $3 trillion increase over 10 years,
right,
to the federal deficit.
Right.
You're suggesting that if they just continue with continuing resolutions, change nothing, maintain the status quo, the increase will be greater than that? Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. The increase, if you just look at the Treasury data, it shows take out the COVID hikes for those 2 years, 20 and 21. There is a steady and an inexorable increase in deficits that were bottomed out around 2015, where the deficit for that year was like 0.9 trillion. And it's gone up at a significant rate ever since then, including the Trump tax cuts and all that. And I'm saying that if this bill does not pass, if we just stay with the status quo, the current laws, the current taxes, and everything else, we will be looking at $10 to $12 trillion a year deficits per year if we're not careful. So a $3 trillion over a 10-year period versus doing nothing, which could be double-digit trillions over those 10 years, makes, at least it's a step forward in reducing the deficit spending as a measure of spending more than we make in revenues every year. But be that as we have got to raise taxes. We've got to raise taxes back to World War II levels. We've got to bring social programs back to where they were when I was living in the 1940s and 1950s. I mean, that's the kind of drastic measures that have to be taken by an empire in decline to regain the toughness to reestablish itself as a leader in the world. And we're incapable of doing that.
So I'm not challenging your numbers, but I want to suggest that taking your numbers at face value, and they may be spot on, they may be off a little bit, doesn't really matter. The overall point is, this bill reduces the increase of the deficit from your analysis, which
Exactly.
is significantly.
Yes.
So I want to point to a massive character deficit on the part of the president. Or maybe it's just because this is the way he fights coming into New York and just the way he thinks. Because it's always a battle. It's always somebody trying to get Donald Trump. It's always the enemy of the people. It's always the Democrats. It's always the judges. Instead of responding to the CBO analysis and saying that analysis is accurate, America, and it shows that we are doing the right thing. And here's why it's doing the right thing. It's going to save us $10 trillion. I'm just using that figure based on what I remember you're saying. Let's just use that figure for the moment, just for the argument. He could have said it saves us $10 trillion over 10 years. This is a good first step in the right direction. And so the CBO analysis justifies the desire to pass the big, beautiful bill. But that's not what he did. He said, the CBO, it was created by Democrats and it's controlled by Democrats. Come on. American people, the people of the United States, by and large, are willing to listen, as eyes were listening to you, to fair arguments in support of the bill. That's an argument that you just presented. Never hear this from the administration, not just from him, but even his surrogates. I haven't seen any of his surrogates pop on television today and run to the three major networks with the message that you just gave. That's a really huge failure of this administration, in my opinion.
Well, if you ask me for a character reference of Donald Trump, I will never give you that.
I'm sure. Thank you, Anson. Howard?
Yeah, hello everyone. Hey, Gary. No, excellent point, Gary. And, even just coming back real quickly, because it was brought up a couple times, the whole photo op today with U.S. Steel, it is really insignificant at this point in time in our history. Back in the 1950s, U.S. Steel carried like 50% worldwide market share. It has like less than 5% market share. It's not even the largest steel producer currently in the U.S. That's Nucor. Essentially, U.S. Steel, you can basically do a parallel with Sears Roebuck, how Sears was such a dominant retailer. Now, if we
IBM.
Sears, that Sears is being sold to a foreign entity, at this point, who cares? It's already been destroyed. Question that I have, and I'm just interested in what the sentiment is. Do we believe that Bill's going to get the Senate's going to pass it?
Who the hell knows? The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to prevent it, and the conservative, it's an odd coalition. The Democrats are going to oppose it, probably because the president is so much in favor of it. There may be other reasons as well. And the fiscal conservatives in the Senate might oppose it.
Whenever they chop it up into smaller bills too.
Listen, Marshall and Howard, if they chop it up into smaller bills, and I'm in the U.S. Senate, I might vote for all of those bills, with the exception of the one that takes the power away from the judiciary. They can go to hell for doing that.
Right. And where I'm going, Gary, just connecting to a comment I made yesterday, I believe this administration is going to get to its tipping point, meaning the honeymoon period's over sooner than it realizes. And if it gets to that, I got to believe it's just going to add to the frustration that it's not only, yes, we want to be more fiscal responsible as a country, but there's also just the other emotional side of power in the executive branch, specifically power in the office of the president. And if that continues to get neutered, I can only imagine that there's going to be an inverse correlation with frustration, and I'll end it there.
And couple that to my argument, if you don't mind me attaching my horse to your wagon, or my wagon to your horse.
Please do.
that it's too myopic and to suggest that this is all about Donald Trump. It's about future presidents. So even if you are a huge supporter of Donald Trump, you have to think about what happens when the next president is diametrically opposite in ideology from the one you support right now. Something that Americans need to think about, but I don't think that they do because they see everything as an attack personally on Donald Trump. And maybe that answers my question of why he didn't come before the public and parrot what Anson just said, because he needs to show it's us against them, or worse, them against us. They are the enemy of the people. And it works. It works with his base anyway. Thank you, Howard. Marshall, do you want to try now? This is your last opportunity. I keep calling on you.
Okay, I just have one question. The piece of the bill is supposed to get rid of the judiciary. Does it just end the judiciary? The reason I'm asking is because I don't think congressional law can end what's explicitly written in the Constitution.
Oh my God, you're the one who brought it to our attention. And you're asking me.
I'm not bringing it to anybody's attention.
Did you not post a video of a guy articulating just what you just said?
Maybe, I don't know.
You don't know. Maybe I'm giving you credit for something that you don't deserve credit for, Marshall. You should just accept it.
Thank you very much.
Coming from me, I don't give credit to anybody for anything.
Well,
the provision.
Let's go back to this.
Okay, look, let me read this.
So I think the omnibus.
Okay, no. I want to read you what it says verbatim. This provision in the bill. And you decide for yourself.
Thank you.
No court of the United States may use appropriated funds to enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given when the injunction or order was issued. So according to the Dean of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, the provision would, quote, make most existing injunctions in antitrust cases, police reform cases, school desegregation cases, and others unenforceable. It serves no purpose but to weaken the power of the federal courts. So that would include injunctions against the executive branch.
It would get rid of injunctions and TROs. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea at all, in any way, shape, or form. I also, just as a general practice, don't like omnibus bills. It's just kind of my thing. I think the Senate and the House should work in regular order, and they're not. So I guess it's kind of my thing. Apparently, the president, I read something earlier today, so the president through means not going to Congress has had the largest tax hike since World War II or something like that. I have to find the exact article and send it to you. Anyway, I'm not a fan of omnibus bills. It's too easy to say there's awesome stuff in it. It's too easy to tuck in stuff that's not very good for you. I don't know. I will say in response to Scott, it is on the natural level Republicans not caring about programs in that way, or food programs in that way. But I will tell you, in Texas, I can only speak for my state, but school lunches are supported by the state party, and they're supported by just about every Republican I know. Head Start included. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We got 3.5 more years of this, so we'll make it to the other.
With us, don't agree to release. It means that not so the pressure as we think that the Hamas and they still keep 58 hostages after 1 year and 7-8 months.
The biggest fun. With Kitover soldiers, it's not that. If someone knows and you have really friends, it's become more and more. The soldier says, enough. We can't do it. We see enough this. We see enough water. We don't want to go anymore to Gaza. We want to. We go to the military. But we don't want to be in the front line. At least it last months or week. It's famous that at least two have been in prison because they didn't want to go to the first line. It says that they're broken inside. And it's broken. We don't hear about Palestinians because nobody, or as much awful the situation in Israel, 10 times it's awful than Gaza. Everybody knows it. What's going on, the picture coming out, the starving, that's good. They all need to die. Shuki, I changed the room specially for you, remember, I remind you.
Amos, do you like Amir Fitzwani? Are you a fan of him?
Harry, I changed the room only for people who was bad on me, and I didn't finish. When I will finish, you want to ask.
Change what room? I don't understand. What do you mean by change the room?
It changes and can bring you down. Everybody can go in, then he must raise his hand. So I don't like to throw out or just move it.
No, Amos doesn't throw out. He just pushes you down. That's it.
Yeah, I put down people who interfere. Like, say now, Ilya want to crowd. I invite him to speak. Let's see who is Ilya.
But you didn't answer my question.
What's your question?
Are you a fan of Amir Fitzwani?
What is Amir? I like his room.
No. The Israeli professor, Amir Fitzwani. Do you know who he is?
You're talking about Fitzwani Satellite.
Yeah, the lefty, like you. I thought you'd be a big fan of him.
Yes, of course.
Are you?
The one that got the chair to his head.
Yeah. He was the one that they threw the chair on the video. You don't remember with the long hair?
Oh, I remember that guy. He's a big troll.
Yeah, I know. He does videos with Palestinians, and they say how Tel Aviv used to be 80% Palestinian. All this crazy shit.
Anyway, he's not for channel. With this, no, wait.
You thought it was 80% Jewish?
I want to finish. I mute everybody. In the end, there will be the agreement. It depends how many will get killed. And in the end, we'll back all this coexistence, because in the end, we'll sit together and we will talk and we will have to live together. Palestinians will come. It's never going to happen. They're all going to be starved to death. Shuki, I want to finish.
We'll see about that.
They're all going to be starved to death. Shuki, enough. All starved to death.
You're the one that said the microphone is still working.
Donald Trump decided to put
everything you're doing, you're sealing your own fate.
Put inside for one soldier, they get everything, and they promise that we didn't bring anything, but on the humanitarian go inside for one American soldier. And this is Donald Trump decide. If Donald Trump decide we will not attack Iran, we don't attack Iran. If Donald Trump decide to make agreement behind Israel back with the Houthis, he do agreement with the Houthis behind the agreement, and Israel must be get out of them. Shuki didn't finish. He do the agreement, and Israel must be get out of them. Shuki, wait down there, don't give me my choices, bye-bye. So what I say...
Oh no, bring him back up, Amos. What are you doing? Come on.
Bring him back up when I finish talking. Gary, if you want to join him, you can do it by yourself. I don't need...
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty comfortable down there. What do you think?
I think that I want to speak and nobody interfere me now.
I mean, you've been speaking for a long time already.
finish my words. Not you, not Cynic, and not Juki.
Okay, alright, we'll let you finish.
In the kindest room, you don't let me speak, but here I'm speaking. This is my room, that's why I open this room. And nobody will tell Amos when to speak, how to speak to Shuki, to Shlomi, to Harry, to
You don't have to refer to yourself as Amos every time. You can just say, you know that, right?
I become so celeb that there is a
Yeah, you have like this aura of you, like you're the higher power.
This Kaka, I don't know how much money and how much time he knows and make it work. All my family know everything. So
he's your psychic. He's a medium. He told me everything about my family.
Harry, please. I feel like a celebrity. So it's okay, I become a celeb. I'm a very important person. Everybody wants to go and check if I give books who I am. And in a different way, kind of warning me, like they know everything about me. I don't put random shit.
But Kaka's not as honest. What do you mean?
So what I tell you is that in the end, you will have to sit and talk together. So it's better if we do it before and not after people get killed and all the coincidence that come from the word WAR, war. Enough of war, enough of bloodshed. I did the same. Menachem Begin said. Okay, now if Harry, you want to ask me something, you want to ask me something, it's the time now. Here Amos is speaking. Shuki, you can come up if you want. If you don't want, it's okay also. But with me, it doesn't. You can come here and sing Amos Ben Zona and to be a singer.
My thing is almost like, didn't you realize from history already that they tried to coexist many times and it hasn't worked? So I don't know what you think is going to be different now. And I've told you this many times already, and I still don't understand how you don't understand. No, Cynic, your name's not Amos. Your name's Cynic. Your name is Cynic. Let Amos talk.
Cynic, you speak to me, please.
Amos, I'm asking him for a detail. Give us
Cynic, after I finish those
He gets so mad. Cynic.
You don't understand what he's talking about.
Cynic, he speaks to me, and I want to answer him.
Why are you triggered, Cynic?
I'm not triggered. I don't read details, you retard.
Details, retard.
Details, you retard.
Put yourself down, or I will put you down.
Yeah, you like taking perks.
Just put it down. I don't know what is it, what you want. Just come to interfere. I'll answer you, Harry. In front of us, there is the same blaming, they blame us. Everything what you blame them, they blame you. We try, but you control us, you genocide us, you settle us. And I don't know for sure that I don't agree with accusations they do on the settlers and about Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, that they settle. Even, you see today, in East Jerusalem, what Oadei Betar did to the two pastor Arab drivers. Somebody get arrested? No one. So there are always two sides to the coin. Always there is two.
Yeah, but you're talking about on a
Any Arab. That should happen to any Arab. Israeli Arab, Palestinian Arab, it doesn't matter. Any Arab should be treated like that. That's the only way that they understand.
You can answer Shuki.
The problem is these people are. All I got for you is a concept. I still have.
I don't put attention sometimes. Everybody, I let everybody.
All I got for you, Shuki, is like a simple concept. Look up what
Galut Ishmael. That's all I gotta look at.
Every other book has the same treatment like this bus driver.
I say
They need to beat the shit out of you. That's the only way that you guys know how to behave.
It's in the Zohar. It's in the fucking Talmud. It is in your books. Galut Ishmael is coming, and when it comes, all the exiles.
The Talmud is not one of our books, by the way.
They're gonna look like child's play. The Galut Ishmael is the worst one you will ever suffer. You will see what is going to happen to you. You will see.
I can't wait. But
It's in your books.
while I'm waiting, I still gonna kill you. While I'm waiting, I still gonna kill you. I have no problem to take the consequence.
They get wiped out.
I have no problem to be wiped off
Don't worry.
as long as I'm gonna kill as much as possible for it. No problem. No problem. In the meantime, you guys get killed.
What has got
In the meantime, you guys get killed.
in your religion, Shuki? Over 200 years, the Israelites were sacrificing their children. Over 200 years, God waited and then let them do this. Condemned them till the blood. They started drowning up till the.
Oh, it's not Palestinian. It's not Palestinian children. Hold on. It's not Palestinian children that will sacrifice. It's not Palestinian children that will sacrifice.
Then you got what you did. Then you got what they did.
Hold on. Shut the fuck up and listen. It's not Palestinian children that will sacrifice. Oh, it's the same thing?
Don't worry, it's coming.
We don't have children from brother and sister like you are. We don't have sex
This
with
is the
our
last
sisters
time.
like you.
This is the last time. There is no more. There's no more.
Okay.
After this one,
I cannot wait. But in the my time, I'm gonna kill as much as possible for you.
you can do whatever you want.
Okay?
Just like the Israelites when they sacrificed their children. It's okay. You can do whatever you want. Don't worry.
No problem.
It's coming. It's coming. Don't worry.
No problem. As long as we're killing from you, we will.
God is very he's straight to the point. Don't worry.
The Israelites weren't Jews, you know that, right?
No, you retard. They're not Jews.
So why are you talking? You bring them up like it's like a disgrace to us or something. I don't understand.
No, you claim to be a tribe from the Israelites.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're all
Which
Israelites.
you're not, motherfucker. You're fucking black. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, black. Yeah, he comes up black. So
You think you're a fucking descendant?
my wife is even laughing about that shit.
Hey, you did put the makeup on?
Do you know what the chance is, even in Israel? The chance of someone being a descendant of the tribe of Judah, of Abraham, is less than 20%.
Even my dog is laughing.
Literally less than 20%. Out of all these motherfuckers in Israel, the males, less than 20%, you have the chance of being an actual descendant of Abraham. What if most of you are not even fucking Semites? What the fuck? Go look up the haplogroup.
We are not pedophile like you.
J1. Less than 20% J1. What the fuck? You can't make this shit up.
We cannot, but you can.
Well, like over 30% of you are.
Well, I could say like shut the fuck up.
Your motherfucker, almost 30% are Hamites. Well, like you're practically a Jew.
Well, shut the fuck up. Go on.
You comparing yourself to us? Well, like, now we're over 40% J1.
Oh yeah.
And whatever's left of the Israelites and their descendants,
It's not even
majority of them are.
It's not even
majority of them. Like you're fucking talking to the real deal. You're a fucking pretender. That's all.
If we pretend, then how come we fucking you up?
Fucking wearing black suits and black hats and that little small hat you fucking put on your head, fucking all 18th century nonsense you made up. Your fucking whole thing is a cult. You don't even know it. Well, like if an Israelite saw you, they would think you're a Martian. They would think you're a fucking alien. It's not plus it's there. It's up, kid, it's up. I put a little hat on my head. I put a, the fuck?
Cynic, what kind of Mohammedan are you?
No one wore a little hat on their head. No one was wearing it.
Cynic, what kind of Islamist are you?
Cynic, you live back then to know that no one wore a hat on their head? Really? Can you figure what's also happened in the past?
The origin.
You have the time travel machine, so I want to know what else
It's
you saw.
okay. See, you learn a lot when you listen to me.
No, I actually didn't learn anything. I feel like I lost my brain cells listening to you.
Just learned.
Actually, obviously you don't know where the kifa comes from, but yeah, you're just like I said, you're a retard. We know.
You're a retard. Just look at the history of the kifa. That's all.
It's all over the Talmud, bro. Every rabbi would sit, and before they ate, they would cover their head.
Yeah, in a little hat.
What is the difference between a kerchief and a hat? They cover your head. Have you ever seen a yarmulke? Have you ever touched a yarmulke?
Of course, he's planning his next person, his next Jewish person he's going to kill.
You notice that yarmulkes have 2 layers? The black velvet ones do, at least.
Who cares?
Do you know why that is?
But look at the origin of this shit.
And somehow you say that you didn't forge your weird book from our holy book.
There you go with the nonsense. And first of all, who told you?
Explain to me how it's nonsense.
Who told you it's your book? Just because you hold to this book today, you don't know that you trace back to people from ancient times. You don't know this. How do you know? How do you know?
Because we have a generation to generation tradition, DNA evidence, we have geographical, archaeological, and anthropological evidence.
Okay, the DNA evidence. You sound like you did some.
3 million witnesses. For the Quran, there is only one motherfucking piece of shit witness.
Well, every academic on the face of this planet, biblical scholar, knows your book is fucking made up. It's not even written by one author. Everybody knows this.
So if you wanted to have a documentary
before we go into that one, just really quick on the genetics, you seem like a reasonable person. Do you know the paternal breakdown, the haplogroup breakdown?
I know that your claim is that no more than 20% of people that purport to be Jewish are actually Jewish. Imagine if I
what is the majority? I'm asking you a question. The majority.
I asked you a question. I asked you what kind of Mohammedan you are, and you didn't answer me.
The Kohens. You know the Kohens?
Yes.
Okay, who are the Kohens? Just real quick, I'm not testing you. I'm just because I want everybody to be on the same page.
They are specifically the children of Aaron. They are not the entire tribe of Levi.
Okay, but
because of that, any genetic marker that the priestly class has will not be found in their uncles, in their brothers. Moses is not going to have it.
Okay, I got it. So, your brother, does he share the same? I'm asking you a question.
I asked you first.
Let me go down my line with the DNA because that's what we started with, and then
that's not what we started with. I started asking you what kind of Muslim you are.
I'm a Sunni Muslim.
Okay.
All right, my turn. Is there a follow-up?
Go for it.
Okay, so the Kohens, you said Aaron. Aaron is the brother of Moses, and they're from Isaac. Isaac's from Abraham, right?
Yes. Now, whatever special genetic marker you find in Aaron, you're not going to find in Moses. You're not going to find in.
So here now the second question. So the second question here, right here, real quick, no problem. Your brother, does he share your paternal haplogroup? Yes or no?
Yes, he does. However,
this is by necessity, right?
You ignored the caveat I laid for.
Okay, so your brother can't have a different paternal haplogroup.
That's right.
Have a different paternal haplogroup.
According to you,
okay.
Moses and Aaron should not have different haplogroups, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go for it.
According to you, Moses and Aaron should not have distinct haplogroups because they share a father, correct?
Yes.
However, being that the kahuna, the priesthood, didn't start until Aaron came along, there is magically enough to well, we're talking about religion, right? At some point, you can be as rational as you want about the development of religion, but at some point,
I'm gonna let you finish magically enough. Go ahead.
At some point, if there was a new priesthood class, they're gonna have
DNA that doesn't exist in their father, uncle, brother, sister, etc.
So you're saying the priestly class are not actually from the lineage of Aaron?
They are from the lineage of Aaron.
Okay, so if they're from the lineage of Aaron, they should share the haplogroup of Aaron. Okay.
Listen. Yeah, Moses was not a priest. He's not going to have that.
I'm talking about Aaron.
Right, but Moses isn't going to have.
He's going to have the same paternal haplogroup as Aaron.
He's not. If we buy into religion, if we buy into the religious idea that Aaron was the first priest, he was like Gershon, it's guy Katzenshinol Adami. Convert that becomes Jewish is like a newborn baby with his own distinct genetic characteristics and markers. So
God just transfigured him into a different lineage.
If we buy into the idea of the priesthood being innovated with Aaron, we must say that.
You must say this. Why must you say this?
Because
why must Aaron
have a unique characteristic that
I know, explain to me. So you're telling me he has the blood of Abraham, and then God decided to make him something else. He transfigured him into a Hamite. That's what you're telling me.
Transfigured him into Hamite. Why are you going to claim that Hamites have this?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, maybe he transfigured him into a Turk. I don't know.
Well, what you're talking about is fucking ridiculous.
What you're talking about is fucking ridiculous. And magically, God, for some reason, decided to change the lineage of Aaron arbitrarily for no fucking reason. And it's fucking ridiculous. And I think like I think this is the now let me say it, man, because you're a clown, clearly magically transformed him. Anyways, so if you look at the
religion, they say
if you look at the
anything mystical about
if you look at the percentages about paternal haplogroup, if you right now Google like the paternal haplogroup breakdown of the Kohens among the three main populations, Mizrahi and Ashkenazi and Sephardi, what you are going to see is that among the Ashkenazi, over 40%, around 40% of the Kohens, the majority paternal haplogroup is J1. And you're going to see among the Sephardic, and you're going to see among the Mizrahi, 50%. That is what you're going to find. So clearly, yeah, there's a lot of Kohens that are fake. But the majority of them actually, no, you can't be a brother-in-law, or you can't have a different house.
You don't know what I was saying.
You don't know. That's not how DNA works.
My own brother-in-law's last name is Cohen, and he does not take the position of a Cohen. He has a tradition that he's actually not a Cohen.
We understand this. So the DNA pool is on a sample size that includes everybody in the last name Cohen. So that's what it is. And
I'm telling you that not all people with that last name identify as Kohanim.
They don't need to identify.
If you're talking about a sample size, then
they do have the chance of actually being Kohens, as in from the Levites.
But when you say that it's only 40% or 50%, you're not accounting for the amount of people with that last name that say we are not Kohanim.
No, they are taking that into account. So everybody it doesn't matter. You're taking a whole sample size. So this is going to reflect the whole population of those who actually have COVID. All of them. So, I mean, this is statistics. I don't know. A bell curve, I don't know if you know about this.
Yes, normal distributions, central tendency rules.
All right, perfect. So you understand. So we're looking at all this evidence. Mizrahi, of course he's going to bounce. So you find the correlation. There's a paternal haplogroup, a predominant paternal haplogroup among the Kohens, which is going to be J1. It's J1. So if Abraham had a paternal haplogroup,
it's J1 and J2. It's J1 and J2. Yes.
You can't. It doesn't work.
Go look it up. When you look it up, it says J1 and J2.
Yes, the J2s can't be the haplogroup of Abraham.
It falls within a broader haplogroup, most commonly J1 or J2, both heavily found in the Middle East.
Yes, but Abraham can only have one paternal haplogroup. And paternal haplogroups go to the extent of like
over 20,000 years. So definitely even before Abraham. So whatever Abraham is, it is going to be a specific paternal haplogroup. And this has to be J1. It's going to be J1. The Cohens, the majority of them are J1. That's what it is. So if you are actually a descendant from the line of Abraham, you have to be J1. If you are not J1, you are a convert. That is what you are. I don't know exactly what time period. We know because if you are E1, B1B, yeah, you're a Hamite, but you're probably a convert earlier than someone who is R1A, which is a European. So that one probably converted in the medieval times or even maybe modern times. So that's how we know. So we know that the majority of Jews today are not the descendants of Abraham. It's impossible. You can't be the descendant of Abraham if you are not J1. And out of all the populations in the Middle East, in Israel, the males are the lowest. They have less than 20%.
Jewish people are actually you're right. It's Jewish people.
Less than 20%.
Less than 20. Where do you get that number from? Where do you even see that?
Look up the paternal haplogroup breakdown of Israelis.
I did. I never saw anything where it says 20%.
Okay, show me the paternal
J1P58. J1P58. That's the one you're specifically talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a strong genetic candidate for paternal lineage of Abraham based on tradition, religion, and DNA patterns. No one can say with 100% certainty, but if you carry J1, especially J1P58, you can share ancestry within the broader group traditionally descended from Abraham.
Yes.
Okay. And it says common in Jewish Kohanim, Arabs, Middle Easterns.
Okay. That's what I was saying. All right.
Oh, you said Jewish people can't have that, so I don't.
No, I didn't say they can't have that. I said only a minority, a small minority of Jews actually have it. In Israel, less than 20%. The Palestinian population, 40%, over 40%, average 40%. So less than 20%, we're over 40%, 40% on average. The majority of Arabs pretty much in the Middle East, forget Egypt, because Egypt are actually Hamites. The majority of the Egyptians are Hamites. They're E1, B1B. 40%. However, for the middle, the Arab world, the real Arab world, which is, the Arabs and the Semites pretty much, we're J1. The majority of us are J1. So we definitely, for the majority of us, we are descendants of Abraham. Or we have the chance of being descendants of Abraham, or even the descendants of the Israelites themselves. And we have that specific clade that you talked about. We have.
Yeah, it's also J2 as well, but I mean,
J2 cannot be the lineage of Abraham.
It definitely can be. Yes, it can.
Okay.
Like you said, like I said earlier, there's no definite proof, like you said, because they don't have the body of Abraham.
Okay, go look up the predominant population.
You still haven't proved anything.
You are gonna see the Greeks have J2. They have it's that and I forgot.
It says about 20 to 25% Jewish people have J2. So
okay, sure, whatever.
It's not just Greeks.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just reading you what I'm searching up.
Okay, if the Greeks have this haplogroup and it's one of their main dominant haplogroups, are you telling me the Greeks are Semites?
I guess. I don't know. I don't really give a shit, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, they're not. So J2 is a foreign haplogroup. Yes, we're related. If you want to go based on, maybe you can describe them as descendants of Sam, but they're not the same. They're not Jews or Arabs. They're not J1, or they can't be from the descendants of Abraham. So we have J2 because this comes from Southern Europe. This comes from the Caucasus. This probably also comes from the Persians themselves. So that's what J2 is. And out of proximity, yes, we mix them. Yeah, you had the Persians come over and you had the Greeks come over. And they took over this region for quite a while. So of course they're going to leave their paternal haplogroup. But nevertheless, they are not us. So we, as descendants of Abraham, and as Arabs, as Israelites, we would have to be J1. Anybody else would be a convert. That's pretty much it. Or pretty much slipped through the ranks for some reason. They either got.
Jews are viewed as traditionally descendants of Abraham through Isaac and Jacob. That's why. So, and you guys are through Ishmael, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know what.
That's a good argument.
I mean, it's not at all.
I'm confused. What is your point?
The point is that's why we share the same DNA markers. That's the point.
It doesn't matter.
Just because the majority of Jews are not from J1 doesn't mean they're not descendants of Abraham.
Absolutely, it means they're not descendants of Abraham. Absolutely.
No.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. There's no denying this. Abraham, whatever it is.
Hold on a minute. So you want to tell me that you are the real Jew?
Abraham existed.
You want to tell me that you are the real Jew, that you are the descendants of Abraham?
I have a much higher chance of
Okay, so why you don't keep the Torah? Then why you don't keep the Torah?
Abraham.
Then why you don't keep the Torah?
I don't keep the Torah because God sent the final religion. It's called Islam.
No. God does not
read the Torah.
Yes, God does not change his mind. God does not change his mind. No.
A new covenant.
God will send a pedophile to be his prophet.
Fuck up, you and the
pedophile. A pedophile he's going to send to be his prophet.
Every Torah.
A pedophile.
Every Torah comes with what's his name? Ibn Ezra's exegesis. What's his name? Who's the guy, the main guy? Oh, fuck, I forgot his name. I think it's not Ibn Ezra, it's the other one. Anyways, every Torah that you have in your hands comes with a specific exegesis. A specific exegete. I forgot. I don't want to find his name right now.
The craziest story is that Muhammad went on a flying donkey, and when he flew from Mecca to Jerusalem overnight, and that's their connection that they have actually to the only connection that they have to Jerusalem. That's the funniest part about that whole thing is I didn't know that flying donkeys existed.
They all existed.
First off, I'm not even gonna respond to that because it's so stupid. I'm here one second.
I mean, is that not true?
No,
maybe it wasn't a flying donkey, flying horse, whatever you guys want to call it, but I've never seen that in my life before. So.
You've also never seen the sea split.
It was. It's a dumb argument. It's not worth responding to.
Of course, the sea split. How do you think the Jews got to Israel?
Rashi is your exegete, but it comes down.
How do you think they left Egypt?
It's called miracle. They defy natural law.
It's a miracle for a horse to have wings and fly. I didn't know that.
Actually, he's just trying to change the point because they're getting.
It's not trying to change the point. I'm just wondering what they really believe the story.
Every Torah, if you read the Torah, do you know the exegesis in the Torah? The Tanakh? Who's giving you the exegesis? Anybody who reads the Torah regularly, the Tanakh, should know this. Who's your exegete? Yeah, I know you clowns don't actually care about religion, nor do you read the Tanakh. But it comes with.
Actually, not for me, Jewish. Yeah, just like.
We're just fake Jewish, right? We're just Jewish.
Exactly. Actually, that's actually a very
about
good way to describe it.
Judaism, you don't know it.
Yeah, you guys know it better than us, so go ahead and tell us about Judaism.
Do in some aspects.
All right, go ahead, give us the lesson.
I definitely do.
Let Goldie give us a lesson. He knows about it.
So Shuki can learn something. Rashi is your main exegete. Every Torah pretty much comes a copy. The explanation is by Rashi. That he's the one.
That's not necessarily true, but it's
that is pretty much the overall thing about Tanakh. You literally, okay, go open right now. Go find your local Tanakh. If you have one, go see if.
Local Tanakh. I'm just gonna go to the local library and find one.
I don't think you actually own one. That's why.
And you also think that I'm black, so you don't know anything, Cindy.
If you own one, then it should come with an explanation, a commentary. What is the commentary? It's going to say commentary by whom? Who is it? If you have a Tanakh at home, go ahead. Look at it.
Check it out.
Oh, Phoenix.
The overwhelming amount of us are gonna have this.
Thank God.
Commentary by Rashi, that's what it's gonna say. And if you go to the point where it talks about Isaac and Rebecca, you are going to say, you're going to see Rashi is
It actually does say
that Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old. I mean, Shuki, shut the fuck up on that one.
God make you guys so.
Which we don't believe that. We don't believe Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old, but you believe that, so that's enough. And Rashi believes that. And who the fuck is going to come and tell Rashi that he's wrong? I want to see the man among the
profanity.
I don't care. So now that we established that, just that quick comment from Shuki, so I can put him in his place. But like I said, for you to be, if Abraham truly existed, and the Arabs and the Jews come from Abraham, and if the Kohen lineage is not just a miracle, that just it's a coincidence. All this indicates, without a doubt, that if there was a progenitor of the Arabs and Jews, it would be J1, no doubt about it. So Abraham must have been J1. And if you are not J1, you are not a descendant of Abraham. And this is why they don't really allow or encourage you to take DNA tests. Why? Because once you realize your true paternal haplogroup, you are going to see that you are either a fucking European, or you are going to realize maybe, to your, which you might dislike, you're a Hamite. You might actually be a Hamite. So this is why they don't want you to take these DNA tests. You're going to realize that is a very low chance of you being a descendant of Abraham. And then your whole narrative falls apart. You're just a fucking convert. The overwhelming majority of you are just converts.
Convert or not, we're still killing you, right?
Thank God. Don't thank God.
Okay, as long as we're killing you, we're good.
Cool, man. And I'm sure the Romans or the Babylonians or the Assyrians felt the same way. Don't worry.
We don't look back. We look forward.
Okay. And you should go and look into your eschatology. That's all. You don't know your religion. I know your religion. You don't know your religion.
No, there's no certainty that it can trace back to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ishmael, any of that, because none of their bodies exist or ever existed. No one can find their bodies. So how can you trace that back to something that doesn't exist?
Do you not know?
It's a bunch of fucking baloney bullshit.
Do you not know how induction works?
It's bullshit.
Okay, let me get this straight. You're saying right now your Torah's bullshit. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that your DNA bullshit, all that bullshit that can trace back is bullshit.
So let me get this straight. The majority of Arabs are J1. And so if you were going to claim your Torah...
Do you understand what that means, though? It doesn't mean a straight lineage back to Abraham. It does not mean that.
Okay, so now you're saying, at that point, you are saying that the majority of Arabs are not the descendants of Abraham. But then when you look at the other demographics, the other paternal haplogroups, you are going to see the Hamite paternal haplogroup, which is the E1B1B. Are you saying Abraham was a Hamite?
They have traces to that E1B1E. Yes, they do. It's E1B1B1. E1B1B. Yes, correct. So it's common in Y DNA paternal line like J1, J2, and E1B1B.
Okay, that E1B1B is associated with the Hamites, the Egyptians, the North Africans.
Okay, well, I mean, do you understand that we're all from the same area, so of course we share the same DNA.
You're telling me Abraham is a North African?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. So Abraham was originally from Mesopotamia area.
By the way, you're again, this is not even me telling you this. If you go on the Orthodox, the ones who claim to have the Davidic line, you are going to see that they are J1. Look at anyone who's claiming the Davidic line. There's a family that someone mentioned to me. You can look this up, find like certain families that claim the Davidic line. They're all J1, by the way.
That's cool. I mean, they can claim that, and if that's what it traces back to, that's fine. But I mean, it doesn't mean that you're not.
It doesn't matter. It does. It's an overwhelming amount of evidence. The majority of Arabs,
the Cohens, those who claim to be of the Davidic line, this is all. And we know the concentration of DNA as well. We know that U1B is North Africa, I think, like certain sub-Saharan Africa or East Africa.
I'm just saying, genetically, we can speak religiously, yeah, okay, that's fine, but genetically, we don't have Abraham DNA, so we can't prove any haplogroup is definitely his. You understand?
Okay. For you to be a Semite, you need to have either J1 or J2.
Listen,
there's no denying that. So,
that's fine. That's fine.
That can't be denied. No problem. Now, Abraham is either J1 or J2, just based on that simple fact. Now, we can look at J2. We can look at the populations that have J2. You are going to start seeing the Caucasus. You're going to start seeing Greece. You telling me Abraham is a Greek? Or he's a Persian? No, he's not. And the narrative goes that he is a.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
But the thing is, there's still. Do you understand genetically? There's no definite. I understand that. That gets
all
really.
Of our paradigms.
That goes into religion. I know. I understand that. No, but if you want to talk genetics, then that's what we're talking genetics.
There's no plausibility for this. It's not plausible.
For what?
Because we are associated.
I'm not denying that, but I'm talking. If you want to talk to a scientist will tell you that because they leave religion out of it, bro. But that's what I'm trying to make you understand.
However, the Jews being in this specific region and closely associated with the Arabs, they would have to be J1 as well. And that's what we see. It is not a coincidence that you see these Cohens, which is the main line that maintains the paternal lineage. Everybody else is going out.
It doesn't prove anything, honestly. It really doesn't.
Prove it.
No, it's honestly it's a bunch of bullshit.
You're going to explain how is there a coincidence among these three separate groups, Ashkenazi and Quraysh?
Because they all come from the same fucking area on the planet. That's why.
No, but you see,
go look at Asian people's DNA. They all have similar DNA too. It doesn't prove.
Okay,
they come from the same part of the world.
No problem. You just said it. They come from the same place in the world. So
but the same place isn't just a one little defined area. It's a broad area.
You are freaking out.
No one's freaking out. You just keep ranting on about the same shit for the last hour, bro.
Because it destroys you guys. That's why.
You haven't done anything. You haven't exposed anything.
They are the ones who can actually trace back, and they actually have the most solid.
Trace back to what? What are we tracing back to? Abraham?
To ancient Judeans. And Abraham, yes. To ancient.
How can you trace back to Abraham? How?
Because it's induction, you dumbass.
Okay, all right. Like I said, there's still no proof of that ever happening.
We don't need a body of Abraham. What we're saying.
Of course you do. Or you want to talk genetics? You want to talk to a scientist, a geneticist? It will tell you
Abraham existed, and he is the progenitor of Arabs and Jews. If he existed, by necessity, he would need to be J1 because the majority of Arabs are J1. The majority of the Cohens are J1. The Davidic families are J1. There is no denying this. And the population disbursement of other paternal haplogroups.
Because they've gotten DNA from archaeological evidence. They took the DNA. I understand how it works. It's not fucking complicated. But there's still no proof that it goes directly back to fucking Abraham. Okay? If you want to talk genetically, that's what I'm talking. Now, religiously, yes, there's proof. Religiously, through the Torah, through the Bible, yes, there's proof. But other than that, no.
I want to try to eat Harper. I don't think.
What's up, Suki? Long time no talk.
Harper, can you tell us what's your name, where are you from, what are you doing?
I'm from Nueva York. Yo soy puertorriqueño de Nueva York. And I've been living here my whole life. I live a boring life. I have 4 kids. That's it. What do you want?
Universal Social Security number also?
Yeah, I'll give you the last 4.
and my mom's maiden name. That works for me. So, you already got a pen and pad?
What I'm telling you can't be.
You got something to ask me about Jesus Christ?
Y'all can kick rocks. It's the facts. And your Orthodox guys literally say the same. Y'all don't like the truth. Y'all don't like it. Where you gonna come and pick up some rocks for me, good? Y'all don't like the truth.
What truth, man? What's the truth that you try to prove? I don't. I still don't understand.
The truth here is that Mary had a virgin birth, and she gave birth to a son. This is the Messiah, the Son of the living God, the Son of Man coming.
I don't know if that's a more ridiculous story or the flying donkey. Not sure.
What I know talks about a talking donkey, you dumbass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I said flying donkey, not a talking donkey.
A flying donkey. Yeah, you keep fucking making that shit up.
So Muhammad never made his night journey to Jerusalem then?
Oh, that's chapter 53.
Yeah, there you go. See, he knows the story.
No, he doesn't actually. He doesn't know the fucking stuff.
We can read it.
Please read it for us, Harper, if you have it bio.
No, I don't have
the night journey. No problem.
I'm sorry.
Well, we already know it's something called the law. If you're interested, you can.
And what is that? Explain to us what that is.
You see how the Sphinx is. You see how like the Samaritan animal that with the wings and kind of like
from Harry Potter you're talking about?
You see that.
What, the ones that are on the side of the Ark of the
You see what's in yes, you see the Babylon and all that. You see that creature. Yeah, that's what bubble rock is. So
I exist in
don't think
is there any evidence of that ever existing?
Don't think of these civilizations as in they didn't have a message from God, or they didn't have God dealt with every nation. And so everything they left behind, there is clues to God in all of this. But again,
Harry was not
a person of religion, you're not a person of faith. Anything beside the point. I think it's been clear. Oh yeah, so I was gonna show Suki that point about the covenant. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, here, listen. This is in, what is it called? Jeremiah 31:31 to 34. Behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not like the covenant that I made with their fathers. So it's going to be a different covenant than the covenant of Moses. On the day when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, my covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, declares the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days. I will put my law within them, and I will write it in their hearts. And I will be their God, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall each one teach his neighbor and each his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall know me from the least of them to the greatest, declares the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. And this is talking about a new covenant, a different covenant from the law of Moses. So it is very much plausible, and it aligns with the scripture, the Tanakh, and where a new covenant is going to come. And it is going to the Israel and the tribe of Judah specifically, which are the Jews for the most part, are going to join in this covenant. And that is what already happened. The majority descendants of Israel and the majority descendants of the ancient Jews, the tribe of Judah and the kingdom of Judea, are today Arab Muslims, the majority of them. And if they're not Arab Muslim, they are Arab Christian. And it is the second group. Oh my this God. Can't be denied.
Where did you read this shit from?
This is in the Tanakh.
Oh my God.
I just read it for you, Jeremiah 31.
Can I read
34. Go read it. Go read it. And I already
DNA evidence. The Cohens, the Davidic families,
Tell me,
it's all lines up.
you live in the United States, right, Cindy?
Yes, Shuka.
Are you getting Social Security for your stupidity?
I'm not as old as you.
No, for retardation, they pay Social Security from age 0.
But you got no man. I just schooled you from the and I schooled you using DNA evidence.
You did not school me
I
with
schooled
that.
you. I
No,
schooled
you
you
did
guys.
not.
You guys getting clapped.
No, you did not. You're just an idiot.
You can't refute anything I'm saying.
I'm not even trying because
You can't. Don't exaggerate. Don't exaggerate. You can't. Period. Sense.
yeah, you're right.
Okay. All right. So this is chapter 5, 116. And you beware the day when Allah will say, "Oh Jesus, son of Mary, did you
You
say
don't care about Jesus. Why are you talking about
your
Jesus?
mother, you and take me and my mother as deities besides Allah?" He would say, "Exalted is you," or would you say, "Swallalay walayhi wasallam." It was not for me to say that to which I have no right. If I had said it, you would have known. Wait a second. Is this multi-personal? I don't know. You would have known. You know what is within me and myself, and I do not know what is within yourself.
This is not the room.
It is you, all knower and all seer. I know this shows like two powers in heaven here, man.
Why are you so offended, Cynic, by him talking about his religion? I don't understand. Is that something like in your Quran? You can't listen to other people's religion? Yeah. What's wrong with that? Go ahead, bro. Keep preaching, bro. No problem, dude.
Keep preaching.
We don't care. You celebrate your religion. We celebrate our religion. All the Muslims do. All the Muslims, all they care about other people, whatever people do.
You don't know shit about
Yeah, you know everything, right? You know more than everybody. Yeah.
I know definitely way more than you do.
Just because you read some English translation, you think that you know it. Yeah, that's funny.
What the fuck? What do you read? Are you telling me you read Hebrew?
Yes, I do. Are you sure?
You understand Hebrew?
Yes, I do. Okay. Just like כן, אני רוצה לדבר, זה לא מטומטם, זה חכם.
זה האימא של המטומטם. מטומטם שלא בונה השטן.
כן, אני יודע. סנק, אתה רוצה למצוץ לי?
הוא אוהב למצוא
אני לא מדבר עברית, סנק,
הוא רוצה למצוא
You sound like a fucking American.
I don't give a shit, I can speak the language and you can't, bitch.
It's cool to get a read, bro.
There's Spanish people that live in America too, and they can't speak English very well, and they sound fine to me. What about all the Muslims that live here that can barely speak English? What about them?
Speaking to Allah.
Isaac doesn't know how to speak Hebrew at all, actually.
And Muhammad never really spoke to Allah directly. So I just like the fact that Jesus did. But
it doesn't matter, bro. I still know more about the religion than you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I know more about the history. I've given you all the evidence.
Yes.
You can speak Hebrew. Mark volume 1. The chances of you being a descendant of Abraham are dismal, bro.
And you know what? You can cry all you want, but nothing's gonna change what you're doing, like what you're saying. It's not gonna change anything.
The end of the day,
all you have to do is look at the eschatology. You don't know
remember that at the end of the day, we're still killing you.
Buddy, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans. You think Israel is the worst?
They love saying
Israel is the worst thing. You think Zionists are the worst thing we face? Like we defeated Crusaders, cannibal Crusaders.
Oh my God.
People who ate human flesh. We defeated them. Like we dropped two of the largest empires at the time. Like we dropped the Persians, the Romans. Like we ended Rome. We ended Rome.
You ended the Byzantines, not Rome.
You ended Rome, and now look where you guys are at.
The Empire is Rome, you fucking dumbass.
Bro, do you realize the Vatican is its own state?
The seat of power, the empire, the lineage, all that this was in what you call the Byzantine Empire, which they didn't call themselves the Byzantine Empire. They called themselves the Roman Empire. We use this term to distinguish between the ancient Roman Empire and the medieval one and the Christian one. So that's all. We describe Byzantine as an Eastern Roman. They are the Roman Empire. This is the empire. We ended this empire. We ended 1,000 years.
I mean, look how much
we defeated Crusaders.
I mean, all of that.
We took Constantinople, for God's sake.
And you did all that, and you still can't defeat little Israel. That's the funniest part.
Israel still standing. Israel, it's only because of the United States. It's the only
only because of the United States. Yeah.
And the Syrians were about to clean clocks.
The Americans didn't help Israel in 1948. Go look it up, bro. It's all there. It's public information.
Yes, they did.
America didn't help Israel until after the 1960s.
Weapons and weapons.
Yeah, go look it up, bro. It's all there. It's all there.
You don't know shit.
Yeah? I guess all the history books in America are wrong then, right?
You don't know.
Cynic is right, all the history books are wrong, right?
What you can't even give me, you can't even be specific.
Specific with what? I told you before 1960s, America didn't help Israel with shit.
They did.
Go look it up, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You keep saying they did. Do you want me to look it up for you and read it to you? Because I guess you don't believe me.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, exactly.
Cynic, if we're gonna take your brain and we're gonna put it in a girl, she's gonna fly backwards to the cat mouth.
And
now that's wrong.
No, dude.
That's wrong.
You can't even make an argument, Shooty. All you keep talking is about pedophile this, pedophile that. You haven't even read your own Tanakh, or you would know Isaac married Rebecca at 3 years old, you dumbass.
Well, I know that.
You don't even read that.
I don't read
Mishnah. If you would have read some Mishnah Kutubat right in the beginning, Mishnah Kutubat, you would see the age. You would see the ages. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I'm coming to study, but
you're an idiot.
The U.S. did not provide direct military aid to Israel during the 1948 war. In fact, the U.S. had an arms embargo on the entire Middle East during the conflict. This was meant to prevent escalation, but in practice hurt Israel more because Arab countries were receiving weapons from Britain and other sources. Where did Israel get weapons in 1948? Czechoslovakia, Soviet-backed. Rifles, machine guns, ammunition, Messerschmitt fighter planes rebuilt from German World War II designs. This was Israel's lifeline, and ironically became through Soviet bloc support. No, this guy 2 seconds ago was saying America. You were adamant on it. Yeah, you were adamant on it.
Support.
No, they didn't support Israel at all. But like I said, you just need to learn something, because wherever you learn shit, taught you wrong.
Zionist lobby in America pressured. Yes.
I don't know where you found that, but if you can provide your source, please, that'll be great.
Especially Nazis in America, like white supremacists and stuff. I'm shocked they helped Israel, bro.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't help the
You had the British help. You had.
No. The Arabs had the British help, like I just read to you.
No, they didn't.
They didn't. Hey, you don't know nothing about war. Like, go learn war history. And go look at the weapons and type of planes they had.
The Balfour Declaration, that's one. Two, they helped and set up a lot of these paramilitaries, by the way. which ended up just becoming terrorist gangs and ended up later on attacking.
The British gave no weapons to Israel, by the way.
They did help train them and facilitate them, and they
actually
them in the police in Palestine, yes, and they gave them preferential treatment, absolutely. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, only you know.
And the British pulled out, and they pretty much take over. It was all prepared.
So now
obviously he doesn't know history because the British government actively opposed the creation of Israel during that time and did not want to help Israel at all during 1948 war. So I don't know where the fuck you're getting your information from. But like I said, you're just a fucking retard on this app. I don't know shit. Just make up history in your head.
Balfour Declaration is who?
That doesn't mean that they helped Israel with the Balfour Declaration.
Yes, they did.
That was in 1917. We're not talking about 1917.
Who helped immigrate Jews into Palestine?
All the Balfour Declaration was threats of British support for a national home for the Jewish people. That's all the Balfour Declaration was. It wasn't to give Israel weapons or anything like that. And it was in 1917. That was 31 years before 1948.
After 1921, it was impossible to emigrate legally.
Yeah, they still even illegal migration.
What did you say? What?
Illegal migration to where? How would
there was quote unquote illegal migration because there's no alternative, and it wasn't exactly coming in waves. It's illegal.
It wasn't a real country at the time, anyways. It wasn't a state. It wasn't a formed country. So it would technically, there's no laws of the land, is there?
Do you even know what a mandate is?
Oh man, you don't even know what the Balfour Declaration is, bro.
Yes, you just read it, you dumbass.
Yeah, because you didn't know what it was. That's why I read it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fucking retard. You didn't even know what year it was. You think the British helped Israel in 1948, bro? You're fucking retarded.
You're so desperate.
Desperate for what? I read you information online. I can provide you the sources. You haven't provided any sources. You haven't provided shit.
British supporting Zionism and helping establish Zionism in Palestine. And you're like all the British support. You're a dumbass.
Okay. Like I said, the Balfour Declaration didn't give any type of physical support to the people. You know that, right?
Yes, it did. Literally.
Okay, what did they give?
How the fuck did you get to Palestine?
Not by the British.
Oh, really? So if the British didn't in Hawaii, how the fuck are you gonna know it?
First of all, there's Jews there before other Jews started to arrive from parts of Europe. You know that, right?
Yeah, we know that.
Okay. So, I mean, I still don't understand the point that we're trying to make.
It's a fucking hard concept.
Who blocked the Jewish people to come to Israel?
Who is this drunk guy?
Come on, I don't know.
Have you been speaking all these hours? Come on, take a break. Like, go sleep or something.
Bro, you haven't said anything. Anything informational at all. You just come on here to criticize. If you have something to add in, gold, then please do, because you seem like a retard also, and you seem like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So if you have something to say it, and let's go ahead and debate. Already got destroyed all day long.
You want everything. There's nothing left.
Then it got destroyed all day by multiple people. He loves getting destroyed.
Ass cheek slap.
So that's it. You know.
You're getting your ass cheek slap.
No, actually I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Why do you like asses so much? Are you okay?
Yeah,
right there?
You like ass.
What do you want?
Literally the capital of homosexuality in the fucking Middle East. Y'all love
You don't even know what the Balfour Declaration is. It's funny. Just shut the fuck up already.
You fucking ass, you retard. I literally brought it up.
Yeah, and you don't know what it is. That's the funny story about it. Money and physical support to Jews through the Balfour Declaration.
He was a Jew.
Everybody knows it.
All it was is an endorsement. And he said he gets the Balfour Declaration gave weapons to Israel.
What I do is this.
Jumping around the prophets, the 1914. I can't stay in one place.
That's what I'm saying.
He crapped out so
shit upon shit. There's a reason why half the Americans are atheists. There's a reason why half the Jews are atheists. Your wives don't even.
there's a reason it's called that we're not forced to being religious in our religion like you guys. That's why.
You're divorced God knows how many times. And you're not. Y'all just got schooled. A majority of you are not even descendants of Abraham.
Yeah, we're not descendants of Abraham, but you guys are, right?
Don't even try to
fucking retard. You guys so retarded. You're just mad that you got fucking proven wrong. That's what people do is they get proven wrong. They don't shut the fuck up and they go on rants at you. When people get proven wrong and they go on rants like this guy, you don't shut up. Hey, take a breath. Take a deep breath.
Take a breath.
Take a breath. Relax. Musa. Come on, rub the earlobes. Relax. Relax. It's okay. You can be proven wrong. It's okay, Sydney. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay.
You didn't prove me.
It's alright. It's okay. It's alright. You're crashing out so hard.
You're crashing out.
I'm laughing, bro. I like crashing.
That chance of you being a Semite is less. And then this clown is like all of them all your rabbis are
Oh, I'm so offended. I think I'm gonna cry.
Hakadosh Baruch, we got the Holy Spirit. Our rabbis are inspired by the Holy Spirit. You guys sound like fucking
Hey, can you borrow me $50?
This fucking tradition brought us Christianity. This is what this tradition brought us. Where are you originated from? You don't know.
It's Ukraine, Russia, or Poland. Golden, are you from Russia? You sound like you're from Russia.
You don't know who
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it sounds like
a lot of maternal line because you don't know.
Yeah, a lot of them. No, they actually left shit Russia.
You don't know why you go by maternal line because you don't know who your fathers are.
Yeah, so anyway, did you take a deep breath there? Relax, yeah, calm down.
I'm cool. Can you borrow me $50, please? Honey, can you borrow me $50?
Yeah, you come work my ass, I'll give you $50.
Who in the civilized world goes by maternal line? Who in the fucking civilized
world? You're talking to yourself, I think. No one's talking to you.
No, I'm talking to you.
This guy's talking to himself.
No. I have this shit.
So I have to see your boyfriend?
Yeah, let's give me $50.
You guys are giving a couple of cynic and golden. I give a couple of clients. Where did cynic and golden meet? They met in a coexistent room. Aw, cute. Certified designers together. They're great people.
They don't actually have that. That's what it means. Yeah, okay. And we're gonna listen to a weird guy named Sing. I don't know, Sing Combos. I think, it just works. Yeah, you proved it. You sure proved it. By the way, that whole that wall is literally Kamala's in my knowledge. Yeah. That was Satina. That's everything. A female version of Satina. This is, you get it from Kabbalistic tradition, mysticism. That's why you knock your head across that wall, and then some. That's how fucking Ethiopian guy like yourself goes and starts fucking picking up all the big. I'm Ethiopian. Yeah, we're right. He thinks I'm Ethiopian. That's right. Don't drag up this all today. Who is us? Singing again. Like, how many bottles are you nonsense. You told him to do it. You got the hook and that's what they were. Muslims. Oh my god, they started with the flashlight. That's like a white man. Yeah. I don't know if Billion can speak, but obviously Billion is an OG. But I wanted to welcome Sunshine.
Hey, I have a voice.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Hey, Marco, it's been a long time.
I know, COVID ended and we all went back to reality. I don't know how it happened, but it did.
I know. It's like I kind of missed the conversations, and then Clubhouse changed so much that it was like, get too old to keep up with this shit.
Don't ever admit that, Blaine. You're always young at heart.
They poisoned our well here. We became too successful at this whole networking, helping, loving on each other, and some poisoned our well. That's all.
Yeah. But
I can't work now.
here's something I'm so proud of. My grandson joined the Marine Corps.
Oh, he did?
Fine. Yeah.
Yeah, officers training.
What's he gonna be doing?
He's in Quantico? Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for 10 weeks in Quantico.
Yeah. If you have any questions, Billy, I graduated from OCS in Quantico. I went through it twice, long story short, but if you have any questions about how OCS is run or what he's facing, feel free to send me a DM.
I think he's on Clubhouse. I'll tell him he can contact you.
Are you still in the Marine Corps job?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Pilot.
What kind?
H1. Helicopters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, CH-53s.
Oh,
and F-18. F-18s too.
Yeah, heavy lift.
Cool.
The heavy lift helicopters. CH-53 is the most expensive monstrosity we have in the fleet that needs to get.
Are you in Virginia?
I will not tell you where I'm at, but the last place I was with was HMX, so I was in.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I'm sure you know people I know.
Yeah, my grandson's in Quantico. He left last Sunday.
You know people I know that are generals. Not you, Billy, but Darba does.
Oh, cool.
If he was at HMX, I know he does.
Cool. So, yeah, he's talking about making it his career.
Good for him.
So, well,
are you excited for him?
I am. I mean, he's a real level-headed, conservative kid.
Where'd he go to college?
He went to Cal State San Bernardino. He was majoring in kinesiology.
Cool.
And then he just, he's been talking about the military for 2 years. And I kept discouraging him because of all the shit that was going on with all the VR crap and stuff. And
Guys.
then when Trump
changing things, he went down and signed up.
Is he air, ground, or law? And then I won't ask any more questions, but do you know?
Is he what?
Air.
What's he gonna do?
Oh, yeah, he's guaranteed one of the ground or law.
You know what? I don't know because he's got another semester of college to finish, but he's going. I don't quite understand. I guess it's some kind of a boot camp thing for the 10 weeks.
Yeah, he's doing what's called PLC.
Okay, then he comes home, finishes his degree, and then once he gets through basic whatever he's doing right now, then he goes, comes back, finishes his degree, and then goes to officers.
The basic school for 6 months, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, when I talked to him last, he hadn't actually decided on what's it called, an MOS.
Well, air, ground, or law. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if.
Yeah, officers don't get MOSs, but yeah, you'll get one of 3 fields, and they'll make the selection after he graduates. But it's either air, so he's going to do aviation related. He's still got time if he wants to be a pilot to take the ASTB, but ground or law, those are the.
Rabbi.
Because I'm cool like that, you guys are not.
Rabbi Hanasi is the one who compiled the Talmud. He's the reason you.
So you can sit here and talk about rabbis. I'm gonna get head while I'm on Clubhouse, no problem.
You don't know exactly. Go get
Yeah, I will go, no problem.
She said to him, my teacher. This is for Shugi. She said to him, my teacher. At what age is a woman fit to marry? What age is it appropriate for a woman to engage in intercourse? Which would therefore be the appropriate.
I don't know. Ask Muhammad that. Ask Muhammad that. Ask Muhammad what age it is. Apparently 9 years old is okay for you guys. No, we're gonna ask Muhammad. How about that?
He must be at least 3 years and 1 day old. That's what he said. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. You'd see me further inquire, and at what age is she?
I mean, I don't give a shit what a rabbi said. Your prophet fucked a 9-year-old. That's all I know.
Of course, you don't give a shit.
Rabbis are not our prophets, so it doesn't matter. A rabbi can do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't mind either.
This is what proves to me you don't know your religion.
It doesn't mean I don't know our religion. It just means that you don't know the religion, actually.
Yeah. You don't even know what Hakadosh Baruch is and what does it do and what is its religion. You don't know.
You don't even know how to say it correctly.
I don't care to say it correctly. We don't give a shit. I'm making fun of it.
Well, I mean, if you want to make fun of something, you should be able to say it correctly.
You literally believe in the whole.
Yeah, that's why I say Muhammad correctly.
Believe in the Holy Spirit.
Muhammad shouldn't be fucking 9-year-old.
Why
you can't even pronounce it? Why do you say you can't pronounce it like that? You have some phlegm in your throat. You gotta pronounce it like that.
Well, I get that you sound like a cracker speaking Hebrew, man. Well, you go hear a Yemeni. You go hear a Yemeni.
Give him a couple of bucks. It would I doubt you ever heard a Yemeni Jew speaking Hebrew. I doubt it.
Yeah, they sound very Arabic, by the way.
Yeah, they sound very. You don't know shit. You never heard them speak in your life before.
To say, you can't say any of these letters because you're not a fucking Semite.
Yeah, I'm Ethiopian, like you said, right?
Yeah.
I'm black. Yeah.
Yeah, you would. And at what age is she pregnant? He said 12 years and 1 day old. She said to him, I married when I was 6 and gave birth.
And Muhammad said, I'm going to marry a 6-year-old, and then when she's 3 more years older, 9 years old, I'm going to fuck the shit out of her.
For those 3 years between the
I'm going to fuck a 9-year-old because I'm Muhammad. I can do whatever I want.
the age of 6, when
I'm Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad.
Talk over this. It's triggering. I know it's triggering. There you go. And here you go. Let's put this in the chat.
White and green. It's really good toilet paper. It really does nice on the ass, you know. So you guys should actually just. Dude, man, I keep doing that.
Yeah, to get a new fucking burner. Yes.
Is there some special thing you need to do? They're like lives with like no views, right?
I don't know. I thought it used to be that you needed like a certain subscriber.
Well, someone anonymous removed.
That's true, it's true.
So I've been not allowing normal on my stages recently, and it's been really good for my mental health.
That's good. He's fucking
What do you mean he's annoying? What do you exactly do you mean that he's annoying?
Right. So Sam, you wanna try streaming it for me or no?
Well then, wouldn't I have to like be present tomorrow at whatever time the debate is and be involved?
Yeah, you would.
Well, I gotta look at my calendar and see what like. Am I doing anything tomorrow?
Send you the debate card. I'll just send you the time.
So you a minesweeper.
Alright, this.
Here you go.
I like streaming mumbling on YouTube. It's really cute.
See, when it says May 31st, 7 p.m., is that like Eastern Standard Time? Is that what time it is?
It's relative as to your time zone.
What are you doing? Is it a chain?
It moved up by half an hour.
Okay.
Essentially,
It's in the same time zone.
Yeah. So, what does it say for you, sir? Right.
Jared was a race car driver.
Any other volunteers to try to stream this?
Sully, can you do it, my man?
I would have to figure out how to. Well, to be honest, I probably can't do it at the same time while I'm judging for a number of reasons.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's correct.
I'm not going to be sort of.
You want someone to
Access
stream to
to
YouTube?
What?
You wanted someone to stream to YouTube?
Yeah. Like I send them the document and then they stream it.
Trying to think.
Or I mean, but like I would have to like go over it with that person, so like they roughly get like my tempo, like when to like go through things.
Yeah, you have to tell them to click.
Well, no, there's too much clicking for me to tell them every time. I might like it's just the slides like contain animations, right? So it's like very cool animations, mind you. It's like there's like a guy throwing stuff.
Alright, I can do it.
I'll hit you up. I'll look over other stuff, but yeah, if it's needed, then yeah, I'll hit you up tomorrow before it, and we can do like a few test runs or something.
Okay.
Thank you.
How reliable is philosophy stack? It's changed.
I'm not very, I don't think. You guys know Nathan Ormond / Digital Gnosis?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, do you guys are best friends with them?
Our best friends, but yeah.
That's good. Seems kind of annoying, you know?
Who, me? You could be famous like Danny.
Digital Gnosis. Seems kind of annoying.
You
It's like this video with Lance Bush, like a live stream he did with Lance Bush where he's reviewing Annika Harris. I'm guessing that's Harris's wife, some like video interview she did on consciousness. And it's like such a ridiculous video where like the video, like it's just like her like saying, oh hello, you know, like oh hi Annika, blah blah blah. How are you? This is, you know, her. And she's like, yes, you know, consciousness, I thought it was interesting. I did this, but then I thought, oh yeah, you know, it'd be interesting to look into it more. And, you know, like this idea that consciousness is fundamental, I thought it was interesting. And I paused the video, like after like, she speaks for like a minute after the interview video goes for like a minute. They pause it like, yeah, what does she even mean? Consciousness is fundamental. I feel like that's really unclear. You know, is she gonna clarify it? And they do it for like 20 minutes. So the fucking live stream goes for 20 minutes.
Well, on the one hand, a lot of his like he has different kinds of videos, Nathan, and like that is one kind. And yes, I agree. Like I don't really like those videos exactly for that reason. But you know, the best thing you can do with an annoying video is to like not watch it. Right?
Yeah, you become best friends with them.
I don't know why you're saying that. I'm just like I find them annoying. I like wanted to check out the video, but you know, giving my thoughts.
Yeah, you become best friends with Lance, so like he does a lot of the same kind of stuff that Lance does. Like I watched a Lance a few weeks ago where he was reviewing like the video he was reviewing was, I shit you not, like 2 minutes long. Like the whole thing, like, and he managed to inflate his response to that to like 45 minutes to an hour. Like he's pausing it like every 5 seconds to stop and then say the same shit.
He's an insane younger.
To the boat.
Japanese.
Oh, I meant Target on the way to the boat.
Like I tend to agree with Lance on a lot, but I do think he needs to like be more concise. Like he posted this like he posted his responses, but he's always commenting, he's always replying to comments everywhere and like posting his replies so that everybody could read them. And he was like, you know, he said, maybe I'm getting a little too harsh with people or whatever. It's like this paragraph that he wrote to this guy, and I was like, yeah, you know, this could have just been shortened to like, that's a straw man, pleb, basically. And that would have been the same.
I also feel like he's just like, I've talked to him like recently. It's when I had the like talk with Danny after somebody snitched that I was shit talking Danny.
I know, that was bad timing in retrospect, right? Like right before Danny becomes like ultra famous, you were shit talking him. Like
I don't mind. Because like I had this conversation scheduled with him, right? Like the problem of evil. Like he's made
is that still gonna happen? Awful.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just, you know, I gotta get this fucking Crimson thing over with. I have a few things at the beginning of June.
You definitely want to try to hop on that Danny wave quickly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe I'll do it like, well, I don't know. I guess he's gonna probably be busy soonish as well, sad. But, yeah, I mean, June might be good. I suppose I have some fucking debate with Nightlet as well during the summer. I don't have like a time yet though. And there's like the debate with Sam I'm supposed to have at some point, right? What else? So now this summer will probably be helping Venus with his paper.
Paper of summer.
Are you gonna be deflecting his defeaters of his defeater deflectors?
Yeah, we might be bouncing the defeaters between us, deflecting.
Just imagine you're in like Star Trek ships.
Deflectors, deflectors, come up.
Send defeaters to 9.
Fire proton defeater.
That is fully operational defeater cannon.
Something, defeater deflector, something comes to me.
Deflected manager.
Actually, I'm a pretty good top.
No, I am the defeater.
Did you say I have a good Palpatine?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think like I naturally embody the character.
He's a very campy character, like intentionally.
What does campy mean?
Campy is like over the top, but like performative, kind of like acting.
Defeater. That's Chewbacca.
That's very good.
Mr. Solo, Mr. Davida no Solo.
That's funny.
And Hiwa has a pretty good Jawa impression.
Hey, what does a Jawa sound like again?
I mean, I can't. Hiwa has Hiwa.
Zucchini.
Sully, you was subject to beast.
I wish I could do like anything from Star Wars well, but I can spin a lightsaber kind of. I can do the Obi-Wan spin. There's this one move that Hayden Christensen did like over and over again in those movies. So like if you saw it, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, it's that move that they keep doing. Dude, those lightsaber duels are fucking fantastic in the prequels. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was actually the only good thing about the Acolyte show. Like, it was a fucking horrible story, but the lightsaber fight scenes were actually good. You could just watch like a compilation of.
I do think that the Jedi should have been doing more creative stuff with like turning off and on their lightsaber and like turning off their opponent's lightsabers with their mind and like doing shit like that fuckery. You know what I mean? But I guess it turns out takes away the spirit of the lightsaber duel.
I guess it's like I don't know. I always imagined it that they're having basically like a lightsaber fight alongside like a mental like force battle, you know? So it's like they're both like launching their defeater deflectors against trying to shut off each other's lightsabers, and so it's like they're like more evenly matched.
It'd be kind of funny if the way the Jedi lightsaber battles worked is they just like looked at each other for like 20 minutes, really focusing really hard, and then like eventually one of them just like slices the throat of the other. Like it's just like he loses the like whatever game of mental like prediction of your prediction of your prediction. Of your
Yeah, I think they did that in. Have you seen Star Wars Visions?
No.
I'm pretty sure that so it was a anime series, but like each episode was like a sort of people were allowed to like do whatever they wanted, sort of creatively with the IP, and it was a different anime studio for each episode or whatever. And I think it's like the first episode, might be one of the other ones, but I think that there is one where like basically the fight is playing out like in their heads, and then like when it happens, it's like over immediately.
Yeah, that's good. But Diva, can you invite up Buster? Apparently, it's like not letting me invite up Buster.
You ever seen that movie Hero? I think they did that in that movie too for one of the.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. With Jet Li.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like lightsaber lore in the canon of like this type 1 style, type 2 style.
Yeah, the forms, the lightsaber forms.
There's like a dueling style. There's like a flip form. There's like a fucking super defensive form.
Yeah, that's just like all like super silly to me. It is in the lore. Dude, they fucked up that Kenobi show. That had some serious potential, and it was like.
The one scene, okay, there's been 2 really, really amazing scenes in all the recent Star Wars shit. One was Vader on that ship, like destroying like 30, like guys shooting at him, like right, yeah, like the rebel, like tearing through the rebels. That was like an epic scene. And then when Luke Skywalker was like rescuing.
Are you talking about in Rogue One or?
Yeah, that's Rogue One. And then in the whatever the show with the Mandalorian, Luke saves Baby Yoda. That shit's fucking epic.
Yeah, the Luke scene at the end of season 2. They kind of shit the bed after that, unfortunately, because they had the Boba Fett show, which was like complete trash, and they did like season 2.5 of The Mandalorian during the Boba Fett show. He gets Baby Yoda back from Luke, and it's just like, what?
Deflector, you see.
Neither want to defeat the defector.
No, George. America is just full of prostitution anyway, so.
No, I'm just saying, he's the biggest pimp. So, I mean, him killing.
I don't care. Prostitution is not the same as sex trafficking children.
Yeah, it doesn't happen at all in the Muslim world, right?
Do you where?
I just posted 2 articles about it, and one posted one about it.
You posted
So,
Shabazi.
That's no.
Well, shalom, everybody. Good Shabbos. Is Cynic still here on the app talking? He's been here all day long. It's unbelievable how much energy this guy has and how long he can defend nothing. He's such a waste of time and a waste of space. I hate to be so personal, but wow, Cynic, at least I got a workout in today. You haven't done shit all day long, just running your mouth like a spam machine. Spam, 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 spam.
Anyways.
We showed how all these the overwhelming majority of the we proved we talked about Israel harboring hundreds of pedophiles.
You're a bad dog.
The American justice system.
Do not say that to me.
You talked about that. Nobody else talked about that. Nobody talked about that. Everybody.
Keep calling me a bad dog.
There's only 5 people on the stage today, 6 including us. It's everybody. How do you know that? We're talking about how Jews pretty much started transgenderism. Champions of homosexuality. We talked about that? I don't remember talking about that. Yeah. We all know Hirschfield, whoever his name is. in Germany, the first transgender center in Europe. Okay. In the West. In the world, really.
We talked about Muhammad being a pedophile. That's what we talked about. We forgot about that. We talked about child sex slaves. We talked about how Palestine never existed. We talked about the Balfour Declaration that you didn't know about. We also talked about the 1948 war, how America didn't supply any weapons at all. You guys are shit, bro.
Girls are built different. You didn't know
We talked about how you don't pray to Muhammad every day at 5 a.m. We talked about that.
You didn't know even about Amram Stern. You don't know Stern again. You don't know that.
We talked about how you don't wake up at 5 in the morning to pray to Allah.
You tried to reach out to Hitler.
We talked about how you're not even a real Muslim or a good Muslim.
You didn't know about paternal haplogroups. And then we had a Jew.
We talked about how you drink alcohol and claim you're a Muslim.
We had what's his name? Greek guy who talked about that God transfigured magically Aaron into having a different.
We talked about how Muhammad flew on a donkey to Jerusalem. On a flying donkey. We talked about that too.
I believe in a talking donkey, Milan.
You believe in Muhammad talking to a donkey. That's actually what you got.
No, we don't believe that's talking donkey. No, you believe talking donkeys, but not that nearly. Like it's stupid, but clearly, as you're not someone who's religious to begin with, or you're gonna be making these arguments. But
you're so religious yourself, right?
You're a godless motherfucker who worships the new.
Yeah. Do you wake up at 5 a.m. and pray to Allah every day? Do you pray 5 times a day?
You don't pray. Do you pray 3 times a day?
No, I don't. I'm not religious. I'll tell you right now, I'm not religious.
I know you're.
So what does that mean? Does that mean I'm not Jewish? No, I'm still Jewish.
What makes you Jewish?
Jewish. My mom, my culture, my lineage, my blood.
Your whore mother.
Oh, I'm so offended. Ooh.
Your whore mother makes you
great. Yeah, my whore mother. Yeah.
Your mother.
At least I know my mom.
Does she practice Judaism?
At least I know my mom.
Oh, really? Wow, amazing.
Do you know your mom? I don't know. Maybe because I know that you Muslims have like 6 different wives. So do you know actually which mom you come from? So which one is it? Which woman do you come from your dad? Do they lie to you and tell you came from one mom and not the other?
Oh, but you're not religious.
Or were you a child sex slave from the Taliban? Which one is it? Were you bought in sex slavery? Were you bought in the child sex slave market? Is that why you're so hateful, cynic? You're mad at your own religion?
Was outlawed. Well, by the way, the majority of slave trafficking is 16th, 17th century was done by Jews.
Some of the Jewish people, we know. Everything is the Jews, we know. Everything comes from the Jews.
Well, again, it's not like you guys are actually one group or one people. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. We're not just one group of people. You're right.
Just a cult. That's all.
Islam is perfect, right?
Alhamdulillah. Much better than much better than that's
Alhamdulillah, child sex slavery is perfect.
The majority of
Alhamdulillah, our prophet fucking a 9-year-old is perfect. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, dying for 72 virgins is perfect. Alhamdulillah. Let me fly a plane into the World Trade Center. That's perfect. For Islam, for Allah. I mean, it's the craziest shit in the world.
Religion. You don't believe in religion.
You know what I believe in. Just because I'm a religion doesn't mean I don't believe in religion. Of course I do. I believe in God. Of course I do.
What are you talking about? What's there to be
I know it's confusing to you, right? You weren't expecting that answer, right?
proud of? What is there?
You weren't expecting that answer. There's a lot to be proud of. Oh, I'm very proud.
Not that you're actually a descendant of those people.
I'm actually the most proudest Jew you've probably met, I believe.
Child sacrifice. What exactly? Exiles? What?
Child sacrifice. We proved that wrong earlier too.
What is there to be?
There was no child sacrifice. I don't know where you got that from.
Genociding, claims of pseudo.
Genociding what? Whoa, you were gonna say it. What were you gonna say?
Yeah.
Genociding what?
7 nations. Oh, you don't know.
What's 7 nations? What? Genocide.
7 nations. The 7
This guy's retarded.
land of Canaan. You don't know.
This guy's retarded.
You don't know shit.
Yeah. Like all those people they're straight descendants of us. Yeah. Canada. We're talking about Canaanites, people that don't even exist anymore.
I want to check out the thing.
I
also can't get another.
They don't. You're right.
I know.
I can't do that. Is that supposed to be an insult or something? I don't know.
Of course it's going to fly over your head.
Yeah, of course. Just like the Balfour Declaration. physical support to a country that wasn't even a country.
Yes, there is no British support for Zionism. That did never happen.
Well, yeah, it was like an emotional support. It wasn't like a physical. It wasn't guns. It wasn't money. It wasn't anything like that. It was a declaration. That's what a declaration is. If you know what a declaration is.
Yeah, and what comes attached to this declaration?
It's pretty much just a message. That's all it is.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that is it.
Yeah, just the British allowing in, Jewish Zionists and allowing
them. Why would they not allow them?
What a waste of time this fucking conversation is. How many times do you think Cynic has had this conversation? 1,000 times here, 2,000 times. It's the same shit in, same shit out. Nothing new here. Dime a dozen. It's the same shit every single day with this laptop repair guy. Don't quit your day job, Cynic.
Under the disguise of police.
I think he already quit his day job. That's why he's on here all day long.
Either he quit, either he got fired.
Or fired, yeah, or laid off.
No, I'm in a dispute right now. I just submitted an EEO complaint against my manager today for calling me a whore at lunch a year ago. I've been suffering emotional distress ever since she called me a whore.
Killing it at the gym and reading Kabbalah every day, apparently.
Thank you, Cynic. Oh, I'm so happy you're watching my YouTube and paying attention to all my videos and books that I'm reading. Oh, wow. I never knew you were such a fan.
We have a millionaire. One of a black millionaire Jew. And we got,
I'm a black millionaire Jew. Fuck yeah.
Always
proud of
fucking,
it.
I don't know, an American flag. And I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I'm in my big house. You hear the echo? Echo!
Wondering which account is he going to exit on the stage with.
My millionaire house.
You never know when comedy is in the room. He's got like 20 fucking accounts. Posting on YouTube to get like 10 views. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Hey, at least he's doing something like that.
Everybody, didn't he? And should he, I don't know.
And you guys, Cynic is a perfect person. Everything he says is right. He's never wrong. That's what Cynic is,
You haven't
guys.
disproven me, where?
I mean, all day long. Not only that, I disprove you, but in the other room that they were cooking you in the other room earlier.
All day long.
Cooking you. Daniel, all those guys in there cooked you. Mayor, all those guys cooked you.
Just collapsed earlier, just with some.
Comedian cooked you earlier. Comedian cooks you every time he comes off the mic, actually. It's fucking hilarious.
Cynic is so deep fried right now. He's so cooked medium well that he's barely even alive right now. Cynic, what are you going to do tonight? You're just going to go to sleep at like 8 o'clock? I mean, you must be exhausted from the roast this morning. We cooked you so good. Oh my goodness. Wow, you're like charred remains. There's nothing left of the filet mignon. What happened to you? You've been here all day long cooking. There's no meat left on the bone. Oh, wait, hold on. I got one person watching us on YouTube. They're asking, is this guy Cynic still on Clown House talking?
Pinnacle of intellect. Everybody knows this.
The pinnacle of intellect. You're communicating with the pinnacle of intellect, obviously, because you are a pinnacle of intellect. Wow, what an awesome projection. Dr. Cynic, how many laptops did you repair today while you were addressing the world on Clown House on how to free Palestine?
You fucking are useless. Every time you talk about reading the book, I'm reading the book.
When was the last time you took a girl out on a date? When was the last time you went to the gym? When was the last time you read a book? When was the last time you took a shower and flossed your teeth? I bet you don't even floss. I bet you don't even use baby wipes after you take a shit. I bet you smell like shit right now.
You look like shit. A person who escaped an asylum comedy. That's what you look like. A mental health asylum.
Be easy on him. He doesn't.
Be easy on him. He called me a faggot kite today and told me to kill myself. Well, go easy on this piece of shit. The guy literally spreads shit nuggets all around Clown House all day long. He's a pig. He's got shit all over his shoes. He's got
shit on his hands. He got shit on his face. The guy smells like shit. He's a shit slinger. He's a professional shit distributor. That's what he does for a living. Part-time, he repairs laptops. 80 hours a week, he's here freeing Palestine by passing out turd nuggets.
Psych medication. If not, you
almost bring up Frederick. Almost.
You probably get checked on every 72 hours, comedy.
You're projecting.
You sound like it.
Why do you have a snake as your PTR eating itself? Oh, did you get sick of the dead Palestinian babies that were probably photographed by some guy named Muhammad who creates Instagram videos, dusted them all up? Come on, cynic. Stop eating yourself. You're eating yourself.
And the 6 million that we can't find the bodies of.
They found the bodies of
all that. You eat that up, no problem. You eat all that shit up. Where's the 6 million?
Now he's a Holocaust denier, this guy.
They all burned the body. Like 6 million people died. Gas chambers that don't have locks on them, wooden doors. You eat that shit up.
Because they didn't have locks on them to be gas chambers.
You're a descendant
Well, Barthology, I'm sorry that my voice is eating up your battery. I know you have a family, so obviously you have responsibilities. I don't know why listening to Cynic is a very responsible thing to do, personally. He wastes your time talking about nothing.
Amos, are you still there?
Amos is sleeping.
Maybe Amos dropped dead.
As long as my pictures, I'm listening to all the rubbish, but I see all the corners. Harry, Shuker, Sinai, every corners. There's no deal, no stuff.
Did you say cynic? I don't know if you said cynic too. You just named me Shuki and I think comedian. I didn't hear you say cynic. Or did you say cynic?
I said the two other corners, Shuki, Harry, Sinai.
Bring up some more people. Sick and tired talking to cynic. Bring up Frederick. He wants to talk to cynic too.
turn the Holy Land into the capital of homosexuality.
Raise your hand, Frederick. Raise your hand.
He's the most gay-friendly city in the world. A third of Israeli men are bisexual or engaged in homosexual activity. A third, holy shit.
Let's give the family
a third. Well, if you thought it was a religious practice, you wouldn't be fucking yourself this way. A third.
Yeah, but the thing about Judaism is we don't kill our people for not obeying the religion. We're not like Islam. We don't kill our people that call them infidels.
You wouldn't be doing it.
The thing about it is we're ethno. You even said this a couple days ago too.
That you don't do homosexuality.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Hashem said that. You're right.
This is how it works.
It's not a cult. It's not the religion. But you even said that a couple days ago too.
It's a fucking cult.
Well,
Everybody knows it's a fucking.
why did you say it was an ethno religion yesterday then?
It's a cult, and Cynic is an anti-Zionist patriot trying to save humanity from this evil cult. Oh, Cynic, you're a hero. Does your girlfriend know how much of an anti-Zionist patriot you are and how many hours you put into solving this problem? Wow, Dr. Cynic, you're doing such great work. You're such an inspiration to the young people, Dr. Cynic.
And we're paying the price of this mistake. We're paying the price of this mistake. We should have allowed Heraclius to finish the job and then come in. But no.
Yeah, maybe go back in your time machine and tell him to finish the job, man.
Well, the problem is, like, even if he did, this cult would have continued, and people would have converted into this cult for the same reason they're converting into it.
Then what's the point of telling him to go finish the job, man?
Into it because they want to be part of this, the satanic elite. That's what they want.
They're still riding donkeys in these countries. Tell us what's good, bad.
Riding donkeys.
Cynic, how many laptops did you get repaired today?
Because you're not from that region. That's why.
We haven't listened. What's wrong with riding on two donkeys? There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
It's It's a cult, Cynic. It's all just a big cult, isn't it? Oh, Cynic, you're so right. Why didn't I ever see it before? It was right in front of my eyes, and you told me the truth, Cynic. You liberated me from this cult.
Are you a Middle Eastern comedian?
Habibi, ana bara shway Arabi.
They're all Middle Easterns. What did you learn in the Psalms today?
I learned that you waste your fucking time and you should try to read a book sometime.
Don't worry, we just read some tonight.
Oh, you read tonic? Maybe I'm going to pour myself a cocktail full of tonic.
Yeah, you can go if you want to catch up. Jeremiah 31, go for it.
Jeremiah 31. One day, an incredible schmuck will arise on a social audio chat app named Dr. Cynic, who will waste 80 hours a week talking about us as a cult. And as an anti-Zionist patriot who is solving the world's problems and freeing humanity from all the evil on the planet, we should all worship Cynic as the bringer of truth, the Lord of wisdom, and the teacher of absolute purity. Thank you, Dr. Cynic, for purifying us and cleansing us from this filthy cult which is spread out across the world. Thank you, Dr. Cynic. Oh, yeah. Free touring.
Oh, I'm ghetto, but you're sitting with a white man recording you for fashion. Fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. You can record all I want. I don't care. I don't give a shit. My name is not on here. I don't care.
You got fucked by a white man when you were young, right? You faggot. Bitch.
Yeah, it was your mom, actually. You're right. The one with the dick. You're the transgender. I forgot. Yeah. Now you do that. Don't even do that.
That's it. My mommy is coming. My I know your daddy's. I know your daddy. Am I supposed to kill your dads or I'm supposed to let them fucking walk? I don't get that part.
Alright, stop drinking promethazine coming onto that, okay? It's not like you can drink too much of that lean.
Everybody's always looking for the weekend. Friday. Gotta get that up.
Why are there like 17-year-olds that can't answer a liquor on it?
Friday. Suck your mom, your bitch ass nigga. Friday. Fuck you, bitch. Friday. Friday, bitch. Friday. Fucking Friday. I will kill you.
This girl is mentally ill, I think. I think something wrong with her. How are you? Now we want to know why you're out there. My wife would kill me if I was screaming that much.
Your wife isn't paid bills, she just sucks your dick. I said, let me know when I pay the bills right here. Fuck you, bitch. Call the police. Pussy.
I'm gonna take this person down. Can't hear it screaming.
Big Love, don't you know this is a coexistence room and Cynic has declared that the Jewish people are nothing but a cult and he is an anti-Zionist propagandist trying to solve the world's conflict?
Wednesday, every shouting so much.
Shut the fuck up! You're asleep! I'm wide awake! Shut the fuck up, bitch! Somebody else pop! This thing is a bitch! Next, nigga, I'll kill you! You know I'm gonna start dropping bombs, baby.
Thank you, holy shit. That's like shit. Give me a heart
isn't fair. Some people are here for intellectual conversation, man. Come on, guys. Let's be a little serious here. We were getting into something serious before.
Shuki or Harry? What the fuck?
Yeah, if either one, man. We can try. We can try.
What do you mean either one? I wasn't screaming like a fucking crazy girl on the top of my lungs like that bitch was.
I know, it's
No,
crazy.
Cynic, your new name is retarded, actually.
Well, actually, that's your mama's name.
Oh, good comeback, bro.
Come back, bro.
That was actually your mama's name. That's how you gotta think about it for a second, so you just resorted to the mom joke. That's so funny.
Cynic is a troll, guys. He's schizophrenic. No, he's not a troll, guys. Stop it.
I know.
Yeah, he's just a retard, we know.
I know, it sucks. I know that he and Aaron are too hard. I know. Oh, he quit his thing there.
Oh, the one magically, Aaron magically.
I forgot. I should have quit that. God made Aaron a different paternal haplogroup, so now, all these Jewish monks can claim to be from the line. I forgot.
So Cynic, since they did the Inquisition, right? Okay, so yeah.
Don't disappoint me. Tomorrow I'll be on news. How you want the home?
If you give him on, I'm leaving.
Yeah, he's gonna cry like a bitch.
Oh no! It is a cult. Cynic is in the cult now.
Free. God gave them for free. It was like, fuck, take these shits. You disappoint me before they come to see you're gonna tell me, oh, you want to listen to comedian or Harry? Come on, bro. I mean, no, you're a.
So Cynic, let me answer your question.
I want to say, you're a respectful guy. I feel, Amos. You're not the. I think
Amos is amazing. He's amazing.
What is it? You're older in age and you have memory problems. But I think you're a reasonable person. People use the power not for the good reason. When people use the power not with a good reason, so even didn't wait that I will go out of the room.
Keep going, yeah, keep going. That's what he does. Don't worry, I'm gonna let you finish, but I got him next. Finish, I got him.
Around the room.
I don't want to run it, but I'm gonna tell him to have to in his face. He's a bitch. He's a pussy. You know what I mean? He's a pussy. Yo, listen. Amos, you're good. Amos, you're cool. Cool. You, Amos, cool. I'm saying you're cool.
Yes, I'm cool, but I'm cool because
Give me the green thing. Give me the green dot.
I think about it.
Amos, you're cool, man. We accept you in the Catholic Church, bro. You're awesome, man.
I'm from Canada. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck about these Americans. Hey, yo, listen. Amos, fuck these Americans. I'm Canadian. Fuck these Americans. I'm Canadian. We really care about you guys, like, you know what I mean? Like, this American, like, they don't give a fuck.
You let the room turn into a circus.
I turned this cornfield into a party. Big up. What's up, bitch? The fuck you mean? Pussies.
I want to close the room. Don't argument. It's only me and you before I go to sleep. What do you want to tell me? Oh, well, I want to tell you. I want to go to sleep because you let me know. I'm going to tell you, and we're going to help you out. And Netanyahu is done. There's no winning this war. You guys lost. And all this is just a bunch of nonsense that's happening right now. And killing people, killing women and children, and destroying buildings is only going to backfire at the end of the day. And we're not going anywhere. And when the day comes, we are going to make sure that the mistake we made in history isn't repeated. None of you guys are going to survive. I mean, that's it. And when Galut Ishmael comes, in your religion, Galut Ishmael is coming. And when it comes, it is going to be the last Galut. This is in your eschatology. Now, if you don't know it, go learn it. And this is going to be divine judgment. Because all you are idolaters. All you guys are worshiping the golden calf, Zionism. And you're sacrificing your children. You're sacrificing your children on the altar of Zionism. And that is what's happening. You are sacrificing them to kill Arabs and Muslims. That is what you're doing. Just looking one side. Don't see the other side. No, I see the other side. I see the other side. Tell us about Amos, I told you I see the other side. You want a Jewish state. You want a Jewish majority state, and you want it at the cost of the people who are indigenous to this land, and who are the actual descendants of Abraham. And this is who you want to steal this land from. And you don't want to live in peace. You don't want coexistence. You want to be the majority. You want to be a majority in the Arab world. In an Arab world, you want to be the majority. The enemy isn't just the Palestinians. The enemy is the whole Arab world, and then the Muslim world. That is who your enemy is. And Israel will not tire. Israel will always continue to find reasons for war because they can't live in an Arab world. Because the Arab world is an Arab, and it is not going to change. And killing people isn't going to change that. How many Arabs are you going to kill till you figure out that you will never have this Jewish majority that you dream of? I go to Los when I close this room. See, Amos, you don't want to have the talk. You don't want to have it. This is the facts. I'm tired to speak, man. I heard you so night. You want to flood the room with circus clowns because you want to avoid talking about the truth. And you know the truth because we've talked before, and you know the truth. You know the truth. I'm too tired, and I'm in the audience looking for rooms, and I don't see any room. That's okay. I know you don't really believe in religion and all that, but this idolatry and this sacrificing of children, you're sacrificing your children. You're sacrificing your children. That's what's happening. Just to kill us, you want to sacrifice your children. Okay. I know, we're gonna make sure you don't sacrifice children anymore, and no more idolatry. Just wait. Everything that's happening the price is gonna be paid. Why? Because this is God's law. This is God's law. And your book is eye for an eye. And your book is eye for an eye.
No, you know the Talmud, it says not to eye for eye, literal.
And your Talmud, you can go use it as toilet paper.
Why you talk like this about sacred object?
It's not sacred.
If you believe documentary,
it's the Talmud prophets use it.
It's a YouTube channel. Non-stop people like in the joke. Yeah. And so he has this all these cartoons of how Noah built the ark and there's a game show.
Is this a play on the Jesus saves postage stamps joke? Is that
no? The joke about how it's when people I forgot who said it first, but the idea that do we kind of club all atheists together and say that atheists do this and atheists do that to create a category out of atheists. It's kind of like saying there's a category of like non-stamp collectors.
Okay. Oh, you know. Good clubhouse. So this is where it comes from.
Oh, hi, Edward. I'm gonna record your room later. I hope you enjoy the recording on YouTube.
It's almost like a Russell's teapot, similar thing, right? It's like almost an intuition phone. Are you?
Doesn't walk like that. You get rid of the evil spell.
Yeah, but there's no consensus on that either.
Of course there is concept.
They're not kidding.
Of course there is those who's willing with it. And those who say, oh, my head is underneath the tent, so I don't see it.
We're not.
Yeah. Well, my great grandfather on my mother's father's side, they're Polish and Russian, and then my grandma's side, my mom's mom, she's like 100% Greek, and then on my dad's side,
That's that, which, by the way, you can't say he's an unlearned man.
It literally is titled Metaphysics of Science.
And by the way, again,
No, hold on.
Let me just get this out, right? That's that he's a learned man. He went to university. He has a degree in philosophy. Literally, look at your responses. He's agreeing with me, right? He's saying, right. They don't experiment in the empirical sense. That's the point. It's metaphysics, Abe. It's not physics. Again, you're already starting by not knowing the very principles of my science. You don't know.
Hold on, right. First of all, what you just posted isn't proof that metaphysics is a science. If you read it,
Sure. I mean,
you brought me down an article that says metaphysics of science. Those are people who they like to do philosophy on scientific data. That is separate from the question of metaphysics on its own. What's me and Ella right now talking about? The metaphysics standing alone.
well, if you keep reading, the second paragraph says metaphysics of science is a subfield of both metaphysics and the philosophy.
This YouTube channel's killing it.
Is and can be allocated together.
We're gonna restart the live, everybody. Hit that like button and come back to the channel now.